Chapter 934. In the demon domain, the saint of the demon palace, dressed in a blue brocade robe, stood in front of the temple. After pondering for a long time, he walked towards the back of the temple. In the depths of the demon domain, in a forbidden land surrounded by demon chi, Giatayans walked over and stopped in front of a huge grotto. Demon Lord. Giatayans bowed and said respectfully. In the grotto, strange lights flickered, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. An abnormally powerful pressure loomed, like an ancient giant beast that could devour people at any time. Saint, what's the matter? In the demon cave, a majestic voice came out calmly. Moonweaver and Bai Wangran died in battle. Jun Wentian was seriously injured, and now the armies have no generals to use. Please give us generals, Jiatayan said. The Seven Sins sect is not weak. Why don't you use them? In the demon cave, the demon lord's voice came out again. Although the Seven Sins sect is strong, they're not good at leading troops. I need a general who can fight well, not a brave man, Jiatayans replied. In the demon cave, there was a short moment of silence, and then a majestic voice came out calmly. Release the Earth Chief. Thank you, Demon Lord. Jiatayans bowed respectfully and said, Have you found the whereabouts of the 10 kings of hell? In the demon cave, the demon lord's voice came out. Judging from the location and direction of the kings of hell should be between the All Heavens and the Red Phoenix Galaxy. As for the specific location, we still need time to infer, Jiatayans replied. Get this done as soon as possible. In addition, it's time to get rid of some clowns. The Demon Palace's plan to dominate the world cannot be hindered by these people. The Demon Lord's voice sounded again. I understand. Jiatayans responded and didn't say anything else as he stepped back. Half an hour later, in a sinister place in the east of the demon cave, Jiatayans walked over. A giant black cocoon appeared between heaven and earth, constantly absorbing the surrounding demon chi. Earth Chief, it's your turn. As soon as he said that, Jiatayans raised his right hand. Suddenly, a strange power spilled out from the crisscrossing runes, and the giant black cocoon began to change. The brilliance flickered, and the demonic power was shocking. Runes spread out and unraveled the cocoon. Within the black cocoon, a pair of ice-cold eyes opened. An instant later, the cocoon shattered and an enchanting and seductive figure walked out. The black armor covering her body could not hide her exquisite figure. The demonic palace's Earth Chieftain appeared in the world. Immediately, demonic energy soared into the sky and shook 1,000 miles around. Earth Chief, the Devil Palace's northern expedition has been obstructed. You should make a move. Jiatayans looked at the woman in front of him and waved his hand to give her the commander's seal. Understood. The Earth Chief took the commander's seal and responded calmly. His figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, 10,000 miles to the south of the island of Borneo, the demon army that had suffered heavy losses in the battle stopped to rest. The 10 demon generals had heavy expressions on their faces. They had suffered heavy losses in the battle. What was even more troublesome was that their main general was heavily injured. They were like a group of dragons without a leader and could only choose to retreat. Just as the 10 demon generals were feeling extremely anxious, demonic chi surged in the void as a black-armored figure appeared and walked out. Seeing this, the 10 demon generals were shocked. They immediately knelt down and said respectfully, Greetings, Earthly Chief. Send out the troops. In the void, the Earth Chief did not waste any time. The commander's seal appeared in his hand, and he gave the order. Seeing the commander's seal in the former's hand, the 10 demon generals' expressions changed again. They bowed and accepted the order. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of demon army marched toward the north. At the same time, in the 10 halls of hell at the border of the 3 regions, the 10 kings of hell who were unaware of the upheaval in the outside world were each adjusting their breathing in their own halls and preparing for the future battle. In front of the king of hell's hall, Ning Chen stood quietly. He looked ahead and was deep in thought. Are you still thinking about the previous battle? Behind him, Nu Chang walked over and asked. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, this time, the demonic lord appeared in the battlefield. We can be sure that the demonic lord has entered the fourth realm. Otherwise, an illusory body would not have such terrifying strength. It's not strange that the demonic lord has a fourth realm cultivation base. This is also within our expectations. However, the demonic lord has not come out of seclusion yet. We still have some time to prepare, Nu Chang said. Ning Chen nodded and continued. What I'm most worried about is that the Devil Palace will not let this matter rest. Their next target will be the Devil Palace's most terrifying counterattack. The Devil Palace is in the light while we are in the dark. There is no need to worry for the time being. However, the Heaven Mending Pavilion and Reverence Moon Clan have appeared in this battle. If the Devil Palace chooses to attack them, it will be troublesome. Nu Chang reminded. Ning Chen was silent for a moment before nodding. Senior Reverence Moon has led her people back to the holy ground. She has given me a moon god token. If something happens, I will be the first to know. Compared to the Reverence Moon holy ground in the northwest, the Devil Palace's most likely target is the Heaven Mending Pavilion. I just don't know if the Hong Wan Star Field's allied forces can resist. In the previous battle, Mu Qianshang and the others have suffered great losses. They need time to recover their strength, so it's not suitable for them to fight. Nu Chang said softly. Ning Chen nodded his head and sighed softly. The greatest difference between us and the Devil Palace is the number of peak experts they have. Although the Devil Palace has lost 2 protectors, the Moonweaver and Bai Wangran, the 3 experts from the Seven Sin sect are still completely unharmed. None of them are weaker than Jun Wentian, especially the one from the Sin sect who fought with Bai Yu. He is already infinitely close to the 4th level. Don't be impatient. Take it step by step. You have done very well. The current situation is much better than before. The Devil Palace has suffered great losses, so they should rest for a few days. What we need the most now is time. Nu Chang said solemnly. Ning Chen nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, Nu Chang, I want to make a trip to the Divine Ji Peak. A man has probably gone there. Senior Shinji is a man's adoptive father. Now that he has proven himself, a man must have suffered a great blow. I'm worried. Nu Chang nodded and said, Go. Luo Xin and I will take care of this place. Nothing will happen. Then I'll have to trouble Nu Chang. Ning Chen said softly. He looked at the Imperial Hall behind him and said, Ener, let's go. Follow me to the Divine Ji Peak. Immediately ran out from the Imperial Hall when she heard this. Her face was filled with joy. A moment later, the 2 figures disappeared and left the 10 halls. 10 days later, a phoenix appeared in the sky above the Divine Ji Peak and spread its wings. On the peak, a beautiful figure dressed in white was kneeling in front of the peak. She was motionless. No one knew how many days she had been kneeling. In front of her, the purple cloud godly sword was stabbed into the ground. The sword's sorrowful cry could be faintly heard. Amen, the phoenix retracted its wings, and a plain-clothed figure walked out. She looked at the beautiful figure in front of the peak and said, Mistress. Ener ran up from behind and said with tears in her eyes, You're really here. I was so worried. Looking at the girl beside her, a gentle smile appeared on Aman's face. She raised her hand and patted the girl's head. She said softly, I'm fine. It's just that foster father needs someone to mourn here, so I can't go back for the time being. Ning Chan walked to the front of the peak and looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. He said with shame, I'm sorry. Aman shook her head and smiled. It's not your fault. No one can stop foster father's choice. I can feel foster father's determination. Since he has made such a choice, Aman is happy for him. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him quietly. After a moment, he sighed in his heart. A man never lied. Her thoughts were not something that ordinary people like them could understand. Perhaps she was really happy for Senior Shinji. Mistress, how long are you going to mourn here? Ina asked. 3 years. A man said softly, Foster father taught me for 100 years. As his daughter, I have to mourn for him for 3 years. 3 years? So long? Ina looked at the unusually quiet peak behind her. There's nothing here. How are you going to stay here for 3 years? A man smiled. I've already lived here for 100 years. I'm used to it. Ina, you have to listen to your master during these 3 years. Once the 3 years of mourning are over, I'll go find you. All right. Ina pouted. Mistress, you have to go back quickly. Ning Chen is so busy and usually ignores me. All right. A man replied softly. Ina looked at the man standing quietly beside her. She thought for a moment and said, Ning Chen, I'm going to the mountain to play for a while. Call me when you're about to leave. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and replied softly. Ina got up and gave him an encouraging look. She jogged away, leaving the two of them alone. This girl has her own petty thoughts. Ning Chen sat down and said with a smile, It's a good thing that Ina still has a child's heart. A man said softly, You have to protect her. Didn't you work so hard to protect this beautiful thing? I understand. Ning Chen nodded and said, A man, 3 years of time is neither long nor short. You have to take good care of yourself while you're here. Okay, don't worry. A man nodded. I will. You too. Ghost girls' matter can't be rushed. Take it slow. One day you'll find her. Also, before Ning Chen could speak, a man continued. A few days ago, I sensed the aura of the Devil Palace's Devil Master. He's already entered the 4th realm. This is a whole new realm. You have to be careful. Okay. Ning Chen listened and looked at the person beside him. He said softly, man, it's my fortune to have met you in this life. A man was startled at first, but then she revealed a bright smile. Instantly, it was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In front of the mountain, the two of them didn't say anything else. They didn't promise or lie, because Ji Ming wasn't willing to make promises that he couldn't keep. Even if it was a white lie, it was an intolerable blasphemy to the people around him. After a long time, the white-clothed figure stood up in front of the mountain. She looked at the lingering clouds in front of her and said, man, I'm leaving. 3 years later, I'll return you a peaceful world. Okay. A man smiled sweetly and nodded in response. Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked away. Ina, let's go. In the distance, Ina immediately jogged after hearing this. Chapter 935. 10 Halls of the Underworld. After the Battle of Borneo, more than a month had passed. The 10 halls were quiet. All the hall masters were recuperating and preparing for the next battle. Just as the Yama kings were recuperating, an urgent report pierced through the void and flew towards the King Yama Palace. In front of the King Palace, the lady raised her hand to receive the letter. After reading it, her calm expression immediately changed. Everyone, please come to the King Yama Palace. There is an urgent matter. The lady suppressed the shock in her heart and transmitted her voice. Among the halls, the Yama kings opened their eyes and looked towards the King Yama Palace. They stood up and disappeared in an instant. In front of the King Yama Palace, figures appeared one after another and walked into the palace. Lady, what's the hurry? Mu Qianshang looked at the lady in the palace and asked in confusion. Something has happened. The Demon Palace suddenly sent troops to the Red Phoenix Star region and directly attacked Butian Pavilion. The lady said in a deep voice, How can this be? Luo Xingqian was shocked and said, The Demon Palace has lost 3 of their 4 protectors. Hua Zhongjia has lost her memory and is not good at leading troops. Where did the demon palace get a general? It can't be the demon palace's saint who is leading the troops. No. The lady shook her head and said seriously, "An earthly chief has appeared in the demon palace. Her strength is unfathomable. The demon palace's army is now under her command." Earthly chief? Hearing this, Mu Qianshang's expression darkened as he said, "There really isn't an end to this. We've finally gotten rid of 2 protectors, and now another Earth Chief has arrived. Just how many more strong practitioners does the Demon Palace have that have yet to show themselves? Now that Ji Ming is not here, it's really troublesome," Luo Xingqian said coldly. Looking at the time, he should be back soon. "But if we rush over now, will it be too late?" Mu Qianshang asked. "The enemy's strength is unknown. Moreover, after the previous lesson, the Demon Palace will definitely be prepared. If we act rashly, I'm afraid we will fall into the saint's trap," the lady said seriously. "The more critical the situation is, the more Ji Ming is not here. It's really worrying," Luo Xingqian said anxiously. Rumble. At this moment, above the 10 halls, the divine restriction shook and a figure in plain clothes appeared and descended from the sky. "He's back." All of the Yama kings in the palace were elated upon hearing this. After a few breaths, Ning Chen brought to the front of King Yama's palace. When he saw the people gathered in the palace, he asked, "What happened?" "The Devil Palace has sent out their troops, and the one leading them is a woman called Di Kuei. Right now, she is leading her troops towards the Heaven Mending Pavilion." The female attendant explained the situation simply. Ning Chen had heard of this before, and he frowned slightly. "Earth Chieftain, did the demonic palace have a new expert?" "Ji Ming, what should we do now?" Luo Xingqian asked. "I'll go take a look myself. You don't have to follow me. There's not enough time." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed. In the next moment, above the 10 palaces, the divine restriction was activated. The phoenix spread its wings and flew toward the starry sky. In the south of the red phoenix star field, the 10,000 demons had crossed the Borneo continent and were heading north. The leader of the demons, the Demon Palace's earthly chief, was clad in black battle armor. He held a long halberd in his hand and was valiant in battle. Along the way, he had not met a match. Within the Demon Palace's army, the protectors of Yu Yao and Xing Huai were assisting the earthly chief in battle. They were quickly heading north. In just a short month, the Red Phoenix Alliance had not even regained their senses before they were completely scattered by the Demon Palace's torrent. They were defeated again and again. The gap between the strongest experts made this battle without any suspense. The 10,000 demon army was heading north and was about to reach the territory of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Within the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the experts of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, who were retreating again and again, had abnormally heavy expressions. The 2 protectors' faces were also extremely ugly. Facing the Demon Palace's terrifying attack, they were helpless. "Pavilion Master, is there still no movement from the underworld?" A Heaven Mending Pavilion's Grand Elder looked at the Heaven Mending Pavilion Master in front of him and asked, "I've already sent a letter using the secret technique they left behind, but I haven't received a response yet." The Heaven Mending Pavilion Master said in a deep voice, "Pavilion Master really shouldn't have trusted them back then. If we didn't provoke the Demon Palace, we wouldn't be in such a difficult situation right now." Another Heaven Mending Pavilion's Grand Elder spoke with a gloomy expression. With life and death in front of them, the Heaven Mending Pavilion's Grand Elders could not care less about the difference in status. The Heaven Mending Pavilion Master's face became more and more gloomy as he listened to the complaints. After a long time, he coldly shouted, "Enough! What's the rush?" Right now, the Heaven Mending Pavilion hasn't fallen yet. Perhaps there will be a turnaround soon. Where is the turnaround? Could it be that we're really counting on those people from the underworld? The Grand Elder who spoke earlier said in a deep voice, or perhaps counting on that Mahis sect's 9th disciple. Impudent! The heaven-mending pavilion master's face became cold as he angrily said, "What? Counting on this one is not enough." Right at this moment, in the horizon, a phoenix whistled through the sky. Within the burning phoenix flames, a plain-clothed figure descended from the sky. Looking at everyone, he calmly said, "It's you." Seeing the figure that appeared in front of him, the heaven-mending pavilion master's face did not have any joy as he coldly said, "Pavilion master, is this how you welcome reinforcements?" Ningchen glanced at the heaven-mending pavilion's grand elders and smiled. "Everyone, long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. Ma has Sek's 9th disciple. If you came here just to gloat, then please leave. Otherwise, even if it's just a trace, I will make you pay the most painful price." Butian's left protector stepped forward and said with a cold expression, "Don't worry, I'm not that free. I came here because the underworld's monarchs asked me to help everyone." Ning Chen said with a serious expression, "You?" The heaven-mending pavilion master narrowed his eyes and said, "Were those Yama kings from the underworld? Why didn't they come?" "You sent the letter too late." Ning Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile and said, "The underworld is separated by several starfields. They did not have time to act even if they wanted to, so they could only ask me to come first." "You came alone?" the heaven-mending pavilion master asked seriously. "Huh." Before he finished speaking, from the 9th heaven, a black ray of light broke through the sky and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. In an instant, the entire heaven-mending pavilion's territory violently shook. The sky collapsed and the earth fell. Countless cracks crisscrossed, and the ground sank 100 jong. They came. In front of the heaven-mending pavilion's experts, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the figure that appeared in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like they came at the right time. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds surged. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, an enchanting and charming figure descended from the sky. She was dressed in exquisite black armor that tightly wrapped around her fair skin. She was like a fairy that walked out of the night, causing people to be unable to take their eyes off her. Ning Chen's gaze looked at the former, and a ray of light flashed past. Was this the Demon Palace's Earth Chief? Judging from his aura, he did not seem as terrifying as that Mengyu Sek's. However, what about his true battle strength? Today, the heaven-mending pavilion has changed masters. All of you, only death awaits you. The Earth Chief landed. The earth could not bear the extreme power and collapsed. The black ray of light that fell previously flew out from the ground. The demon halberd, the legend of Doomsday, once again displayed its peerless edge. Chapter 936. The night was dark and the earth was silent. Suddenly, the devil halberd broke through the sky, and the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The Devil Palace's Earth Chief appeared with endless killing intent. Everyone in the heaven-mending pavilion was shocked. They looked at the newcomer with a heavy expression. The new powerhouse from the Devil Palace was unprecedented. His strength and ability were unknown, and it made people fearful. The appearance of the Earth Chief was followed by 2 figures behind him. Their unusually powerful auras shook the heavens and the earth. Yu Yao and Xing Han appeared to help the Earth Chief. They challenged the heaven-mending pavilion together. "You've gone too far." The heaven-mending pavilion master's expression was extremely gloomy as he stepped forward. His killing intent surged violently. "Today, we swear to live and die with the heaven-mending pavilion." Left Guardian Qi Xian and Right Guardian Jiang Yun stepped forward as well. They released their true origin and glared at the 3 powerhouses from the Devil Palace. "You've overestimated yourselves." The Earth Chief stepped forward. Suddenly, an unusually powerful pressure swept over. The 3 of them felt their hearts sink, and they found it difficult to breathe. At the side, Ning Chun looked at the black-armored woman walking over. His face flashed. It would be difficult for the heaven-mending pavilion to survive today. The ninth disciple of the Mo sect, behind the Earth Chief, Moon Illumination Zone, looked at the silhouette in plain clothes and said indifferently, "Do you still want to interfere with the battle between the Devil Palace and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion?" "I've been asked to do so," Ningchen said with a smile. "Then your opponent shall be me." Moon Illumination Zone said calmly as he walked out and looked at the person in front of him. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped to the side and separated the battlefield. "Looks like my responsibility is to clean up these small fries again." Star Illumination Zone looked at the supreme elders of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and sneered. His figure flashed as he stepped forward. The three powerhouses of the Devil Palace were about to fight. The atmosphere was unusually heavy. "If you're not going to make a move, then I'll start." The Earth Chief said coldly. He raised the devil halberd in his hand. Instantly, black, demonic waves surged and covered the entire battlefield. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master and the two guardians on his left and right joined forces to block the demonic power. With a loud collision, the mountains collapsed and the earth toppled. The legend of Doomsday revealed its peerless demonic might for the first time. The three of them joined forces, but they all felt the weight of 10,000 pounds pressing down on them. Their legs sank into the ground with a thud. Despite gaining the upper hand with the halberd, the Earth Chief did not stop attacking. The demonic halberd channeled another 30% of its demonic might and pressed down forcefully. The three of them focused their attention and unleashed all of their martial arts to block the demonic power with their palms. Rumble! With an earth-shattering tremor, the demonic halberd swept through the army. The ground beneath the three of them crumbled as the cracks extended for hundreds of miles. They were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The powerful halberd was incomparably tyrannical. Although there weren't many transformations, each and every move was like a deep sea, making people unable to block it. With innate divine strength and the support of the heavy halberd, the earthly chieftain was able to block all the attacks by himself. Butian and the other two supreme experts were immediately in danger. On the other side of the battle, Ning Qinxing blocked the moonlight with his sword. While he was fighting the enemy, his divine consciousness was constantly observing the battle in the distance, judging the strength of the Devil Palace's Earth Chief. "You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Ninth son of Mo Gate, your arrogance is making me see you in a new light." Moon Illumination Zone said coldly. With a flip of his palm, a bright moon appeared above the sea. Amidst the earth-shattering phenomenon, it formed its own pattern above the law. Above the surging devil ocean, a divine moon soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. Under the brilliance, it made people feel like their bodies were about to crack. After comprehending his own Tao and peeking into the fourth stage, Moon Illumination Zone displayed a shocking ability for the first time. With a flip of his palm, the divine moon illuminated the sky. With the moonlight on his body, Ning Qin instantly felt the blood in his body churning as though it was about to evaporate from his body. Celestial technique, waxing moons. The Tao technique was shocking. Ning Chen refused to be outdone. He took a step forward and leaped into the sky. The yin and yang energy in his body overflowed as he raised his hand to stabilize the sky. He used Mo Gate's celestial technique again. A black moon appeared in the sky. From perfection to imperfection, under the pressure of the powerful law, it forcefully collided with the phenomenon of the bright moon above the sea. When the celestial technique and Tao technique collided, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The heaven and earth were in chaos. The aftershocks surged and instantly shook the battle. In the center of the battle, the two of them took most of the aftershock and retreated a few steps. Their blood was churning rapidly. In the third battle, Star Brilliance Zone's expression changed when he sensed the white-hot battle in the distance. The ninth son of Mo Gate was actually able to fight Moon Illumination to a standstill. This sun's potential was truly terrifying. Unwilling to delay any longer, Star Brilliance Zong gathered his energy, and his own Tao energy appeared. In an instant, the starlight from the 9 heavens fell. In the dazzling brilliance, the Tao technique appeared and pressed down on the Grand Elders. The 10 Grand Elders' expressions turned solemn. They joined forces and condensed their energy. Raging sea waves blocked the Tao technique. Ugh! When the 2 attacks collided, the waves dissipated. Amidst a series of muffled groans, the 10 Grand Elders' mouths turned red as they retreated a few steps. Starry sky crossing. After one attack, another followed. The starlight around Star Brilliance Zone illuminated the heavens and the earth. His unshakable ability caused the entire battle to tilt. The 3 battles were in different situations. The Grand Elders all fell into a bitter battle. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. Battle cries and shouts were ear-piercing. Outside the heaven-mending territory, tens of thousands of demon army pressed in with irresistible force. The heaven-mending territory was destroyed. It was a foregone conclusion and could no longer be reversed. In the Battle of Polo Luo, the Demon Palace suffered heavy losses. Their reversal shocked the world. Within the heaven-mending territory, Ning Qin sensed the tilting of the battle. He sighed in his heart. The heaven-mending pavilion could not be saved. He did not expect the Demon Palace's counterattack to come so suddenly. With the destruction of the heaven-mending territory, the Red Luan Star region would soon become the Demon Palace's world. Ugh! In the distance, 3 muffled groans suddenly sounded. In front of the Doomsday Legend, the heaven-mending pavilion master and the 2 protectors flew out together. Blood sprayed out from their bodies like rain. 1 against 3, the Demon Palace's Earth Chieftain completely suppressed the 3. His astonishing battle strength shocked everyone. Pavilion Master, leave quickly. The heavy halberd pressed down again. Qi Xian took a step forward and clasped her hands together to block the demonic halberd. Blood continuously flowed out of her mouth as she shouted. The heaven-mending pavilion master's expression was shocked. His face revealed a struggle. After a moment, he no longer hesitated and took a step to leave. Sorry, the Saint Arbiter said that no one from the heaven-mending pavilion will be left alive today. As he spoke, the void swirled and a divine sun appeared between the heaven and earth. An abnormally valiant pressure swept out. The head of the 7 Sins sect, Mingyu, walked out and slapped the heaven-mending pavilion master's back. With a miserable groan, the heaven-mending pavilion master spat out blood from his mouth. His body flew out and smashed into the ground. Pavilion master, Right Protector Jiangyan's pupils shrunk as he said in shock, Earth Chieftain, let's end this quickly. Mingyu looked at the woman in the battle and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. The Earth Chieftain nodded. The demonic halberd in his hand fell from the sky with the power to split the sea. Qi Xian raised her vitality to block the demonic halberd again. Only a heaven-shaking sound was heard. The heavy halberd could not block it. In the midst of the splashing blood, the Doomsday Legend broke through the obstruction and pierced the Earth Chieftain's left shoulder. On the road to the underworld, you all will go together. You will not be lonely. The Earth Chieftain's revolving halberd pierced through the Earth Chieftain's left shoulder. The halberd's left palm condensed demonic energy and slapped the Earth Chieftain's chest. Ugh! The heavy palm slapped her body and destroyed her heart. Qi Xian's body flew out and smashed into the ground. Qi Xian! Before he could recover, Jiang Yin had just opened his mouth when Mingyu Zong's palm arrived behind him. The unparalleled power destroyed the cultivator's meridians. Blood splashed out and dyed the sky red. Jiang Yin looked at the flames of war in front of him unwillingly and directly fell down. The heaven-mending pavilion master and the left and right protectors had died in battle. On the other side of the battle, the heaven-mending sect's exalted elders were shocked. The starlight that filled the sky passed through their bodies. The heaven-mending sex exalted elders stiffened and then exploded. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-mending sex exalted elders had all died in battle. In the only battle left, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He no longer continued to fight. His phoenix origins surged, and his phoenix wings opened and closed, wanting to escape. Ninth disciple of Mo Gate. This situation was originally set up by you. How can I let you leave like this? In the distance, Ming Yuzong flipped his left hand. The heaven net rose into the sky, and the earth net entered the ground. One golden and one black demonic net sealed the world and trapped the phoenix wings. In the void, Ning Chen's figure stopped. He stood in the air and looked at the two demonic nets in the sky and on the ground. A cold light flashed through his eyes. The Earth Chief, Sun, Moon, and Star Master stepped forward, and each took a side, blocking all paths. Your saint priest really thinks highly of me. With such a big lineup, knowing destiny is truly honored. Ning Chen looked at the four and said indifferently, "To you, it's worth it." Ming Yuzong looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and said calmly, "Ninth disciple of Mo Gate, I've heard of you for a long time. Let me see if you're really as amazing as the legends say." As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Chief moved. The demonic chi of the myth of Doomsday shone, and the black demonic halberd actually burned and turned red. Ning Chen clenched his left hand, and the white rainbow came out of its sheath. The extremely soft sword wrapped around the heavy halberd and dispersed the force. After trapping the enemy for a moment, Taisher swung his sword and mercilessly took their lives. The Earth Chief's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm and shook off the blade. The demonic halberd in his hand spun rapidly and broke free from the white rainbow. In the blink of an eye, everyone was impressed. Behind him, the star radiance and moon illumination didn't delay any longer. They flashed past and joined the battle. In a few breaths' time, the three strongest masters of the demonic palace joined forces to suppress knowing destiny. They wanted to get rid of a big threat. In the battle, Ning Chen's footsteps turned. His figure was like an illusion, and he avoided wave after wave of attacks. The two swords in his hands, one hard and one soft, alternated between attack and defense without showing any flaws. Outside the battle, the Dark Universe Master looked at the battle ahead. His terrifying aura circulated, and he was ready to attack at any time. With a thought, the Linglong Celestial Pagoda flew out and floated in the sky. Celestial light shone down to protect him. The two swords in Ning Chen's hands shone brightly, and he used the 10th sword again. The endless sword light rushed into the sky like a tide, and then turned into a raging torrent that broke out in all directions. The Earth Chief, Star Radiance, and Moon Illumination instinctively avoided the sword light. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they looked at the sky. Not good. Before they finished speaking, the sword light crashed into the sky net. In the violent tremor, the sky net flickered and showed signs of instability. Goodbye. With a soft whisper, the phoenix spread its wings and rushed into the sky quickly. At this moment, outside the battle, the Dark Universe Master who hadn't made a move yet moved. The divine sun rose into the sky and blocked the phoenix's path. Shadow of the remnant wind. In an instant, the divine sun caught up with the phoenix. In the sky, a beautiful figure dressed in white appeared. The familiar beautiful face and the familiar sword moved, slashed down, and broke through the sky net. With a boom, the sword light cut through the restraints. The sword momentum didn't stop, and it slashed toward the divine sun below. The Dark Universe Master's expression turned serious. He flipped his palm and blocked the sword light. However, in an instant, the phoenix spread its wings and rushed into the sky, escaping the fatal situation. Chapter 937. Butian territory was a mess after the war. A demonic calamity destroyed Butian and made it history. A cold wind blew and dust flew. It was desolate and quiet, no longer as prosperous as it used to be. The demonic army continued north to attack the Red Lawn sects, adding more glory to the demonic palace. After the war, the earthly leader of the demonic palace became famous and everyone knew about him. At the border of the Red Lawn, Purple Myrtle, and the underworld, two figures descended from the sky and landed on the ground. In each palace, the kings of hell sensed something and looked into the distance. Among the crowd, the strong cultivators from the divine land were shocked when they saw the girl in white beside Jiming, Mu Qingxue, Junior's sister. In King Biancheng's palace, Jian Er recovered from the shock and rushed out of the palace. In front of the King Yanluo's palace, Ning Chan walked over with Mu Qingxue. Jian Er appeared. Seeing him, Mu Qingxue stopped and said softly, "Second senior brother." "Junior sister, why are you here? Where have you been all these years?" Seeing the only descendant of his master, Jian Er could not hide his emotions and asked, "It's a long story. Second senior brother, let's go into the palace first," Mu Qingxue said calmly. "Okay." Jian Er nodded and said softly. The three of them entered the palace. In the palace, Yin saw the unfamiliar and beautiful figure beside Ning Qin and was slightly stunned. "This girl is Yin. She's my disciple." Ning Chan waved her over and introduced her with a smile. Mu Qingxue, the successor of the barren city of the divine land. Yin, you should have heard of him more than once. Hearing this, Yin Er's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Mu Qingxue, another master's wife? Greetings, master's wife. Yin came back to her senses and immediately bowed. Ning Chen was speechless after hearing this. Looking at the girl in front of him, Mu Qingxue's face was still calm, but the gentleness in his eyes was clearly visible. He flipped his right hand and a golden paper appeared. He handed it over. At the side, Ning Qin and Jian Er were shocked when they saw this. Yin took the golden paper and was puzzled. "What is this?" "Qingxue, this gift is too valuable. This girl has more treasures than anyone else. You don't have to give it to her anymore." Ning Qin stepped forward, took the scroll, and returned it to Yi Ziqin. "Give it back to me. Mistress Mu gave it to me." When Yin heard this, she immediately snatched it back and hid it behind her back like a little miser. The corner of Mu Qingxue's mouth revealed an undetectable smile as he approved of the girl's behavior. "You only know how to ask for gifts. Do you know what this is?" Ning Qin said helplessly. "I don't know," Yin answered confidently. "This is the travel scroll. It is the only cultivation technique in the world that can allow one to cultivate the extreme speed of heaven and earth," Ning Qin explained. When Yin heard this, her big eyes lit up and her small hands grabbed even tighter. At this moment, Mu Qianshang and the others appeared in front of the king of Hell's palace. "All right, Jiming, don't even think about getting back what you gave her." Mu Qianshang walked forward and chuckled. "Mu Qingxue, long time no see." Looking at the familiar figures walking over, Mu Qingxue nodded his head in greeting the friends who had gone through life and death with him. "Jiming, where did you find Miss Mu? Didn't you go to help Butian Pavilion?" Luo Xingqin walked forward and hammered the shoulder of the person in front of him. He said seriously, "Tell me the truth." Looking at his good friend's playful appearance, Ning Qin raised his hand and slapped his arm away. He said, "Butian Pavilion was destroyed, and I almost couldn't make it back. Luckily, Qingxue saved me." When everyone heard this, their expressions froze. They stopped joking and became serious. "What happened?" Mu Qianshang asked seriously. Ning Qin walked to the conference table and said, "Demon Palace, Earth Chief and Sun, Moon and Star, the three sinful sects have all arrived. Butian Pavilion, from the pavilion master to the disciples, all died in battle. When I left, I was trapped by an inescapable net. Luckily, Qingxue, saved me in time, and I was able to escape unscathed. To be able to put you in such a difficult situation, it seems like Demon Palace had already planned this. Nu Chang said. Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said, that Saint Arbiter's goal is to get rid of me. Otherwise, there is no need for the sun, moon, and star 3 Sin sects to come here. A devil palace, earthly chief, and a Sin sect elder are enough to annihilate the heavily wounded heaven mending pavilion. With Butian Pavilion destroyed, the Red Luan Alliance will not be able to hold on for long. The Red Luan Star region will be hard to protect. Jiming, what's the next step? Have you thought about it? Mu Qianshang said solemnly. When everyone heard this, their expressions turned serious. The destruction of the Red Luan Star region was definitely not good news. It meant that Demon Palace's next choice would be Crepe Myrtle, Sky Mist, Luo Jia, or Spirit Void Star region. Spirit Void Star region had Netherhull and G family, 2 great sections. They were very powerful, and Demon Palace should not provoke them in the short term. The remaining 3 star regions were about the same in strength. However, Luo Jia Star region and Demon Palace's All Heaven Star region were only slightly connected. The possibility of Demon Palace attacking Luo Jia Star region was not high for the time being. Apart from Spirit Void and Luo Jia, Demon Palace's next most likely targets were Crepe Myrtle and Sky Mist Star regions. This was the result they were most unwilling to see, because the inner realm was in the Crepe Myrtle Star region. Once the Crepe Myrtle Star region was affected by the flames of war, the secret of the inner realm would not be able to be kept. Jiming, you must think of a way this time. No matter what, the war cannot start in the Crepe Myrtle Star region. Luo Xingqian said solemnly, let me think about it. Ning Chun said. He calmed down and began to think. He knew what his friends were worried about. Although the inner realm had many experts in the past 100 years, they were still far from being able to compete with Demon Palace. Therefore, this war must not affect the inner realm. Time passed little by little. Everyone in the palace sat in their seats and waited quietly. No one said anything to disturb them. Outside the palace, the sky gradually darkened. The white-clothed figure on the main seat was still thinking silently, weighing the pros and cons of each choice. After another 2 hours, the Yama Kings stood up one by one and quietly left. They knew very well that this problem was very difficult. However, among them, only Jiming could solve this desperate situation. There was no other choice. After everyone left, only Jiming was left in front of the huge conference table. He sat there silently and meditated without saying a word. Not far away, Mu Qingxue looked at the girl in front of him and asked softly, do you have tea? Yes. Quickly nodded. She ran to the side and brought over a tea set and a cup of Yinwu tea. She handed it to the person in front of her. Mu Qingxue took it and carefully placed it on the table beside him. Do you know how to make tea? Mu Qingxue asked softly while making tea. Hearing this, Inu shook her head embarrassedly and said shyly, no. Mu Qingxue smiled faintly and said, learn from me. Your master likes to drink tea, especially when he's thinking. Okay. Nodded vigorously and giggled. It turned out that master's wife was not as cold and hard to get along with as the rumors said. Chapter 938. In the cold night, the moonlight was bleak and cold. Outside the King Yama Palace, the moonlight shone. Inside the palace, the lights flickered and reflected a figure in plain clothes. After pondering for a long time, Ning Qin didn't say a word in front of the meeting table. Thoughts flashed through his eyes as he thought of a solution. Not long after, Mu Qingxue came with a cup of tea. He poured the tea and placed it in front of Ning Qin. Ning Qin subconsciously took a sip of the tea. After a while, he was shocked and came back to his senses. He looked at the person in front of him and asked in confusion, you made the tea? Mu Qingxue nodded and said, I learned it from Fan Lingyue. No wonder. Ning Chen's face flashed with relief. This familiar taste was indeed very similar to the tea fan Ling Yue made in the pavilion back then. In terms of tea brewing, Fan Ling Yue was the best in the world. In the world, there would always be someone who would leave others in the dust no matter what they did. He knew more clearly than anyone how terrifying Fan Ling Yue was. She was someone who even the heavens were jealous of. Since he came to this world, he had only seen this one person. He also hoped that she was the only one. If you can't think of a solution, take a rest and think again. Mu Qingxue poured the tea for Ning Chen again and said calmly, "There is a way, but I need to weigh the pros and cons. This is related to the safety of the world. I can't make a mistake." Ning Chen said softly, "The safety of the world is not something you can bear alone. Just do your best and leave it to fate." Mu Qingxue said calmly, "At least I have to try my best." Ning Chen said softly, "You are still the same as before. You haven't changed at all." Mu Qingxue said lightly. Hearing this, Ning Chen looked at the person beside him and asked in confusion, "Qingxue, do you remember what happened back then?" "No." Mu Qingxue shook his head and said, "What I remember now is what you told me." Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a while, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "It's good that you can't remember. At that time, I was indeed quite embarrassed." "How embarrassing? How embarrassing?" Not far away, Een heard this and hurried forward. She asked curiously, "Tell me." "Stay away. My face is too big. It makes me dizzy." Ning Chen raised his hand and pushed away the little face that came close to him. "You're the one with a big face." Een pouted, watching the master and disciple bickering. Mu Qingxue's lips curved into a beautiful arc. It seemed that Ning Chen really liked this child. "Een, let's not disturb your master for now." Mu Qingxue patted the head of the girl beside him and said, "Mistress Mu, can you tell me what happened back then? How did Ning Chen embarrass himself?" Een asked curiously. Mu Qingxue smiled and nodded. "Yes." After the two of them left, Ning Chen shifted his gaze to the tea in front of him. A look of reminiscence flashed across his face. "Fan Ling Yue, if you were here, how would you choose in this situation?" Just as the sovereigns of the underworld were worrying about the upcoming devil calamity, the flames of war were raging in the Red Phoenix Star region. The Devil Palace's army was constantly on an expedition, and the earthly chieftain who had replaced Jun Wentian as the Devil Army's commander-in-chief acted even more fiercely. Wherever the flames of war passed, not even a blade of grass would survive. In just a few dozen days, one life star after another was taken down by the Devil Army. Countless lives were lost, and countless lives were lost. In front of the Devil Army, the earthly chief in black armor stood quietly. He looked at the star domain in the distance. The Red Luan had already joined the Devil Palace. Next, it was his turn. At the same time, in the Devil Domain's sacred palace, Jietians looked at the sky in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, chess pieces flew out and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, in the Red Luan, All Heavens, Ziwei, and other star domains, the black and white chess pieces appeared. In an instant, they disappeared into the void. Underworld, King Yama's palace. After thinking for many days, Ning Chen looked at the beautiful figure in white standing quietly in front of the palace. He said, "Qingxue, there's something I need your help with." In front of the palace, Mu Qingxue turned around and nodded. Ning Chen stood up and waved his right hand. A white evil mask appeared and flew to the former. "It'll be much more convenient if you bring it with you." Mu Qingxue took the mask and looked at the face on the evil mask. He said calmly, "Impermanence." Ning Chen nodded and walked forward step by step. Devil Chi surged, and his white clothes turned black. Underworld not only has King Yama, but also impermanence. This position is reserved for you. Ning Chen said softly. In his right hand, the black evil mask appeared again and covered his face. "Let's go." After saying that, the two figures flashed and flew towards the sky. Not long after the two left, black and white chess pieces appeared the border between the red lawn and all heaven's star domains. Their auras flowed and reflected the mysteries of heaven and earth. Oh, demon domain inside the sacred palace. Feeling the changes in the heavens in the distance, Jia Tian's eyes flashed. He found it. June Wentian. Jia Tian's walked to the sacred palace and looked at the 4 palaces in the distance. He said, "Don't you want to avenge Moonweaver? Now I'll give you the chance." In the palace in the distance, June Wentian, who was wearing the water cloud battle armor, suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, "What chance?" Jia Tian said indifferently, "The location of Underworld is basically confirmed. I don't need to remind you of what to do next. I need battle power." June Wentian said coldly. Jia Tian nodded and flipped his right hand. A stream of light flew towards the palace in the distance. "With this token, the sun, moon, and star sects will help you," Jia Tian said calmly. June Wentian looked at the devil palace's saint token that was flying towards him. He slowly stood up and clenched his right hand. Not far away, the inverted moon on water hummed softly and turned into a stream of light as it flew over. June Wentian grabbed the moon devil divine weapon and walked out of the palace, on a great planet with life in Red Lawn Star Zone. Dikuei stood in front of the army, while the 2 sects followed behind him. After a battle, all resistance forces on the great planet were completely annihilated. "Dikuei, it's time to report back." Moon Illumination sect looked at the black-armored lady in front of him and reminded him, "There's no hurry." Dikuei looked at the star zone in the distance and said calmly, "Although Red Lawn has been annihilated, there are still star zones like Sky Mist, Crepe Myrtle, and Luojia that have yet to be conquered. It won't be too late for me to report back after I've pacified these star zones." Behind him, Star Illumination sect frowned slightly when he heard that. Just as he was about to speak, a divine sun appeared in the void in front of him. Ma Inu walked out and said indifferently, "Star Illumination, Moon Illumination, the Saint Minister has ordered us to assist June Wentian in conquering the underworld." When the 2 sects heard that, their expressions turned solemn. They did not say anything and followed behind him. Watching the 3 sects leave, Dikuei retracted his gaze. His expression was still the same as before without any change. At this moment, a black and a white streak of light flew over rapidly from afar. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. Dikuei's strength is extraordinary, and he has the help of the 3 sections. You and I alone can't do anything to him. Why do we have to make this trip? The lady in the black and white streak of light asked. "It doesn't matter if we can get rid of Dikuei or not. The most important thing for this trip is to expose our whereabouts to the Devil Palace and temporarily divert their attention," the man in the black and white streak of light replied. "You've worked so hard to establish the underworld. If it's exposed just like that, won't all your efforts go to waste?" The lady asked in confusion. "The underworld's whereabouts will be exposed sooner or later. Instead of being discovered by the Devil Palace in the future, why don't we take the initiative and let them find us? At least we can decide what we let the Devil Palace see," the man replied. As the 2 of them conversed, their speed became faster and faster. Soon, they disappeared into the night. In front of the Devil Palace's army, Dikuei, who had been standing quietly for a long time, snapped back to his senses. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his eyes suddenly focused as he looked into the distance. "Who's there?" Impermanence of the underworld. As he spoke, 2 figures, one black and one white, descended from the 9 heavens. Powerful auras circulated around them, sharp and threatening. Dikuei looked at the 2 figures that appeared in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that there were other experts hidden in the underworld. "Why are the two of you here?" Dikue looked at the two and said lightly, "We are here on the orders of the King of Hell to invite Dikue to the underworld as a guest." The black-clothed impermanence said calmly, "As the saying goes, ghosts take souls and impermanences take lives. I can't accept the invitation of the black and white impermanence of the underworld." Dikue sneered, "We can't go against the orders of the King of Hell. Please don't make things difficult for us." The black-clothed impermanence replied coldly, "What if I insist on not going?" Dikue's face also turned cold. "Then we can only offend you." After speaking, the black-clothed impermanence stepped forward. With a clench of his right hand, the sickly king's divine sword appeared. In an instant, black flames spread out, burning the world. "If you use force, you will regret it." Dikue snorted and waved his delicate hand. In the surging demonic chi, the legend of the end of the world appeared again. The demonic halberd fell, and with a loud bang, the sky was filled with dust. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." Behind the black-clothed impermanence, the white-clothed impermanence clenched her delicate hand. In the white brilliance, a sword as thin as a cicada's wing appeared. In an instant, she and the sword disappeared at the same time. The extreme speed made it difficult for people to see clearly. Dikue's pupils shrank, and he dodged subconsciously. Chang-Ing broke through the sky, like a shadow following the body. The white-clothed impermanence's figure was like an illusion, extremely fast, and the cold sword, each sword faster than the last. "Your speed is not bad. No wonder you are so confident." Dikue's halberd blocked wave after wave of attacks, and he said coldly, "It's too early to be surprised." Before the flowers fell, the black-clothed impermanence also moved outside the battle. The sickly king flashed by, and his murderous intent was deadly. Just as the underworld's black and white impermanents were fighting Dikue, for figures flashed over from the intersection of the three regions of red Luan, all heaven, and purple myrtle. Looking at the endless starry sky before them, they stopped in their tracks. The leader of the four, Jun Wentian, said, "The place that the Saint Arbiter mentioned is here. The underworld should not be far away." Xing Huizong took a step forward and released his divine consciousness, probing the surrounding heaven and earth with all his might. After a long time, Xing Huizong withdrew his divine consciousness and said solemnly, "There's nothing here." Did the Saint Arbiter calculate wrongly? No. Moon Illumination Zong shook his head and said, "The Saint Arbiter can't be wrong. There must be some restriction or formation that blocked our divine consciousness." In the underworld, in the imperial palace of Bien City, which had always been in charge of guarding the 10 palaces, Jen Air sensed something and flashed out of the imperial palace. Separated by the divine restriction, Jen Air looked at the distant starry sky, and his eyes darkened. The people from the Devil Palace actually found this place so quickly, and it was much earlier than planned. Could it be that the Saint Arbiter from the Devil Palace had already calculated their whereabouts? Chapter 939. In the Red Phoenix star field, on a life star destroyed by the flames of war, the black and white impermanents came for their lives. In the battle, the Earth Chief held the halberd in his hand and resisted the impermanence's killing intent. The Ill King and Doomsday clashed, and terrifying shockwaves shook, destroying everything around them. In the dust, the white impermanence flashed, and the extremely fast sword was merciless. Fast, 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 the sword came from the underworld. The two stunning swords worked together to suppress the Demon Palace's Earth Chief. When the two experts worked together, their battle prowess was astonishing. In the tremors, the dust around the three of them surged. The sword and halberd clashed, and cold stars filled the eyes. Demonic waves and black flames shook, rumbling through the starry sky. With a deep shout, the Earth Chief's figure moved, waving his heavy halberd. He fought one against two, showing his astonishing battle prowess. Il King's 3 sons soared. 3 suns appeared, and black flames surged. The Black Impermanence waved his sword and fought the Demon Palace's Earth Chief. Frightening deity and ghost sigh. The black suns fell, and the Earth Chief's expression turned serious. He immediately broke through the air, splitting the sky. With a boom, the extreme powers clashed. The two of them retreated several steps at the same time, and there was no clear winner. At this moment, the White Impermanence's sword arrived, aiming for the Earth Chief's throat. Seeing this, the Earth Chief leaned back, dodging the sword light. He turned his halberd and slashed at the White Impermanence in front of him. The halberd sank, and the sword light became faster. The White Impermanence moved, and he retreated hundreds of feet away. The battle was in a stalemate. Unknowingly, 100 moves had passed. The Black Impermanence waved his sword to shake off the battle, and his expression turned serious. No. Why haven't the Demon Palace and the other 2 sects appeared yet? Thoughts flashed through his mind. The Black Impermanence's sword split the 100 suns, and the black flames burned the sky and boiled the sea, drowning the world. The black suns fell from the sky, and their power was shocking. The abnormally powerful destructive power scorched the land within 1,000 miles. Retreat! The Black Impermanence sent a voice transmission, and his figure flashed, retreating from the battle. On the other side, the White Impermanence's eyes narrowed, but out of trust in the former, he retreated without hesitation. In the battle, the Earth Chief blocked the Black Impermanence's halberd in the burning black flames, and retreated again and again. With a rumble, the mythical doomsday slashed apart the 100 suns. The earthly chief looked at the horizon with a heavy expression. In the distance, a woman's voice could be heard from the 2 streams of light, one black and one white. What happened? There's a change in the plan. The 3 sinners from the Devil Palace did not show up. The situation doesn't seem right. We have to hurry back as soon as possible, the man replied. Are you saying that something has happened in the underworld? The woman asked. That's possible. The saint of the Devil Palace isn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he really did discover the traces of the underworld before us, the man replied. As the 2 of them chatted outside the divine restriction of the underworld, June Wentian, Devil Palace, and the other 2 sects joined forces and spread out their divine senses to search for the underworld. In front of the 10 halls of the netherworld, the kings of hell walked out one by one. They looked at the man in front of King Bianqing's hall and asked, Is knowing destiny not back yet? No. Sword 2 shook his head. He looked at the 4 people in the distance and said, Get ready to fight. With the divine seal of the underworld, can they really find this place? In front of King Qingguang's hall, Luo Xingqian asked, Although the divine seal of the underworld is strong, it is not a complete divine seal. As long as it is not complete, there will be flaws. June Wentian and the 3 sinners are not ordinary experts. They might really be able to find it. Mu Qianshang said in front of King Song's hall. In the starry sky, June Wentian, Sun Moon, and Star stood in one direction. They activated their techniques and worked together to activate the divine seal. In an instant, demonic qi surged for 10,000 miles, shaking the heavens and earth. Rumble. With a huge tremor, the demonic qi destroyed a meteorite. Instantly, talismans were destroyed and repaired by themselves, repairing the divine seal. The situation changed in an instant. 10,000 li away, the expressions of the 4 supreme powerhouses of the Devil Palace froze. They sensed the fluctuations in the distance, and their gazes all shifted over. Found it. June Wentian waved his right hand, and the moon reversal appeared in his hand. Break it. The sun, moon, star, and 3 sinners stepped forward and said calmly. The 4 of them flew over at the same time and stopped 10,000 miles away. 9 revolutions, mysterious art. The moon reversal spun as June Wentian activated his true essence. In an instant, a shocking sword light soared into the sky, covering 10,000 feet. It was dazzling. Stars crossing. Behind him, sun, moon, star, and star used their ultimate techniques. The divine sun, devil moon, and star splendor moved, assisting the devil palace's #1 guardian. In front of the underworld's 10 halls, the Yama kings raised their hands and put on their evil face masks. Their figures flashed and rushed into the sky. 10 figures gathered their true essence and activated their techniques, working together to protect the divine seal. With a loud rumble, the strongest experts from the underworld and the devil palace clashed. The divine seal, formed by thousands of meteorites, shook violently. The stars sank and the sky fell. In the sky above the 10 halls, the 10 strongest experts from the underworld groaned. Their true essence surged violently. Outside the divine seal, June Wentian, sun, moon, and star splendor suffered a backlash. Their true essence surged, and they were forced to retreat several steps. "It is indeed here," June Wentian said in a deep voice as he steadied himself and looked ahead. Again, Xing's Splendor Sect said, "No matter how strong the array is, it has a limit. We just need to attack continuously. This array won't be able to last for long." Ming Yuzong looked at the meteorites floating around and said, "This array seems to be formed by the stars. It won't be easy to break it. It doesn't matter. As long as it has a form, the moon reversal is the biggest nemesis." June Wentian said coldly. The moon demon divine weapon in his hand reappeared. Amidst the heavy devil essence, the divine sword slashed through the air and landed on the stars. With a loud rumble, hundreds of stars fell rapidly and shifted their positions. The world-shocking divine weapon frightened the Brahma ghosts. The meteorites couldn't be blocked, and the divine seal showed a flaw. Behind them, the sun, moon, and star splendor sect worked together again. Heavy devil essence swept out in all directions. The 3 of them, who were almost invincible under the 4th level, used their full strength to break the divine seal again. With a loud rumble, figures inside and outside the divine seal groaned at the same time. The corners of their mouths turned red. After a series of collisions, the divine seal of hell shook violently and showed signs of instability. At this moment, in the distance, 2 figures, one black and one white, passed by quickly. They were 10,000 miles away, but when they felt the fluctuations in the distance, they sped up and rushed forward. 10,000 miles away, the first guardian of the Devil Palace and the 3 Sins sect worked together and broke the divine seal again and again. The fluctuations became more and more shocking. Sickly King's 100 sons soared. Just as the divine seal was about to open, black flames suddenly spread out. 100 suns roared in the sky and intertwined. Seeing this, June Wentian and the 3 Sins sect retreated quickly, avoiding the destructive black suns. "It's you again." Seeing the newcomers, June Wentian's expression turned cold. "Everyone, you've come from afar. Welcome." The black-clothed Wu Chang said coldly. He looked at the 4 people in front of him and said, "Please excuse me for a moment. I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clothed Wu Chang's figure entered the divine seal behind them and disappeared instantly. The 4 people focused and stepped forward. Layers of sword light broke through the sky. The white-clothed Wu Chang blocked them with his sword and said calmly, "Everyone, please wait for a moment." Chapter 940. The myriad heavens, red lawn, and purple myrtle were the borders of the 3 realms. The Devil Palace's 3 sects and the First Enforcer had joined forces to search for the foundation of the underworld. At the crucial moment, the black and white deities rushed back to block the attacks. Before the divine restriction, the black-robed figure entered it and instantly disappeared. Within the divine restriction, the black-robed figure appeared. He looked at the Yama kings in front of him and said, Female Supreme, Jen Air, Ai Ran, Qinging Luofei, stay behind to protect the divine restriction. The rest of you, come with me. Everyone obeyed. Luo Xingchen, Luo Xin, Mu Qianshan, Qianxia, and Yi Xuanmiao flashed out of the divine restriction. Under the impermanence mask, Ning Chen activated the phoenix demon ability in his body. Instantly, he turned into two and appeared separately. The black-clothed impermanence and the red-clothed Yama took a step forward and left the divine restriction. Outside the divine restriction, Jun Wentian and the three sects looked at the Yama kings walking out from the divine restriction, and their expressions stiffened. Behind the 5 Yama kings were the Anitya Hell Guards and the Yama kings. You're all truly capable to be able to locate the location of hell so quickly. In front of the 5 Yama kings, the red-clothed Yama king looked at the 4 people in front of him and said coldly, What's the point of hiding? Hell's destruction is a foregone conclusion today. Nobody can save you. Among the 3 sects, the Starlight sect looked at the Yama kings in front of them and said coldly, Let's see if you can do it. The red-robed Yama waved his hands. Amidst the blood-colored light, his astral souls manifested as cold sword qi gushed forth, suppressing Qin Wentian. Hand this person over. Jun Wentian took a step forward and clenched his fist, causing the moon and water to spin rapidly. Boundless devil qi surged out, revealing his terrifying cultivation base. In order to avenge the death of the Moon Weaver girl, Jun Wentian changed his usual indifference. With the Moon Demon Divine weapon in hand, his killing intent was fully revealed. At the side, the white-clothed impermanence was just about to step forward to help when the black-clothed impermanence stretched out a hand to stop him. Your opponent is not him. After he finished speaking, the black-clothed Wu Chang looked at the leader of the 3 sects, the Dark Universe sect. His eyes were as deep as an abyss as he said coldly, This person is our target. White impermanence looked over and nodded after a while. If you want revenge, then come with me, the red-robed King Yama said in an indifferent voice before taking a step forward and flying into the distance. Jun Wentian's eyes turned cold. With a flicker of his body, he followed after Qin Wentian. On the other side, the black and white impermanence walked up and faced the head of the 3 sections. The atmosphere was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. Luo Xin blocked the Moon Illumination sect, while Luo Xin assisted Luo Xingchen. Star Mark drew his bow, and a 7-colored brilliance illuminated the world. In the final battle, Mu Qianshan and Yi Xianmiao's dual swords joined hands to fight against Xinghui. Qi Yan Xia condensed her qi, and the might of the extreme emperor, heavenly scripture, reappeared. Boundless purple qi assisted the dual swords. As soon as the battle began, it reached its peak. The Sun sect, Moon sect, and Star sect displayed their peerless prowess. With every move they made, earth-shattering phenomena appeared. Their supreme Taoist arts suppressed the Yama kings. In the distance, the red-robed Yama was facing off against the number 1 protector of the Devil Palace. His astral soul and inverted aquaselenic moon clashed unceasingly. This was sword art, sword chi, and sword intent. The Yama king judged one's life and death. Frost danced on the astral soul sword that shone with a bloody light. The coldest sword light moved rhythmically in the snow. The peerless foundation, the only sword, was undoubtedly displayed. Jun Wentian's heart was filled with endless killing intent. However, he was unusually calm when he attacked. With the divine weapon in his hand, the power of the 9 revolutions' mysterious technique multiplied. Devil Chi surged, and the battle entered its climax. 9 heavens, star plucking hand. The 2 swords crossed. The red-robed Yama's left hand sank, and the Qilint's ultimate skill appeared again. Jun Wentian leaned to the side and dodged the powerful palm. He clenched his left hand into a fist and struck back forcefully. With a rumble, The force of the fist brushed past his shoulder. In the distance, a meteorite shattered. Gravel fell like rain and scattered in all directions. In the peak battle, the killing intent was shocking. The palms crossed and the swords were majestic. Two strong limbs connected. Every punch hit the flesh. 9 revolutions, mysterious technique. Ghost weep. The devil technique was activated. Devil waves surged on his fists. Blood splattered as the heavy punch landed. The red-robed Yama snorted. The sword in his hand slashed across. The sharp sword chi cut through the armor, bringing out a dazzling scarlet waterfall. 1-on-1. There were no schemes, only the purest martial arts. Only death would stop. Yama King judged the third watch. Avicii heaven wails. The ultimate martial art, hell on the sword, appeared. The red-robed Yama gathered his energy and pushed his martial arts to the peak. Suddenly, red light spread and a bloody sword soared into the sky. Jun Wentian's expression turned serious. Devil chi surged around his body. The 9 revolutions, mysterious technique, rose to the peak. The brilliance of the divine weapon illuminated the world. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. Stars rose and clouds fell. The extreme vision was shocking. The 2 moves collided. The Yama King descended and the devil technique split open the sky. Ugh! With a snort, the 2 swords splattered. Under the extreme power, the 2 figures each took a few steps back. Blood gushed out of their sword-wielding hands. Just as the 2 peak experts of the world were clashing, the other 3 battles were getting more and more intense. Yama, Wuchang, and the 3 sections. The situation was constantly changing. No one dared to be careless. In the most intense battle, Mingyu stood in the divine sun, attacking and defending as one. His terrifying cultivation was fully displayed. Facing the combined attack of the black and white Wuchang, he was not at a disadvantage. Remnant wind, fleeting shadow. The Chang'ing sword rang. The white Wuchang passed by quickly. The extremely fast sword disappeared in an instant. Channeling his martial arts, the Chang'ing sword became more transparent. The sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing was almost invisible under the extreme speed. In the divine sun, Mingyu Zong's eyes narrowed. He turned his palm and gathered his energy. Qi surged around his body and blocked the sword. The white Wuchang did not retreat. The Chang'ing sword in his hand spun rapidly. The sharp sword broke through the divine sun's obstruction. The sword entered 3 inches and approached the heart. The fast sword kept moving forward. It wanted to break the undefeated legend of the 3 sects and restore the glory of the underworld. In an instant, the black Wuchang's figure arrived. The sickly king's divine sword pierced the divine sun. Black flames burned the sky. Back off! The sword entered a little. Mingyu Zong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his palms and counterattacked. The black and white Wuchang turned their palms to block. With a bang, they both retreated. After retreating 10 zhang, the white Wuchang stepped on the ground and used the momentum to leap forward. His sword intent rose to the extreme. In an instant, the heaven and earth sank. Endless sword light gathered from all directions. 10,000 swords formed. Huge sword wings appeared behind the white Wuchang. In the next moment, the sword wings shook and the white Wuchang disappeared. With an even faster speed, it surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. Man and sword became one. Before the divine sun could recover, the sword pierced through the gap. With a groan, Mingyu Zong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his palm and a scorching current rushed past. With the danger looming, the black Wuchang's figure arrived. The sickly king met him. Black flames burned the world and blocked the current of the divine sun. Blood splattered and dyed the mask red. The black Wuchang did not retreat half a step. He increased his martial arts and blocked the demonic attack. His martial arts and foundation collided head-on. The Black Wu Chang's injuries continued to accumulate. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the Black Wu Chang fight for an opportunity, the White Wu Chang's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to hesitate. The huge sword wings behind him shook again. With a clear shout, he pushed his martial arts to the limit. Shadow-bearing rhythm entered another 30%. Heaven, wasteland, prohibition. For the first time in hundreds of years, he experienced the feeling of being injured again. The killing intent in Ming Yuzong's eyes became more and more intense. He raised his palms. Suddenly, a vigorous, primordial force gathered. The power surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. It was infinitely close to the legendary Fourth Realm. The supreme pressure shocked everyone. As the killing intent approached, the Black and White Wu Chang's expressions darkened. They stepped forward and quickly retreated. However, heaven wasteland prohibition sealed the surrounding heaven and earth. It was difficult to move quickly. As the danger approached, the Black Wu Chang immediately blocked in front. He raised his palm and the Ling Long celestial pagoda flew out. It shone brightly and protected the two of them. As the prohibition descended, the terrifying power collided with the Ling Long celestial pagoda. In an earth-shattering collision, the Ling Long celestial pagoda's brilliance dissipated. The aftershock pushed the two of them back another 10 feet. Due to his identity, he could not fully display his martial arts. The Black Wu Chang looked at the red llama in the distance. His eyes flashed. In the distance, the red llama felt the demonic body's gaze. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. After receiving the response, the Black Wu Chang shouted in the battle. The demonic aura that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. Suddenly, the meteorites in a radius of 10,000 miles shook violently. They could not bear the extreme demonic power. On the opposite side, Ming Yuzong's eyes flashed. Demonic qi. The Black Wu Chang of the underworld was actually a demon? Demonic technique, heaven's tear. The Black Wu Chang released his martial arts and gathered all his martial arts. The Black Wu Chang used heaven's tear again. Suddenly, the power of resentment soared into the sky and converged with the immortal killing qi, turning the surrounding 1,000 miles into a gloomy hell. I didn't expect you to be hiding such a powerful force. Feeling the pressure coming from all directions, Ming Yuzong's eyes turned solemn. His demonic aura surged, and the divine sun around him shone brighter to resist the power of resentment. After a moment, the Black Wu Chang moved. Demonic waves rolled and black flames surged. Unparalleled demonic power slashed down with 10,000 layers of flames. The ability of the sick king shocked the world. The divine sword slashed down, and the sharpness of the immortal killing qi was unparalleled. The divine sun could not block it, and it crumbled inch by inch. Ming Yuzong raised his palm, and hot air surged to block the divine sword. The two demonic auras collided, and the shockwaves spread out. The battle in all directions was affected and retreated. So, the underworld still has such a master hidden in it. In the distant battle, the sword and palm clashed continuously. Jun Wentian sensed the change in the battle on the other side and said coldly, "There are many things that you don't know. Is there anything strange?" The red llama raised his palm and blocked the divine weapon with one palm. The moment his figure fell, he stomped his foot and stopped falling. No matter how much you hide, you won't be able to change the outcome of your defeat. 9 revolutions, mysterious art. 9 changes of turbid heaven. With a shout, the 9 revolutions, mysterious art appeared again. The divine weapon in Jun Wentian's hand changed shape, and 3 sharp points and 2 blades appeared in the world. The sudden change shocked everyone. The red llama couldn't dodge in time, and the divine weapon pierced his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. With a groan, the red llama took a step and quickly retreated. His body overflowed with cold air and sealed the wound. Dance of butterflies, heavenly king! At this moment, the void behind him suddenly twisted. A water sleeve extended out and wrapped around the red Yama's body. The blood-haired woman in blue walked out of the void. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. The flower burial tear in her hand trembled as if she was crying. Chapter 941. At the border of the three regions, the underworld was in a dangerous situation. The four strongest experts of the Demon Palace were pressuring the underworld. They were infinitely close to the fourth level, and their combat power was extremely strong. The Yama kings of the underworld were in a difficult battle. At the crucial moment of the battle, the demonic butterfly appeared again, trapping the Yama king with her water sleeves. The situation was critical. Seeing that he was being attacked from both sides, the red-clothed Yama let out a deep roar. His body was surrounded by blood mist, and a strange divine weapon that had changed its shape flew out from his body. The moment he held it, blood-red patterns spread out from the sword hilt and pierced into his arm. The divine weapon was a bloodline symbiotic. After being nourished by the undying divine tree for 10 years, the cracks on the sword gradually healed, and its shape also changed greatly. Compared to the past, the sword body was deeper, and blood-red patterns could be vaguely seen. The divine weapon with a majestic aura appeared once again. With a roar, the sword pressure swept out. The water sleeves that were trapping the Yama king in red instantly shattered, turning into a rain of cloth that scattered with the wind. The knowing destiny sword appeared, and heaven and earth sank together. The divine weapon resonated with one another, and in order to defy the underworld's crisis, it went through life and death together again. No matter how much you struggle, you won't be able to change your fate. 9 revolutions, mysterious art. 8 dragons defying martial arts. The divine weapon showed its might, and the 3 pointed blades danced in the wind. June Wentian activated his demonic essence, and 8 dragons flew out from his body, breaking through space. In order to take revenge for the Moonweaver, June Wentian abandoned his martial artist's heart and turned into a vengeful demon. Demonic waves rolled on the 3 pointed blades, and the 8 dragons coiled between heaven and earth. Yama King's judgment, doomsday heavenly punishment. The 4 origins were activated at the same time, and the Yama King in red robes used the Yama King's ultimate skill. Water, fire, wind, and lightning appeared in the sky, and thunder and fire descended. The terrifying scene of doomsday appeared again. The 2 ultimate martial arts clashed, and the sky was instantly overturned. The 2 groaned at the same time, and their bodies were dyed red again. Butterfly dance, Yama King. Behind them, demonic butterfly's demonic energy surged, and a black butterfly danced. Behind her, huge butterfly wings spread open, and the flower burial sword slashed down, splitting the starry sky. In front, the Yama King in red robes felt it. He turned around and waved his sword to block the sword light. With a loud thump, Yama was forced back another 3 steps. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger had ruptured, and fresh blood had dyed the tip of his sword red. The combined forces of the demonic butterfly and June Wentian were able to overwhelm even the leader of the Yama Kings of Hell. Seeing that he had the upper hand, June Wentian waved the divine artifact in his hand and channeled the black dragon demonic energy. Behind him, the demonic butterfly also activated the power of its butterfly wings. Her figure flashed past, burying the life. 2 swords collided with 2 weapons. With a loud bang, demonic chi soared into the sky. The demonic butterfly raised its hand to grab the former's arm. Dim light filled the air. The 9 underworlds, heaven, devouring demonic scripture reappeared, wanting to devour the latter's essence. Upon seeing this, the red-robed Yama took a step forward and quickly evaded the spreading dark light. While the various parties were engaged in a bitter battle, The Yama kings who were in charge of guarding the divine restriction looked at the battle outside with solemn expressions. We can't keep waiting like this. Let's make a move as well. Jian-tu said solemnly, That won't do. Ji Ming instructed us to stay behind and guard this place. If all of us go out and there are still powerhouses hiding in the Demon Palace, it will truly be troublesome. Madame Luo calmly said, Given the current situation, either we go out, or Ji Ming and the others reveal their identities and fight with all their might. Otherwise, there's no way out. Sword Tu said in a low voice, Since young Master Ning asked us to guard this place, we should believe in him. On the side, Aaron Ming, who had been silent all this while, softly said, I believe in him. However, who can guarantee that he won't sacrifice himself for the greater good? You all know Ji Ming's character. Jian-tu looked at the crowd with a heavy expression. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. What Jian-tu said wasn't impossible. If things didn't work out, Ji Ming was likely to do something crazy and let himself bear all the consequences to protect everyone. Just as everyone was hesitating in the King Pingdeng Palace, the black-robed king opened his eyes and walked out of the main hall. Demonic Qi rose again. In an instant, he arrived above the 10 palaces. Looking at the battle outside, he said faintly, There's no need to fight anymore, other than the female supreme and Miss Qingying. Everyone else, with the order of Yama, attack. Seeing the figure in front of them, Aaron Ming, Madame Luo, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect him to come out of the palace. Z, how are your injuries? Madame Luo asked with concern. It's nothing serious. The black-robed king looked forward and raised his hand to cover his Yama mask. He said calmly, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the king came out of the palace and the demon's sword appeared. The madness of doomsday appeared once again. Behind him, Madame Luo, Aaron Ming, and Jian-tu fell silent for a moment. Without hesitation, they stepped out of the divine restriction. The 10 Yama kings came out at the same time. The 4 strongest cultivators of the demon palace were stunned. Looking at the Yama kings who walked out, their eyes flashed. You all! Seeing the people who walked out, the red-robed Yama's expression changed immediately. Is everyone here? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from above the void. In the next moment, the space distorted and a figure in blue walked out. Behind him, 2 figures followed. One of them had a beautiful face and a black battle armor tightly bound her body, fully revealing her exquisite figure. In the battle, the expressions of the Yama kings changed. The Demon Palace's saint and Di Kuei? Are they the 10 Yama kings? Just as everyone's eyes were focused on Jia Tiance and Di Kuei, beside Di Kuei, a white-robed young man looked at the figures in the battle and smiled. Yes. Jia Tiance nodded and said with a calm expression, How is it? Can these people arouse Di Kuei's interest? Not bad. They live up to their reputations. With these people, it's no wonder the Demon Palace has suffered such heavy losses. Di Kuei nodded and smiled. No need to talk nonsense. Since we've found the location of the underworld, let's send them on their way. Di Kuei looked at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice, You're still so impatient. I'll go greet them first. Di Kuei smiled and walked forward step by step. Looking at the 4 new Yama kings of the underworld, he smiled and said, Everyone, I'm Di Kuei of the Demon Palace. Greetings. The leader of the 4 Yama kings, the black-robed king's expression, didn't change. Demonic Qi surged around him as he said indifferently, Let's change locations. Sure. Di Kuei nodded politely. The 2 moved at the same time and disappeared from the center of the battle in an instant. It seems that my opponents are you. Di Kuei waved his hand and the doomsday myth appeared. The demon halberd appeared in his hand. Wrong. Your opponent is me, not us. Under the Yama mask, the Aaron King walked forward and said with a smile. She was dressed in a pink dress. You alone? Di Kuei sneered. I alone am enough. Aaron King said softly. The battle between the two sides started again. Jia Tyance stood in the air and looked at the two remaining Yama kings in front of the divine restriction. He said calmly, "What about you guys? Aren't you going to help? With the sacred priest here, how could we dare to leave so easily?" In front of the divine restriction, Gen Tu waved his hand and held his sword. Sword intent surged out from his body and responded from all directions. Thousands of sword energies rushed over. Chapter 942. At the border of the three regions, the underworld was in a battle of life and death. The appearance of the demon palace's heaven and earth kings added another variable to the battle. The four Yama kings faced the enemy. Xia Zi and Ai ran faced the heaven and earth kings. The battle started again. In front of the divine restriction, Sword 2 held his sword. Half of the broken sword shone brightly. Heaven and earth sensed it. Thousands of swords gathered, and the broken sword was renewed. There are so many sword supremes in the underworld. Your identities have piqued my interest. Jia Tyance looked at the white-robed Yama in front of the divine restriction and said calmly, "Lord Saint Arbiter, you have mobilized so many people to come here. We apologize for not going out to meet you." Sword 2 took 2 steps forward and said calmly. Jia Tyance smiled faintly. He looked at the battle and said, "The 10 kings of hell and the black and white impermanents are all here. I wonder when the Lord of the Underworld will show himself. My lord has something important to do. It's inconvenient for him to show himself." "Please forgive me, Lord Saint," Sword 2 said calmly. "I see." Jia Tyance responded softly. He smiled coldly and said, "However, I still want to meet the Yama king of your sect. Please make it convenient." "Sorry I can't today. Please forgive me," Sword 2 said calmly. "That's a pity." Jia Tyance's eyes gradually turned cold. He stepped forward and said, "Since you don't want to give way, I can only force my way in." In front of the divine restriction, Sword 2's expression darkened. His sword intent surged like rain, crisscrossing and spreading in all directions. "Luofe, stay here. Don't leave," Sword 2 instructed. His figure flashed, and he turned into a sword and swept forward. Jia Tyance raised his hand. Black and white chess pieces flew out and turned into swords. 2 chess swords, one black and one white, appeared. The moment he held them in his hands, the world around him suddenly sank. Heaven's secrets were disturbed, and the wind and clouds surged. With a clang, the black chess piece blocked the sword. White light flashed, and the white-robed Yama appeared. He pointed his left hand, and Sword Chi broke through the air. Jia Tyance's expression didn't change. He waved the white chess piece in his left hand and blocked the former sword. They exchanged several moves. Each move was dangerous and strange. Sword 2's eyes narrowed. His expression became more and more solemn. "No." After 10 moves, Sword 2 waved his sword and shook off the battle. He looked at the former with a dark look in his eyes. His technique had been completely replicated. "Did you notice?" Jia Tyance said faintly, "How are you going to solve 2 versions of yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light flashed. Jia Tyance moved and waved the white flag. It was the exact same move as before, and he responded strongly. Sword 2 swung his sword to block the attack, only to see black chess sword edge slashing towards him again. The 2 swords moved with 2 moves, as if it was 2 against 1, making it impossible to guard against. After more than a dozen exchanges, Sword 2 gradually fell into a disadvantageous position against the black and white ghost swords that were working together to kill him. Strange martial arts appeared for the first time in the world. The saint of the demonic palace displayed the ability of mirror shooting, giving the enemy a taste of their own medicine. His 2 swords crisscrossed, and killing intent filled the sky. Just as the situation on this side of the battlefield was becoming clearer and clearer, In the other two battlefields, the heaven and earth kings also displayed their most terrifying combat prowess. As they moved, the world shook, unable to withstand the heaven and earth kings' shocking cultivation base. In the battle, facing the terrifying cultivation of the heaven and earth chiefs, the bodies of the two kings were already dyed red. However, at the moment of life and death, neither of them took half a step back. The netherworld will definitely be destroyed today. In the battle in the distance, Jun Wentian said coldly. The divine weapon in his hand shone brilliantly, overturning the world and suppressing the former's sword. On the other side, the butterfly in the flower waved the flower burial tears. Her knife technique was the only one in the world. The figure of the red-clothed Yama kept moving, and his two swords fought against two heroes. His eyes swept across the dangerous battlefields, and his expression became more and more serious. In front of the divine restriction, Jia Tiant's white ghost sword edge pierced through the white-clothed Yama's left shoulder, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. Back off! Black chest swung the sword edge, and the majestic vital essence vibrated. With a bang, it shook the swordsman in front of him away. Jia Tiants stepped forward and looked at the divine restriction in front of him. The black and white go swords shone brilliantly, and the sword slashed down from the sky. Seeing that the divine restriction was about to be broken, Luofei moved and blocked the sword light. Her slender hand condensed vital essence, sealing the world. Boom! The martial arts of the heavenly book mirror shooting were in a stalemate for a moment. The absolute gap between their cultivation bases was gradually revealed. The world was opened, and the sword light broke through the sky. You are all bad people. At this moment, the divine restriction shook, and a slender figure walked out. She was wearing the small mask that her master had given her, and the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. She raised her hand and pulled out the golden hairpin that bound her hair, waving it forward. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The golden hairpin, carved with dragons and phoenixes, shone brilliantly. Wherever the golden hairpin passed, the starry sky split open and spread forward rapidly. Shi Wang hairpin! Jia Tian saw this, and his expression changed. His figure flashed, avoiding the celestial weapon's sharp edge. So this item has already been obtained by the netherworld. Jia Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step in the air, and his figure turned back, avoiding the Milky Way, and swept forward. In the distance, the red-clothed Yama's expression changed drastically. He could not care less about the sharp edge on his body. He took a step and hurriedly swept forward. The sword light flashed, bringing out a waterfall of blood. In the blood, the red-clothed figure disappeared and rushed to the divine restriction. The black chess pieces, sword light, flashed past, piercing toward the person in front. Under the mask, Er's eyes shook. She wanted to dodge, but she could not. At this critical moment, the red-clothed Yama's figure flashed past, and he raised his hand to grab the black chess piece's blade. He allowed the blood to flow, but he was not willing to let go. Who allowed you to come out? Go back! The red-clothed Yama shouted angrily. Under the mask, Er's body shook, and tears appeared in her big eyes. She said, I want to help you. As she spoke, Jun Wentian and Demonic Butterfly had arrived in the distance. With the three strong cultivators in front, the situation was even more critical. The red-clothed Yama waved his sword and pushed the demonic palace's saint away. He pulled the girl beside him behind him, and he looked at the three strong cultivators of the demonic palace in front of him. Blood kept dripping from his hand that was holding the sword. Behind him, Er's eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to go back. She could see that the netherworld was in danger. Although Ning Chen was powerful, with so many strong cultivators from the demonic palace, how long could he hold them off? The battle was in danger. The red-clothed Yama looked at the various battles and clenched his fists. He could not hesitate any longer. or the battle would be irreversible. However, if he chose to do so, his identity would be completely exposed, and the arrangements that he had made all along would be disrupted. The situation was critical, and there was no time to think. Ning Chen raised his hand and reached for the Yama evil mask on his face. Just as he was about to take off the mask, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the universe. A sword, light, broke through the haze and swept over quickly. "Sorry, I'm late." As the voice fell, many figures appeared in the void. In the lead, Lin Yuzhen, who was wearing a handsome king's robe, looked at the Yama kings who were fighting hard and said, "Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen, and Jia Tiance looked over and saw the strong cultivators that appeared. His eyes narrowed, and he said, "Ji family's Saint Lord Ji Wechu." "Saint Lord, we greet you." Ji Wechu took 2 steps forward and smiled. Chapter 943. The war in the underworld was in danger. Just as the red-clothed Yama decided to take off his mask and attack with all his might, the phoenix cry echoed in the sky, and a sharp sword light pierced through the sky. In the starry sky, silhouettes appeared one after another. Their powerful aura covered the starlight, shocking everyone. Led by Prince Qi and the master of Ji family, many experts from Beiki and the Ji family came together to suppress the underworld. It was a powerful lineup. Beiki and the Ji family sent out all their elites to help the underworld fight against the demon palace. The 3 sects and the 2 chiefs of heaven and earth sensed the situation. Looking at the many experts who came, a strange expression flashed across their faces. It was beyond their expectations that Beiki and the Ji family dared to take the initiative to fight against the demon palace. Lin Yuzhen, Ji Wechu, you will regret what you did today for the rest of your life. Retreat. Jia Tiance did not hesitate any longer as the opportunity to destroy the underworld was lost. He ordered the army to retreat. In the various battles, the supreme powerhouses of the Devil Palace retreated one after another and stood behind the Saint Arbiter. In the next moment, a strange light flashed, and the figures of the Demon Palace left together, disappearing between heaven and earth. As the Demon Palace retreated, the 10 kings of hell and the black and white impermanents swept past and came to the front of the divine prohibition. They bowed to the experts of Beiki and the Ji family without saying a word. "Friends, please enter the underworld for a chat." The leader of the palaces, the red-clothed Yama, looked at the crowd and said, "You're welcome." Lin Yuzhen and the master of Ji family smiled at the same time. They responded and walked forward. The red-clothed Yama waved his hand and the divine prohibition opened. The underworld appeared in its entirety. Everyone walked in together and disappeared. Qingxue. Just as the white-clothed impermanence was about to enter, Ning Chen spoke under the Yama mask and stopped him from entering. Mu Qingxue stopped and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Follow me." The moment the red-clothed Yama and the black-clothed impermanence crossed each other, a ray of light flashed, and the 2 impermanences in black and white disappeared quickly. After the divine prohibition, the master of Ji family looked back and saw the 2 impermanences outside the divine prohibition. He looked at the red-clothed Yama and said, "After the battle just now, the 2 impermanences didn't come back to rest." The red-clothed Yama shook his head and said calmly, "They still have things to do. Master, this way." Ji Wechu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He followed the former and walked towards the Yama King Palace. The 10 kings of hell entered King Yanlua's palace, followed by the powerhouses of Beiki and the Ji family. "Everyone, please have a seat." The red-clothed Yama said, "Many thanks." Everyone expressed their thanks and took their seats according to their status. Opposite him, the 10 Yama kings sat in order. Their faces were covered with evil masks, concealing their original appearances. Hell is so different from what I'd imagined it to be. I've learned something new. The leader of the Venerables, the Ji family's sacred leader, looked at the 10 kings of hell in front of him and smiled. What does the Holy Lord imagine the underworld to be like? the leader of the 10 kings of hell, the red-clothed king of hell, said, "The appearance of hell." Ji Wechu said calmly, "Sacred Master must be joking." The red-clothed Yama smiled faintly and said, "Men, serve tea to our esteemed guests." As soon as she finished speaking, a slender and graceful figure walked into the hall with large strides, and then she served tea to everyone. Who would have thought that even a girl from the underworld would be at the treading immortal realm? Among the supreme elders of the Ji family, one of them sighed and said, "This is my disciple. She hasn't been practicing her martial arts properly. She has embarrassed herself in front of everyone." The leader of the Yama Kings, the red-clothed king of hell, replied. Under the mask, Een heard the former's evaluation and almost couldn't help but pour the tea in her hand on his face. She pouted secretly and obediently served the tea before retreating. "Jiming, were you the one who arranged for the Ji family and Beiqi's reinforcements?" Beside the red-clothed king of hell, a king of hell in a black and white cloak asked through telepathy. The red-clothed king of hell nodded. "Before I planned to expose the location of the underworld, I asked Prince Chi to go back and ask for reinforcements just in case. However, I didn't expect that the Demon Palace would find the whereabouts of the underworld first, much earlier than the original plan. As a result, Prince Chi and the Ji family's reinforcements couldn't arrive in time, and everyone suffered heavy injuries. This time my plan went wrong, I'm sorry." "It's not your fault." Under the Yama mask, Mu Qiansheng shook his head. "No one can predict everything. We have already been very careful. For the Demon Palace's sage to be able to discover this place, it can only mean that this person still has methods that we do not know of. Fortunately, you arranged a backup plan, so the underworld did not suffer too many losses." "Oh right, where is Mu Qingxue?" "I've arranged for her and the phoenix body to do something," the red-robed Yama replied via voice transmission. While the two of them were chatting, two figures, one black and one white, rapidly flew through the all-heaven starfield. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. "What is it?" Mu Qingxue asked. "To the devil domain." Ning Chen replied. Mu Qingxue was startled after hearing this. "Demon domain? There's no need to be surprised." The phoenix body said calmly, "In order to destroy the underworld today, the Demon Palace has dispatched all of their experts. Right now, the Demon Domain's defense is at its weakest. With our speed, we will definitely be able to reach the underworld before the Demon Palace's sage and the 3 sects. We cannot waste this opportunity. Before the Demon Palace's experts return, we must quickly investigate the Demon Domain." Hearing this, a complicated expression appeared in Mu Qingshue's eyes. They had just experienced a battle of life and death with the underworld. Not only her, the other 9 Yama Kings had likely not recovered their calm yet. Only he was able to maintain absolute calmness at a time like this. He immediately thought of investigating the Demon Palace before the Demon Palace's sage returned. Sometimes she truly felt that his calmness was somewhat frightening. In the boundless starfield, 2 rays of light grew faster and faster, racing against time. In the Demon Domain, numerous palaces stood tall and majestic. The scene was extraordinary. Just as the sun was about to set, 2 figures arrived at the horizon with extreme speed, arriving before all the cultivators of the Devil Palace. "Take off your masks. Right now, there is no need for us to use the identity of the underworld." Ning Chen raised his hand and took off the evil impermanence mask on his face, returning to his original appearance. His red clothes appeared, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Mu Qingxue also raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Looking at the palaces in front of him, he narrowed his eyes and said, "There are still experts." "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, 2 of the 7 Sin sect's experts died in the battle. 1 was severely injured, and now there are 3 who have yet to return. Therefore, there should still be 1 who remains here." Mu Qingshue's divine sense swept over and nodded slightly, saying, "Let's go. Time is of the essence, let's go in first." After speaking, the two did not delay any further. Their figures flashed and flew towards the demon domain in front of them, with the heavenly book's cover and the chaos scroll's cover. The two figures disappeared, and no trace of their auras could be sensed. In the vast and boundless demon domain, groups of demon soldiers patrolled. There were countless experts who were hidden. The demon palace's foundation was astonishing. 2 rays of light flashed past, avoiding the patrolling groups and rushing towards the depths of the demon palace. "You seem to be very familiar with this place?" Mu Qingxue looked at the man leading the way in front of him and asked curiously. "Previously, for Zi Yi's injuries, I had the demon body hide here. Therefore, I have some understanding of the demon palace's terrain." Ning Qin explained simply. "I see." Mu Qingxue nodded. His gaze swept across the demon palaces as a serious expression flashed across his face. He didn't feel it clearly when he was outside, but now that he was inside, he could feel how terrifying the demon palace was. Almost every palace had a true realm expert guarding it. The number of experts in the demon palace was truly terrifying. After walking for 100 miles, the sacred palace of the demon palace appeared in front of them. The two paused for a moment and pondered for a moment before flying in. Thousands of treasures were displayed in the majestic sacred palace, shining with a dazzling brilliance. The throne at the highest point was empty, but it still gave off an indescribable pressure. The two stopped. Ning Qin looked at the throne in front of him, and a strange expression flashed across his face. This aura was exactly the same as the demon lord's. It seemed that the demon palace's master had entered the 4th realm. Beside the throne was a demon wand that symbolized royal authority inserted into the ground. It was dark gold and was luxurious. An abnormally strong demon qi flowed from it, surpassing any divine weapon. It was so heavy that it made it hard for one to breathe. Demon weapon, holy brilliance. Ning Chen looked at the demon wand beside the throne and squinted his eyes. It was the legendary weapon of the demon lords. "This trip is worth it." Ning Chen raised his hand and shouted. He activated all of his techniques. Suddenly, phoenix flames filled the sky. After the huge phoenix wings appeared, the majestic phoenix origin rose rapidly and reached the peak. Beside the throne, the demon weapon of the king's power sensed it and immediately vibrated. Waves of demon qi surged out to resist the phoenix fire. Holy and demon qi were natural enemies. They collided violently in the hall. The demon weapon that no one was controlling was not at a disadvantage at all. It forcibly resisted the phoenix fire. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue's figure flashed and flew to the front of the throne. He condensed his origin energy and released all of his techniques to suppress the demon qi of the king's power. With the two of them working together, the demon weapon of the king's power trembled. The surging demon qi was forced back little by little, and it was at a disadvantage. Knowing that the chaos scroll could not be hidden for long, Ning Qin took a step forward and also came to the front of the throne. The phoenix appeared behind him and forcibly swallowed the demon weapon of the king's power. When the demon weapon entered his body, it quickly backfired. Ning Qin groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Presumptuous! At this moment, a terrifying and abnormal aura quickly recovered from the depths of the demon palace. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky above the demon palace. It passed through many obstacles and slammed down. Retreat! Ning Qin forcefully suppressed the backfire in his body. He did not dare to stay any longer. He waved his sword and quickly retreated. Mu Qingxue's figure flashed and quickly followed. The huge hand slammed down, crushing the sword qi that soared into the sky and continued to slam down. However, the two of them had already retreated and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Phoenix! In the depths of the demon palace, A dignified and cold voice sounded. The cold eyes looked at the two people who disappeared in the distance. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. They actually dared to come to the demon area and risk their lives. These two were really bold. That red-clothed young man should be the 9th disciple of the Mo Gate that the saint mentioned. He was indeed extraordinary. The holy glory was taken away in the demon area. He had not come out of seclusion yet, but the 9th disciple of the Mo Gate had already taken him down. It was really interesting. When the saint returns, let him come and see me. In the endless darkness, the demon master's voice sounded. After that, there was silence again. Chapter 944. At the border of the 3 domains, 2 rays of light flashed across the endless starry sky. They stopped when they passed by thousands of meteorites. Ning Chan walked out of the phoenix transformation, but he staggered. After a series of battles and forcefully sealing the demonic weapon, holy glory, his body could not take it anymore. Mu Qingxue went forward and supported the former. He asked softly, "Can you still hold on?" "Yes." Ningchen nodded and smiled tiredly. "Let's go back first." The divine restriction was activated. The two of them put on their masks and stepped into it. In the 10 halls of hell, the kings of hell felt it. They looked at the sky and narrowed their eyes. They are back. In front of the King Yanluo Palace, the King Yanluo in red walked out. He looked at the black and white impermanence descending from the sky and said, "Everyone, please come to the King Yanluo Palace for a meeting." In the 10 halls, the kings of hell nodded and took a step forward. Their figures disappeared instantly. The black and white impermanence appeared. In the guest halls, the powerhouses of Beiki and Ji family also came out. They looked at the elites of hell gathered in the King Yanluo Palace with strange expressions. In front of the meeting table in the King Yanluo Palace, the kings of hell took their seats. The head of the 10 halls, the King Yanluo in red, waved his hand and closed the palace. He took off his mask and revealed a familiar face. Below him, the kings of hell also took off their masks. They looked at the 2 impermanences and asked, "Did you find anything?" The black and white impermanents raised their hands and took off their masks. With a loud phoenix cry, a phoenix manifested. Amidst the surging demonic chi, a luxurious, dark, golden scepter appeared. Boundless demonic chi swept through the entire palace, shocking everyone. In the next moment, the phoenix returned and merged into the main body. Below him, the kings of hell were shocked. They stood up one after another, their hearts trembling. "The demonic weapon, holy glory," Ning Chen said calmly. "The weapon of the past demon masters. Mu Qingxue and I sneaked into the demon domain to obtain it before the demon palace's saint and the others returned." What a terrifying demonic weapon! Below him, Mu Qinshan looked at the demonic weapon in front of him and said. All of the Yama kings nodded in agreement. This was only a weapon, and it hadn't even been used yet, but it was already imbued with such immense pressure. This was something that had never been seen before. One could imagine how terrifying this demonic weapon would be in the hands of the demon master. There is another piece of bad news. Ning Chen looked at the crowd and said, "When we were trying to snatch this item, the master of the Devil Palace woke up again and tried to stop us. It seems that this Devil Lord will be coming out soon. The Lord of the Devil Palace has already reached the 4th level. Even without the holy glory, his strength is not something we can match. Now, the location of the underworld has been exposed. Knowing Destiny's state, we have to make preparations again," Qi Yanxia said seriously. "I understand." Ning Qin nodded and said, "I'll set up another restriction outside the underworld. I'll need your help in this matter. Besides that, we have to prepare for the worst. If we can't do it, we'll immediately abandon this place. So, we need to find a new base in advance." Everyone nodded. Luo Xingqin looked ahead and said, "Leave the matter of finding a new stronghold to me. Although it is difficult to find a spiritual vein in this world, it is not impossible to find it. It will just take some time. Sure, Ning Chun replied calmly. Then the rest of you will follow me to set up the divine restriction. Knowing destiny state, I have something that I don't understand. Mu Qianshang spoke from below and said seriously, King Qi aside, why is the Ji family willing to take the initiative to go against the Devil Palace? With your relationship with the Ji family, it is impossible for you to influence the decision of the master of the Ji family. Whether the Ji family goes against the Devil Palace or not is not up to them. It is up to King Qi to decide. Ning Chen said calmly, the Baiki dynasty and the Ji family of the White Emperor City are neighbors. Once the Baiki dynasty goes against the Devil Palace, regardless of the outcome, the Devil Palace will not sit still. Being in the same region and even on the same star, the Ji family will not sit back and watch Baiki be destroyed by the Devil Palace. So, the Ji family and the Baiki alliance is a choice that has to be made. When everyone heard this, they nodded in understanding. It was true. If Baiki was destroyed, the Ji family's first opponent would not be the Baiki dynasty, but the ambitious Devil Palace. Knowing destiny state, we owe King Qi a big favor. Mu Qianshang sighed softly. Beiki's insistence on sending troops was undoubtedly because of King Qi. This move was equivalent to going against the Devil Palace in advance. The consequences were unpredictable. Ning Chen nodded and said, I know. Next, we will fight against the Devil Palace together with Baiki and the Ji family. This is our last chance. Once the spirit void is lost, the Devil Palace will control the 3 regions and take over the resources of the Ji family. No one in the world will be able to stop their footsteps. The kings of hell nodded. No matter what, now that Baiki, the Ji family, and the Demon Palace's energy had been diverted, the Ziwei Galaxy and the inner world were temporarily safe. Aaron, how is the strength of that Tian Kuei? Ning Chen looked at the woman below and asked seriously. Unmeasurable. King Aaron spoke softly. When we fought, he obviously did not use his full strength. According to my judgment, his strength is at least on par with the head of the 3 clans, Mengyu sect. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. This is troublesome. He knew the strength of Mengyu sect very well. They had almost entered the 4th realm and were very terrifying. Now, the situation is basically clear. Below the seat, the woman said calmly, Mengyu sect and Tian Kuei, if we don't use our full strength, we won't be able to contend with them. Next are Di Kuei, Yu Yao, and Xinghui. These 3 are equally powerful. It can be said that with everyone's strength, unless 2 or more of them join forces, it will be difficult to win. Jun Wentian is the biggest variable. At his peak, his threat is not weaker than Mengyu and Tian Kuei. However, he was severely injured by Shinji earlier, and his cultivation has declined. The demonic eye between his eyebrows seems to be unable to be used and is no longer at its peak. Of course, other than these 6, there is also the saint of the Devil Palace who is unfathomable. In this battle, the combat strength displayed by the saint is not weaker than anyone else. These wise men have always been good at hiding their strength. The kings of hell nodded gently. The strength of each of the Devil Palace's powerhouses could be said to be shocking. With the strength that they could use now, it was really difficult to deal with them. Female Supreme. Beside her, Mu Qianshang spoke and said seriously, I have a plan. I wonder if it will work. Hearing this, the woman looked away and said, Speak. I heard Jiming mention that there is a great formation in Chongling that can increase the speed of cultivation. Can we use this formation to increase our strength in a short time? Mu Qianshang said seriously. The woman frowned and looked at Jiming. She said, You have to ask him about this. While that formation is in Chongling, only your Jiming Marquis has truly entered in the past hundreds of years. This method is not feasible. Ning Chen shook his head and refused directly. There are no shortcuts in the world. Any opportunistic action will have a greater price. Compared to using that formation, I would rather you all expose your identities. Why? Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed. He said, "Give us a reason." Below, the kings of hell looked at the former, waiting for an answer. Jiming, the woman, said softly, "Tell them what to choose. It is up to them to decide." Ning Chen was silent. A moment later, he nodded and said, "Chongling's formation is similar to the time restriction in many ways. Through gathering spirit energy and accelerating the flow of time, it allows those who enter to increase their cultivation speed to the greatest extent. But there are gains and losses. The price of faster cultivation speed is the rapid loss of lifespan. This speed is beyond your imagination. Maybe 5 times, maybe 10 times. Making a deal with the heavens is never fair. What you lose is always more than what you gain." Also, when he spoke up to hear, Ning Chen paused for a moment and hesitated for a moment before he continued. "I presume all of you are aware of how difficult it was for me to step into the immortal treading realm from the perfection stage of the congenital realm. Besides my natural talent, to a certain extent, the abnormal methods I utilized to improve my cultivation and foundation all those years ago caused irreversible side effects. So, in these past 100 years, every step I took from the congenital realm to the immortal treading realm could be said to be bumpy and difficult to take a single step forward." Below, when the kings of hell heard this, they fell silent. At the head of the table, Ning Chen looked at the kings of hell below and said seriously, "Everyone listen to my advice. In terms of talent and willpower, you are the best of the best in the world. It is rare to see someone enter true realm or even true realm in 100 years. Not long in the future, you are likely to touch the threshold of realm 4. Do not destroy your own future at this time. What about you?" Mu Qianshang looked up and said gravely, "If we do not increase our strength, how can we fight against the experts of the MO Palace? We can ignore our identities and reveal all our strength. But even if we can stop the twin chiefs of heaven and earth and the 3 sects, if that MO master comes out of seclusion, who can stop him? Are you going to sacrifice yourself to stop him? 100 years ago, if you chose this, we had no other choice. 100 years later, we will not allow you to do this again. Good friend, the matter is not so bad." Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said, "No need to say more." Mu Qianshang directly interrupted the former and said coldly, "I have made up my mind. Female Supreme, please do me a favor." At the side, Female Supreme sighed softly and said, "Since you have made such a choice, I will do my best to help. Count me in." Opposite, Luo Xingqian smiled and said, "My cultivation was originally higher than theirs. Now that they have caught up, it is really embarrassing. No matter what, I have to find a way to surpass them. Count me in too." At the side, Jen Eyre said lightly and did not say anything else. "You." At the head of the table, Ning Chen's expression changed again and again. He was unwilling and wanted to persuade them again. "Jiming, put away your great principles. We have long been tired of listening to it. We will make our own decisions." Mu Qianshang interrupted the former again and said rudely. Below the table, Madame Luo smiled and said, "Then I will go too. Zi's injuries are almost healed. I can leave with peace of mind." Xia Zi frowned when he heard this. "Zi, Jiming still needs people here. Can you stay and help him?" Madame Luo reached out and held the hand of the man beside her and smiled sweetly. Chapter 945. For Yama kings of the 10 palaces flew out of the 10 palaces of the underworld and returned to the underworld. After the divine restriction was activated, the 4 figures flew out and disappeared. In front of the Yama palace, the red-clothed Yama king looked at the 4 of them in the sky and remained silent. Not far away, a woman in white walked out from the Hall of Impermanence. She looked at the figure in front of King Yanlua's palace, and her beautiful eyes flashed. "Miss Mu, do you regret it?" At some point in time, a beautiful figure appeared and spoke softly. Why would I regret it? Asked Mu Qingxue calmly. He turned around and looked at the chief disciple of the heavenly music pavilion. You chose to cultivate the great indifference and forget about the past, but you were willing to give up 100 years for him. I don't understand any of your choices, said Wu Qingying. I cultivated the great indifference because Huang City needed a second Xiantian realm cultivator. As for giving up 100 years, Mu Qingxue looked at the 4 people disappearing into the horizon and said calmly, if it were any of them, they would have made the same choice. There is nothing strange about it. Do you remember what happened in the past? Wu Qingying asked. No, said Mu Qingxue. The great indifference will strip away your memories bit by bit. The harder you work, the faster you'll forget. You'll become a person without a past. Do you really not regret it? Wu Qingying asked. No, said Mu Qingxue calmly. If I forget, he'll tell me again. That's what we agreed on. You two are really the strangest people in the world, sighed Wu Qingying. It's not that we're strange. It's that everyone wants a perfect ending, said Mu Qingxue calmly. I know that you all want me to be with him, but we can't go back to the past. Even if we go back to the past, we'll still make the same choice. I have my own responsibilities, and he has his own responsibilities. In this world, love isn't the only thing that matters. There are many things that are equally important. You're really similar, said Wu Qingying emotionally. Since you don't regret it, I'm relieved. Rest early. You've used a lot of energy in the previous battles. Mu Qingxue nodded and agreed. Wu Qingying glanced at the 2 of them one last time, and then she didn't speak any further before she turned around and left. In front of the king of Hell's palace, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman in white not far away. He smiled and said, "Want to go out for a walk?" In front of the Impermanence Palace, Mu Qingxue nodded and replied, "Okay." Taking a step forward, Mu Qingxue arrived before the King Yanluo's palace. Looking at the man beside him, Mu Qingxue said softly, "Let's go." Ning Chen nodded and walked forward. Under the moonlight, the 2 of them walked side by side. The territory of hell was vast and boundless. The 2 of them didn't speak much as they walked along in silence. Beside King Yama's palace, in a side hall, Nangong Chong stood quietly. Beside her, was holding a plate of snacks and eating them. After staring for a long time, Nangong Chong turned around and looked at the girl beside her with a smile. This girl walked a completely different path from knowing destiny. Her talent was extraordinary, and she even went through the baptism of phoenix blood. Whether it was talent or cultivation resources, no one could compare to her. Even though she didn't like to cultivate, she still entered treading immortal realm in 100 years. Knowing destiny pampered this girl to the extreme. He gave her whatever she wanted, adding the things that Man and Mu Qingxue gave her. This girl had a lot of treasures that no one could compare to. Where did you get the hairpin on your head? Nangong Chong asked with a smile. Hearing this, Ina nodded. She removed the golden hairpin from her hair, and as she ate the dessert, she replied, Ning Chin snatched this from the western celestial realm. I thought it was pretty, so I asked him for it. Nangong Chong took the golden hairpin and looked at it. Then she put it back in the hair of the girl beside her and said softly, this golden hairpin is Western Mother's personal item. It once shocked the 4 great immortal domains. It's even comparable to the 4 immortal swords. However, most of its power is sealed now, so it can't be used to its full potential. You must keep it well and don't lose it. Yes. I nodded vigorously and said, Ning Chen gave it to me. If I lose it, he will scold me. Nangong Chong chuckled and said, If you weren't naughty, he wouldn't bear to scold you. Now that your mistress Mu is supporting you, he won't dare to scold you even more. Hearing this, smiled happily and said, Nangong Chong, I heard that back then. You almost exhausted Ning Chen's lifespan. What happened? It's a long story. Nangong Chong said softly, back then, After the great calamity of the divine lands, your master's life source was exhausted. I originally wanted to use the soul-searching art to obtain the cultivation method of the life scroll before he died and help me break through to treading immortal realm. However, at that time, your master's 3 souls were incomplete and his memories were a mess. I had no choice but to use all of Changling's resources to save your master and help him repair his 3 souls. And then Nangong looked at the red-robed figure in the distance and continued, "Your master owed me a debt of saving his life and promised to use the life scroll to exchange for it. Therefore, I brought him to a forbidden land in Chongling and used a forbidden formation to help him cultivate the life scroll again. Unexpectedly, in the forbidden formation, your master's lifespan was exhausted unexpectedly, quickly. After I stripped away his cultivation method, his lifespan was also exhausted." Ian heard this before and asked fearfully, "How was it resolved?" "Northern Plains, Heavenly Music Pavilion." Nangong said calmly, "The Heavenly Music Pavilion has a soundtrack that can communicate with the great Tao of heaven and earth. With this item, the master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion has abilities ordinary people do not have and can even help people extend their lives." "So powerful," Ian said with an envious expression. "There is always a price to pay for everything." Nangong sighed softly and said, "Ian, do you know why the master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion agreed to help your master extend his life?" "Wasn't it you who went to ask for it?" Ian asked in puzzlement. Nangong shook her head and said, "No matter how good a relationship is, it cannot compare to 100 years. It was Mu Qingxue who used 100 years of his freedom in exchange for the master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion to extend your master's life for 100 years. I have been hiding this from him, so your master did not know." Hearing this, Ian's eyes shook and she had a disbelieving expression. Now that 100 years have passed and Mu Qingxue has regained his freedom, there is no need to hide this matter. However, if he does not ask, you do not have to tell him, Nangong said softly. Ian nodded vigorously and said, "Mistress Mu is so good. I will listen to Mistress in the future." Nangong smiled softly and said, "Mu Qingxue has always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. No matter what she cultivated or forgot, her nature will not change. The first time you met, she was willing to give you her travel scroll. This can be said to love the house and its crow, although she has forgotten, but it is impossible for there not to be any trace of what happened." In the distance, under the cold moon, the shadows of the two grew longer. After 100 years, they stayed together for a night. Chapter 946. Tens of thousands of miles of land in the Demon Zone. The Demon Palace's Saint, Double Kuei, and 3 sects had just returned. As soon as they appeared, a demon general immediately stepped forward. "Saint, the demon lord wants you to meet him immediately after you return." Jie Tiance heard this, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He asked what happened. When the saint and the other lords left, the 9th son of a Mo clan took the opportunity to sneak in and took away the holy glory. The demon general answered truthfully. Jie Tiance's face immediately darkened. How could this happen? After thinking for a moment, Jie Tiance glanced at the Double Kuei and 3 sects behind him and said, "Go back to the palace and rest first." Yes, the Double Kuei and 3 sects nodded and went back to their own palaces. After everyone left, Jie Tiance gathered his thoughts and walked to the deepest part of the Demon Zone. In the forbidden land of the Demon Zone, the endless demon land was silent and cold. The Demon Palace's saint in a blue brocade coat walked over. His calm eyes flashed a few times. "Demon Lord." In front of the demon cave, Jie Tiance bowed and greeted. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint brilliance rose in the demon cave. An unprecedentedly terrifying pressure rose, so heavy that it was shocking. "Saint, has the underworld been destroyed?" In the faint brilliance, a majestic voice asked. No. Jia Tiance shook his head. At the last moment, Prince Qi Linyuzhen and the master of Ji family arrived with reinforcements and saved the underworld. Oh! In the demon cave, a surprised voice sounded. The Ji family, the demon palace, didn't provoke them, but they provoked us first. It seems that they have forgotten the lesson after tens of thousands of years. Jia Tiance bowed and said respectfully, Prince Qi Linyuzhen and the 9th son of Mo clan have a close relationship. It's not surprising that they sent reinforcements. The Ji family must have had no choice but to help. After all, the Ji family and Beiki are neighbors. They must understand the principle of mutual dependence. Since they provoked us, the demon palace can't not respond. Let's set the next target as Lingxiu. The demon lord's voice came from the demon cave. Jia Tiance was silent. After a moment, he said, The Hall of the Dead exists at the border of the Spirit Void Realm. If the Devil Palace attacks the Spirit Void Realm, we may face both the Ji family and the Hall of the Dead at the same time. As for the Hall of the Dead, I will personally deal with it. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on dealing with the resistance from the Ji family and the underworld. The Devil Master replied from within the Devil Cave. Yes. Jia Tiance replied respectfully. Also, holy glory cannot be lost. Seize it back as soon as possible. The imposing voice rang out from the Devil Cave once more. Yes, Jia Tiance replied again. You may leave. This subordinate will take his leave. Jia Tiance bowed and walked out of the forbidden area. In the holy palace, Jia Tiance walked back. In the palace, a young man in white stood quietly. He looked at the saint of the demon palace and smiled. What's wrong? Did the demon lord's decision disrupt your plan? Jia Tiance shifted his gaze and looked at the white-robed man in the hall. He asked calmly, Why are you here instead of resting in your own palace? The excitement in my heart can't be quelled for the first time since I met an expert like the 10 Kings of Hell. So I came to have a chat with the saint. Tian Kuei smiled. Jia Tiance walked up the steps and looked at the embers beside the throne that had been burned down by the phoenix fire. He said calmly, If you are interested in them, you can help me capture one of them. Dead or alive, it's fine. Oh, Tian Kuei's expression changed. Even dead ones are fine? Sure. Jia Tiance replied calmly. That's strange. What use do you have for a dead person? Tian Kuei asked, puzzled. What I want to know the most now is what these people look like under their masks. It's impossible for so many experts to appear in this world out of nowhere. Perhaps the identities of these people will give us a surprise, Jia Tiance said calmly. Tian Kuei narrowed his eyes. After a long time he nodded and said, Wait for my news. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Kuei turned around and disappeared with a step. Jia Tiance stood quietly beside the throne. He looked at the traces left behind in the palace and fell into deep thought. At the same time in the underworld, Beiki, the Ji family, and the underworld had gathered to discuss the alliance. The 3 people at the head of the table, Prince Qi Linyuzhen, Ji family's holy Lord Ji Yuechu, and the underworld's lord of the underworld's king Yanluo Hall, proposed an alliance to attack and defend together. Today, the leaders of the 3 major forces represented the inheritances of the 3 forces and officially formed an alliance. Below them, the 4 kings of Beiki, the Ji family's grand elder Jiao, and the underworld's 5 kings all nodded without any objections after reading the draft of the alliance document. Now that they were facing a great enemy, there was no need for them to fight over small benefits and hurt the harmony of the alliance. Prince Qi, why don't I see Mr. Ning? Among the 3 people at the head of the table, Ji Yuechu spoke with a smile. Brother Ning has something to do and can't make it. Therefore, he asked me to represent him. Linyuzhen replied softly. Hearing this, Ji Yuechu nodded and said, That's good. Mr. Ning's strength is unfathomable. If he's willing to help, Our strength against the demon palace will increase greatly." Beside him, the red-clothed Yama nodded and said, "Previously, the ninth son of the Emo clan had joined forces with the underworld. The underworld also welcomes this person." Lin Yuzhen nodded and looked at the people below. She said calmly, "If no one has any objections, the alliance is complete. Next, we will discuss how to resist the invasion of the demon palace." Below, the three inheritors looked at each other and nodded in agreement. "Your Excellency, King Yama, you have fought with the demon palace several times. I'm sure you have some understanding of them. Do you have any good ideas?" Ji Wechu asked seriously. "I don't dare to say that I have good ideas, but I do have some suggestions," the red-clothed Yama said calmly. "The twin chiefs of heaven and earth of the demon palace, the Sun Moon Star sect, and Jun Wentian, who was the leader of the four guardians in the past. These 6 people's strength are almost above the half-step to the fourth realm. If we can't get rid of these powerful forces of the demon palace, we won't have any chance of winning even if we join forces. Therefore, the most important thing now is to weaken the top forces of the demon palace as much as possible. Even Prince Qi and I won't have an easy time dealing with the strong people above the half-step to the fourth realm. Moreover, the demon palace has these 6 people on the surface. This matter is very difficult," Ji Wechu said with a serious expression. "If we can't defeat them with brute force, we will use our wits." The red-clothed Yama said calmly, "After fighting with them several times, I have some understanding of the characteristics of these 6 people. Putting aside the Sun Moon Star sect for now, the twin chiefs of heaven and earth of the twin chiefs of heaven and earth. The earth of the twin chiefs of heaven and earth is an extremely conceited person. Relatively speaking, he is the most impulsive and his flaws are also the easiest to exploit. Also," a cold light flashed in the red-clothed Yama's eyes as he said, "Now the one with obvious flaws is Jun Wentian, who once gave us a huge headache. Therefore, I suggest that we first plan to get rid of these 2 people and temporarily stabilize the situation." "Jun Wentian? What do you mean?" Ji Wechu asked. "Of the 4 guardians of the demon palace, the Moon Weaver died in my hands. Even before she died, she still tried her best to protect Jun Wentian. It can be seen that the relationship between the 2 is extraordinary. Jun Wentian is now focused on revenge and has lost his usual calmness. In addition, he was severely injured by Shinji, and his cultivation base has yet to recover to its peak. This is the best time to get rid of him," the red-clothed Yama said calmly. Ji Yuechu nodded lightly after hearing this. Attacking the enemy's heart was twice the result with half the effort. Now that the 2 armies were at war, it wasn't considered despicable. The Earth Chief is now the commander-in-chief of the Demon Palace's punitive army. Usually, there will be at least 2 people from the 3 sects guarding her. If we attack her, we must finish the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the 3 sects are free, all our previous efforts will be in vain, the red-clothed Yama said seriously. It's possible to block the 3 sects for a while. However, in this world, who can get rid of a powerhouse above the half-step fourth realm in such a short period of time? Ji Wechu said seriously, "If 1 person isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Although the Earth Chief is strong, she still has her limits," the red-clothed Yama said calmly. "If we mobilize so many people, the Demon Palace will definitely notice something. It's not appropriate." Ji Wechu shook his head. "What if we have the help of the Chaos Scroll?" the red-clothed Yama said slowly. Ji Yuechu's expression changed when he heard this. He said, "The Chaos Scroll of the 10 Scrolls of the Heavenly Tomes." The red-clothed Yama nodded and said calmly, "The Chaos Scroll is now in Mr. Ning's hands. As long as he is willing to help, it will be easy to hide our tracks for a short period of time." Just as the 3 sides were discussing how to resist the Demon Palace, at the border of the Spirit Void domain, in the forbidden land of absolute beginning, a gloomy ghost energy lingered around. Not a single blade of grass grew within 1,000 miles. Amidst the fog, a majestic hall stood quietly. A powerful and heavy pressure constantly spread out from the depths of the hall, causing one to shudder. The Hall of the Dead was the strongest inheritance that was once as famous as the underworld. But after the erosion of time, it was now far from its former glory. Inside the Hall of the Dead, 2 powerhouses stood tall. One was dressed in black, like a demon. His aura was powerful, causing others to feel fear. The other was dressed in silver like a god. His temperament was noble and extraordinary. Mo Luotian and Di Mingtian, 2 people who came from different regions, gathered together once more. They sat and watched the changes in the world. After recuperating for tens of thousands of years, the Demon Palace's current strength is truly amazing, Luan said as he looked at the clouds outside the hall. This world has been silent for too long. The appearance of the Demon Palace and the reshuffling of the various forces isn't a bad thing, Di Mingtian lightly said. I'm just afraid that the Demon Palace will really quell the various resistance forces and unify the star regions, Mo Luotian said. How difficult is it to unify the world? The underworld and the Hall of the Dead were both stronger than the current Demon Palace, but they still couldn't unify the world. The Demon Palace's path forward won't be too smooth. We only need to wait and see, Di Mingtian calmly said. At this time, above the forbidden land of absolute beginning, demonic clouds swirled. An abnormally terrifying aura pressed down, surpassing the heavens and earth and shaking the world. They're here. Hall Master, prepare to welcome the guests, Di Mingtian lightly said as he looked at the horizon. As his voice fell, a figure shrouded in demonic energy slowly descended from the demonic clouds. The moment his feet touched the ground, the entire forbidden land of absolute beginning began to shake violently. The demonic clouds took shape, separated by the endless starry sky. Just a wisp of his consciousness suppressed the aura of all the powerhouses of the Hall of the Dead. Mo Luotian walked to the front of the hall. Looking at the figure gathered by the demonic clouds, he said, "The Demon Lord has graced us with his presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Chapter 947. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the winds and clouds changed. The Demon Lord had arrived, and a trace of his consciousness shook the entire area. Inside the nether hall, Mo Luotian walked to the front of the hall and personally welcomed the arrival of the Devil Palace Lord. "Devil Lord, please forgive me for not going out to meet you," Mo Luotian calmly said. "You're too courteous, Hall Master." The shadow formed by the demonic clouds opened its mouth and said indifferently, "I have come to inform you that the demonic palace is ready to send troops to the spirit void." "Oh." Hearing this, Mo Luotian narrowed his eyes and said, "Is this a warning from the Devil Lord to my nether hall?" Yes and no. Within the demonic clouds, the Demon Lord's voice rang out once more. "The Demon Palace has no intention of becoming enemies with the Hall of the Underworld. I promise that the Demon Palace will never encroach upon the territory of the Hall of the Underworld. I have shown my sincerity, and I hope that your Highness can show the same sincerity." When Mo Luotian heard this, a strange light flashed across his eyes. A moment later, he said, "Since the Demon Master is so sincere, my nether hall will naturally return the favor. As long as the Demon Master can keep his promise, my nether hall will not get involved in this mess. I'll remember your promise, Palace Master. We'll meet again." As he spoke, the demonic clouds soared into the sky and returned to the dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds dissipated and everything returned to normal. In the Hall of the Underworld, Di Mingtian looked at the Master of the Underworld in front of the hall and said indifferently, "This Demon Lord's ambition is not small. It seems that the spirit void will be in a bloody storm for a long time in the future." Di Mingtian turned around and walked into the hall. He said calmly, "People who walk different paths cannot work together. Let's see how long the Devil Palace can last." In the All-Heaven Starfield, a white-clothed young man stood in the starry sky, moving forward neither hurriedly nor slowly. The Devil Palace's Tian Kuei was a mysterious and powerful expert of the Devil Palace. After the battle with the underworld, he had left the Devil region to carry out the orders of the Devil Palace's sage. At the same time, in the underworld, the kings of hell returned to their respective positions. The powerhouses of Bakey and the Ji family also left one after another, waiting for the right time to come. In King Yenlua's palace, Ning Chun raised his hand and took off the evil face mask on his face. He walked out of the palace and looked at the departing crowd. His eyes flashed continuously. Being able to form an alliance with the Ji clan was of great significance in resisting the Devil Palace. As a lineage of divine blood, the Ji clan's resources could not be underestimated. With King Chi's help, they now had the qualifications to resist the Devil Palace. However, all of this was on the premise that the master of the demonic palace had not come out of seclusion. Once the demonic palace had a fourth-level combatant, the entire battle would tilt in their favor. We have already formed an alliance with the Ji clan. Are you still worried? The female Chong walked over and asked. Ning Chin came back to his senses and looked at the female supreme who was walking towards him. He shook his head and said, "Balance is only what it looks like now. Although I don't want to think about it. No one can deny the existence of the Demon Lord. He is the one who will truly decide the direction of this war." Fourth realm. Nu Chong sighed softly and said, "The path of cultivation is long and arduous. In the past, when I was still in the Xiantian realm, I could only dream of stepping into the celestial realm. Now that I have painstakingly taken this step, the legendary fourth realm has appeared. Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, you still don't know how high the sky is." Ning Chin looked at the sky above his head and said calmly, "None of us know if there will be a higher sky after we walk out of this sky. Our knowledge will always be limited to what we can see with our eyes. It's narrow and even false. Knowing destiny, what are you cultivating for?" Nu Chong asked softly. Ning Chin nodded and looked back at the servant girl, who was struggling with a table of pastries in the imperial palace behind him. He said softly, "I hope that they can always grow up without worries. I will not let them walk the same path that I have walked. I am asking about your own dreams." Nu Chong said seriously. Ning Chin fell silent. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "I have forgotten." Nu Chong sighed inwardly and did not ask any more questions. She changed the topic and said, "How confident are you in dealing with the Earth Chief?" 100%. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and said calmly, "No matter how strong a person is, as long as their weakness is magnified, their strength will be greatly reduced. I will make a careful plan for this matter. When the time comes, I will have to trouble your majesty to take action again. It is my duty." Nu Chong said softly, "Mu Qianshang and the rest have returned to the inner realm. The combat power of the underworld is getting more and more tense. The burden on your shoulders will increase again." "It is no problem." Ning Chin shook his head and smiled. "Now that I have the help of the Ji family and Bakey, all I need is to come up with a plan. Didn't Mu Qianshang say that I am full of evil thoughts? This is my strength. It is not too tiring." Nu Chong looked at the young man with dazzling white hair beside her. He is always so strong that people would unconsciously forget that he is actually not that different from them. Knowing destiny's strength and wisdom would always make people subconsciously rely on him. Perhaps even Mu Qianshang and the rest had forgotten that knowing destiny was not born with it. All of his wisdom were painstakingly thought out day and night without rest. Luo Xingqian has gone to look for a new spiritual vein. Once the news is sent back, I will immediately go and arrange it. If this place cannot be defended, it is not impossible to give up." Ning Chin said, "You must have spent a lot of effort here." Nu Chong said softly. Ning Chun smiled faintly and said, "Compared to the safety of my friends, this little bit of effort is not worth mentioning. Furthermore, if the Devil Palace wants to take over this place, they will have to pay a price. From tomorrow onwards, I will set up another time restriction outside the underworld. Female Supreme also has extraordinary attainments in the time restriction. I hope that Female Supreme can lend me a hand. Are you really planning to give up on this place? Nu Chang frowned. Yes. Ningchen nodded and said, These days I will turn the entire underworld into a forbidden land. Once the Demon Palace attacks again, this place will be our trump card to deal a heavy blow to them. Do they know? Nu Chang looked at the 10 halls and asked. They don't know yet. Ningchen shook his head and said, Once the new spiritual vein is found, I will tell them. It is still too early now. Knowing destiny, Nu Chang said. Ningchen asked. Cherish the people in front of you. Nu Chang looked at the Hall of Impermanence, not far away, and said seriously. Ningchen smiled and said, Nu Chang, don't worry. I know what to do. After saying what needed to be said, Nu Chang did not say anything else. After standing there for a moment, she walked towards the side hall. Ningchen, I am going to deliver some snacks to Mistress Mu. In the back hall, Yin walked out with a pastry box in her arms. She shouted and ran towards the Hall of Impermanence, not far away. Don't stay for too long. It's getting late. Ningchen said. Got it. Yin responded without even turning her head, and ran off into the distance like a wisp of smoke. In the Hall of Impermanence, Yin ran over with a pastry box in her arms. Seeing the white-clothed woman standing quietly in the hall, she said happily, Mistress Mu, I am here to deliver some snacks. Mu Qingxiwei snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the girl running over. An undetectable smile appeared on his beautiful face, and he said, Put it down. Chapter 948. The 10 halls of the underworld had a short period of peace. All the Yama kings were cultivating and preparing for the upcoming war. On the vast continent of the underworld, knowing destiny in plain clothes walked forward. The aura of time flowed around him like waves, leaving traces on every inch of the land. Not far away, Nu Chang raised her hand to form a seal, helping knowing destiny to set up the divine restriction. In front of the 10 halls, the Yama kings walked out one by one. They looked at the figure in plain clothes in surprise. After 100 years, knowing destiny had become more powerful. A wise man was good at scheming. No one knew how many trump cards knowing destiny had. It was because of him that the underworld was able to contend with the terrifying Devil Palace. In 10 days, Ningchen walked through every inch of the underworld. The marks of time were left behind. The entire underworld glowed. The divine restriction was about to be activated. The trapping immortal appeared and sank into the ground. It fell into the spirit vein below. In the next moment, a shocking scene happened. The trapping immortal's sword glowed red. The earth shook. Boundless spiritual chi gathered and entered the sword. It devoured everything in a destructive manner. In front of the 10 halls, the Yama kings felt it. They were shocked. What is knowing destiny doing? In front of the inconstant hall, Mu Qingxiwei in white walked out. She looked ahead. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Is he going to destroy this place? What is Ningchen doing? Behind her, Yin was holding a plate of fruits. Her body swayed left and right with the shaking ground. Her face was full of dissatisfaction. Your master may be preparing to abandon this place, Mu Qingxiwei said. Hearing this, Yin-er's beautiful face flashed with surprise. She asked, Where are we going? Luo Xingqian has already left to search for a new spiritual vein. This place has been exposed, and we cannot stay here any longer. However, with your master's personality, even if it is useless, he will still use it for its final use. I believe this place will soon become a land of death. Mu Qingxiwei said softly. Ina looked at her surroundings reluctantly. He had moved just like that without telling her. That was too mean of him. After an hour, the the shaking of the underworld gradually calmed down. Deep underground, the trapping immortal sword floated. Red light flowed and continued to devour the spirit veins' power. "Thank you for your hard work." Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the lady behind him as he spoke. Nu Chang nodded and said calmly, "The divine restriction has been set up and can be activated at any time. Unfortunately, the immortal execution restriction is missing. Otherwise, with the 3 divine restrictions together, even if the Devil Master were to come, we would be able to deal with him for a while. I've only seen the celestial execution prohibition once in the Eastern deity domain, so I don't know much about it. I'll try my best to make up for the missing parts. However, don't have too much hope," Ning Chen said honestly. "The transformations of divine prohibitions are complex and not something that can be grasped by humans. You are already rare in this world to be able to evolve the time prohibition and the yellow spring prohibition to such a degree. As for how many transformations of the immortal execution prohibition you can deduce, just try your best. There is no need to force yourself too much," the female Chang said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." Counting the days, the news from the Devil Palace should have arrived. Nu Chang nodded and walked towards the palaces in the distance. In King Yama's palace, the 2 of them walked side by side. Just as they were about to enter the palace, they saw a divine restriction trembling in the sky. A phoenix spread its wings and descended from the sky. "I'm back." Ning Chen turned around and looked at the figure descending from the sky and said. The phoenix dispersed and walked out. After 1 step, it came to the front of the King Yama's palace. It nodded and then returned to its original body. "You can start preparing." Ning Chen looked at the female Chang and beside him and said calmly. The female Chang and narrowed her eyes and nodded slightly. At the same time, in the Devil Domain, cultivators from the Devil Palace flew out endlessly and rushed towards the battlefield. The flames of war were about to rise. All forces were preparing with all their might and dared not be careless. Spirit Void Star Region, White Emperor City, Ji family's sacred palace. A secret report was sent in. In front of the main seat, Ji Wechu looked at the secret letter in his hand. After a while, Ji Wechu destroyed the secret letter, stood up, and walked towards the back of the sacred palace. In the forbidden area of the Ji family, where the millions of formation runes were sealed, Ji Wechu walked over. Looking at the dilapidated wooden houses in front of him, he bowed respectfully and said, "The 73rd Sacred Lord of the Ji family, Ji Wechu, respectfully invites the black and yellow ancestors to come out of seclusion." As soon as he finished speaking, in the forbidden area, the pressure of heaven and earth suddenly became heavy. In the 2 ancient wooden houses, a terrifying aura slowly awakened. The powerful energy shook the world. After a while, with a creak, the door of the wooden house opened. 2 old men in ancient clothes walked out. They looked at the master of the Ji family in front of them and said slowly, "What's the matter?" Fengming City, Beiki, in front of the imperial palace. Lin Yuzhen's slender hand clenched and destroyed the secret letter. Then she clenched her right hand and the Fengming sword flew out from the imperial palace behind her and disappeared into her hand. "The day has finally come. Pass down my order. From today onwards, Fengming City will be closed to all guests." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing above the 9 heavens. At the border of the 3 domains in the underworld, the kings of hell gathered in the King of Hell's palace. The war of demons was about to begin, and the kings were out again. "Everyone, the result of this war is very important. So I'm counting on you." Then Ning Chen stood up, picked up the evil mask in front of him, put it on his face, and said, "Let's go." Below him, the kings of hell also stood up, put on their masks, and followed him out of the imperial palace. In the sky above the 10 palaces, the divine prohibition opened amidst the rumbling, and a king of hell in a light yellow robe walked out. Without any hesitation, He rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the demon region's holy palace, Jietiance looked at the sky in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. King Wuguan of the underworld, why did she come out alone? After King Wuguan left, the divine prohibition of the underworld closed again, and there was no longer any sound. Half a day later, thousands of miles away from the underworld, a dim light flashed, and figures appeared one after another. In the lead, the three bodies of knowing destiny came out together, followed by King of Hell and Wu Chang. The war of demons was about to begin, and everyone's heart was heavy. "Haven't they arrived yet?" the female Chang asked. "According to the agreed time, they should be here soon." Ning Qin looked at the starry sky in front of him and said calmly. The crowd did not wait for long. In the distant starry sky, 3 streams of light flashed in front and back, and the powerful aura made the surrounding stars pale in comparison. "They're here." Looking at the 3 figures in front of him, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and said. As his voice fell, the 3 figures arrived. Their leader was Prince Qi, who held a phoenix cry in his hand. He was dressed in royal robes and had a heroic air about him. Behind him, 2 old men in ancient robes looked over at the plain-clothed youth in front of them. They said, "Are you the Mr. Ning that the sacred lord spoke of?" "You flatter me." Ning Qin stepped forward and politely bowed. With a respectful expression, he said, "Junior Ning Qin greets the 2 seniors. Common courtesy is useless. We don't have much time. Let's continue on our way," Patriarch Black and Yellow said. Ning Qin nodded. He glanced at the people behind him and calmly said, "Let's go." The female Chang, Luoshin, and the others nodded. Their figures flashed as they followed him towards the distant battlefield. Chapter 949. At the border of Red Luan and Spirit Void, the army of the demonic palace marched forward. The leader of the army, Di Kuei, was dressed in a tight black battle suit, showing off her exquisite figure. Behind Di Kuei were 10 generals. Their powerful auras were faintly discernible. Their cultivation was, at least, above the true realm. Lord Di Kuei, the Spirit Void starfield, is just ahead. At this moment, a black-clothed figure turned back and knelt down to greet Di Kuei respectfully. Hearing this, Di Kuei looked ahead and nodded. "Continue scouting." Yes, the black-clothed figure accepted the order and disappeared. "Lord, should we let the army rest for a day?" Behind him, a demon general asked. "Time is of the essence. Let's continue," Di Kuei said lightly. "Yes." The demon general obeyed and retreated again. The army of 100,000 continued forward. Demonic qi covered the sky like dark clouds, shocking everyone. In the Spirit Void territory, Ji Ming led the army of the demonic palace. Many figures appeared and stood on the path. Looking at the army of the demonic palace, their expressions turned serious. "Everyone, let's move," the red-clothed Yama said. Everyone nodded. Their silhouettes flashed as they rushed forward. "Phoenix Body, we'll leave the front to you." At the border of the starfield, Ning Qin looked at the 2 figures and transmitted his voice. "Don't worry." The red-clothed Yama nodded. He didn't linger and rushed forward. After everyone left, Ning Qin looked at the demon beside him and said, "Demon Body, get ready." "Okay." The demon body nodded and took a step forward, disappearing. At the border of the 2 territories, streams of light sped up. In a few breaths, they were very close to the army of the demonic palace. In front of the army of 100,000 demons, Di Kuei felt the aura coming from the front and narrowed his eyes. "Di Kuei, we meet again." Everyone stopped. The red-clothed Yama looked at the black-clothed woman in front and said, "King of Hell, why are you in such a hurry to die? Do you have a death wish?" Di Kuei snorted and clenched his fist. In the surging demonic qi, the legend of Doomsday reappeared. Murderous intent overflowed, startling the gods and ghosts. "Sovereigns, Are you still not going to show yourselves? The red-clothed Yama glanced behind the Earth Chief and said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the void rippled and Master Xingyu walked out. He looked at the crowd in front of him and stepped forward. Seniors, please, the red-clothed Yama said. The black and yellow forefathers of the Ji clan nodded. They stepped forward and stood in front of the Stellar Moon sect. You are from the Ji family. Seeing the symbol on the two old men's robes, Sect Master Xingyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Patriarchs Black and Yellow said nothing. They took a step forward and attacked at the same time. Sensing the formidable cultivation of the duo, the twin masters of the Starry Moon sect dared not let their guard down. They hurriedly drove their starlight and demonic moons to fend off the two intruders. With a rumbling sound, the mysterious yellow starry moon shook. Terrifying waves of energy swept out. They were evenly matched, and no one was able to gain the upper hand. Earth Chief, Your Excellency, please accept your death. The red-robed Yama waved his hand and held his sword as he spoke calmly. With just the two of you. The Earth Chief snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and his halberd split the sky and earth. Eternal instant. The demonic halberd approached. Behind the red-clothed Yama, King Chujiang moved. Under the ferocious mask, his red lips opened slightly. In an instant, time and space stopped. His words sealed the battle. Eternal instant stopped. On the side, the white-clothed figure moved. An extremely fast sword, an extremely fast shadow. The Chang'ing sword was unsheathed. The Earth Chief focused. He turned his body and avoided the sword light. The demonic halberd in his hand danced with an unstoppable momentum. The red-clothed Yama moved as well. The Avicii Hell Palace appeared in his hand and blocked the demonic halberd. The ghost and demonic weapons collided. The ferocious power shook the heavens and earth. The aftershock spread out. The Earth Chief advanced instead of retreating. He raised his hand and punched at the Yama in front of him. The fist arrived. Outside the battle, the woman moved. The 9 underworlds devour the sky, shook the heavens and earth as she blocked the demonic fist. Seeing this, the Earth Chief immediately retracted his move. He spun his halberd, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Silent, Samsara! In an instant, the Luo Shin reappeared with the power of the laws. She raised her hand to call for reincarnation and swallowed the demonic body. Do you think it's that easy? The Earth Chief shouted coldly. A dragon's sword. In an instant, the dragon roared and the divine halberd broke through the sky. 4 against 1. The Earth Chief is still not at a disadvantage. I'm impressed. Outside the battle, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. With a wave of her hand, the phoenix cry was unsheathed. In an instant, the phoenix cry filled the sky. Sword Qi met the attack. The dragon and the phoenix clashed. With a boom, they both cried out. Prince Qi joined the battle. The battle tilted. With the 5 strong cultivators working together, the Earth Chief was at a disadvantage. Whoosh! The sword light cut through the armor. The Earth Chief barely dodged the sword in front of him. He waved his demonic halberd, and the demonic waves poured out. The woman raised her hand. The power of the 9 underworlds continued to spread, trying to swallow the demonic body. Lords of the underworld, Prince Qi, the sacred minister, was right. You did come to launch a sneak attack. As he spoke, the divine sun's brilliance illuminated the world. An unusually strong figure walked out and appeared in the battle. Ming Yuzong. Everyone focused. Their faces darkened. The figures of the woman, Prince Qi, and the Luo Shen flashed. The 3 of them joined forces to block the leader of the 3 sections. Meng Yuzong's expression did not change. He raised his hand and activated the power of the stars. Blazing flames swept across the land and swallowed the battle. On the other side, the 3 strong cultivators left the battle. The pressure on the Earth Chief was greatly reduced. The demonic aura of the myth of doomsday kept surging. The red-clothed Yama and the white-clothed Wu Chang crossed their swords and joined forces to fight the Earth Chief. However, the battle tilted quickly. With only such strength, you dare to call yourselves Yama and Wu Chang. Where did you get your confidence from? The Earth Chief sneered. His attacks were even more violent. The demonic halberd danced like a dragon, creating a rustling wind. The battle has changed. Retreat. The red-clothed Yama's expression turned solemn. The white-clothed Wu Chang nodded. He took a step and quickly escaped. Do you think you can escape? The Earth Chief's figure swept out. The demonic halberd was raised to the sky. The 8-drought demonic dragon appeared and swallowed the two. Go! The red-clothed Yama waved his sword to block the demonic dragon. He groaned and took a few steps back. Seeing this, the white-clothed Wu Chang turned back and carried the injured Yama. They fought and retreated. In the other 3 battles, the Sun Sect, Moon Sect, and Star Sect looked at the battle that was getting farther and farther away. Their expressions turned serious. Being distracted in battle is too disrespectful to us. Under the Yama mask, Luafei raised her hand. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. Thunder and lightning covered 100 miles. In the distance, Yama was injured, and the battle was getting more dangerous. The white-clothed Wu Chang fought and retreated. He was distracted to protect Yama, and his speed was severely restricted. At this moment, another change occurred. Behind the two, the void swirled. A figure in the water-cloud battle suit appeared. He turned his palm and condensed yuan. He imprinted it on the white-clothed Wu Chang's back. Ugh! With a groan, blood splattered. The white-clothed Wu Chang staggered a few steps. He looked at the figure that appeared behind him with shock. June Wentian, it's you? Seeing the figure that appeared in the battle, the Earth Chief frowned and said, Why are you here? The Yama of the underworld is on the move. The Saint Arbiter is worried that something will happen here, so she asked me to come and help. June Wentian said indifferently. He stepped forward and said, Earth Chief, I have an irreconcilable enmity with the Yama King of the underworld. Can you give this person to me? The Earth Chief's eyes narrowed. After a moment, he nodded and said, Yes. Thank you. June Wentian replied softly. He looked at the 2 injured people in front of him. He turned his right palm. In an instant, demonic aura surged and gathered from all directions. The majestic demonic might shook the world. Now I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, June Wentian's figure rushed out. A shocking scene occurred. The afterimage disappeared, and the demonic figure appeared behind the Earth Chief. A shocking palm landed on the latter's chest. Ugh! With a groan, blood spurted out of the Earth Chief's mouth. He was caught off guard, and half of his heart meridians were shattered. You! The Earth Chief turned around and looked at the figure behind him. He said in shock and anger, You're not June Wentian. Of course I'm not June Wentian. As he spoke, the demonic figure raised his hand and put on the evil face mask. He said indifferently, The Wu Chang of the underworld has been waiting for a long time. Earthly Chief, are you satisfied with this round? At this moment, the void rolled, and a plain-clothed figure walked out. He looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, The 9th son of the Mo sect. The Earth Chief vomited another mouthful of blood. He looked at the figure that appeared with hatred. He couldn't hide his murderous intent. Friends of the underworld, thank you, Ning Chen said with a smile. The 2 Wu Chang of the black and white nodded quietly. They didn't say much. Their figures flashed, and their killing moves were deadly. The sickly king's appearance, blade covered the sky with black flames. It was hard to distinguish its speed. The black and white Wu Chang of the black and white Wu Chang of the black and white Wu Chang of the underworld joined hands. Their killing moves were like a storm, endless. With the serious injury in front of him, the Earth Chief's body couldn't be used. He fell into a dangerous situation. Yama judgment, Yellow Springs extradition. With a light shout, the white tiger slaughter divine weapon appeared again. The Yama's divine zither appeared. Ning Chen's body was fully activated. He concentrated his yuan energy, and a mysterious sound echoed. The Yama's divine zither was full of killing intent. The Earth Chief blocked the two swords with his halberd. Before he could react, the killing zither entered his body, and his consciousness was in intense pain. The mysterious sound devoured his soul. The Earth Chief's body staggered. The two swords pressed down on the halberd and pierced into the demonic figure's body. The Earth Chief took a few steps back. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the two people in front of him. He raised his hands and grabbed the two swords that entered his body. "Let's go to hell together." The Earth Chief's true chi surged. In an instant, a violent demonic aura surged out, shaking the stars in the sky. "You want to die together with me? You're not qualified." As he spoke, the red-clothed figure flashed. In an instant, a sword went for the throat. "You!" The Earth Chief was shocked by the unbelievable scene. This speed he knew the truth, but he couldn't say it. Blood spurted out of the Earth Chief's throat, dyeing the sky red. In the distance, the sun sect, moon sect, and star sect felt it. Their expressions changed. They flipped their palms, shook off the battle, and rushed forward. Retreat. In the battle, they didn't continue fighting. Their figures flashed and disappeared. In front of the spirit void territory, Ning Chen looked at the dead Earth Chief. He sighed and said, "Retreat." The Earth Chief was undoubtedly a strong warrior. It was a pity that he died in a conspiracy. However, this was war. In the next moment, the four figures flew away. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the starry sky. After a few breaths, the sun sect, moon sect, and star sect arrived. Seeing the dead Earth Chief, their faces turned ugly. Chapter 950. After the battle in the spirit void weave, the Yama Kings of the underworld quickly retreated, leaving no trace behind. The sun sect, moon sect, and star sect arrived before the collapsing star. They brought the Earth Chiefs who had died in battle away from the battlefield. Inside the Devil Palace's sacred hall in the Devil Domain, Jietians, who was dressed in a blue brocade robe, was deep in thought. All of a sudden, his expression changed to one of disbelief. How could this be? Saint Priest. At this moment, in the main hall, the void swirled, the divine sun appeared, and the three sects appeared. In the middle, Meng Yuzong carried the corpse of the Earth Chief who had died in battle and stepped forward. "Earth Chief!" Jietians extended his hand and immediately dropped it. He clenched his fists tightly as his killing intent involuntarily overflowed and filled the entire sacred hall. What happened? Jietians lifted his gaze and looked at the three sects before him. Reporting to the Saint Minister, Miao Yuzong opened his mouth and reported everything that happened before in detail. When Jietians heard this, the light in his eyes became colder and colder. It turned out that King Wuguan of the underworld had made a move just to attract his attention. However, what he couldn't figure out was how the underworld had managed to hide from his eyes by sending so many experts. The ninth son of Mo Gate, the black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Jietians said in a low voice. Although the four of them were powerful, the earthly chief was not weak either. Even if he was no match for them, he should have been able to hold on until you came to his rescue. Why did he die so quickly? This is what we don't understand. Miao Yuzong's expression turned serious as he said, "The Earth Chief was set up to leave the battlefield. By the time we noticed, the Earth Chief's aura had already disappeared." Upon hearing this, Jietians silently stepped forward to take the Earth Chief's corpse. He then turned around and walked towards the back of the sacred hall. In the spirit void starfield, many figures flew past. After traveling for half a day, everyone stopped and said their goodbyes. The Ji family, the black-yellow race, and Lin Yuzhen were the first to rush towards the White Emperor planet. After the three of them left, the Yama kings of the underworld didn't delay any longer. Instead, they changed directions and hurried back to the underworld. At the border of the three regions, thousands of miles away from the underworld, King Wuguan had completed his mission as bait to lure the demonic palace's attention away. At this moment, demonic clouds surged above the starry sky, and an abnormally terrifying aura pressed down. White-robed, walked out from the demonic clouds. He looked at King Wuguan of the underworld, and a smile appeared on his face. "King Wuguan, what a coincidence," Tian Kuei softly said. Tian Kuei. Under the Yama mask, Qi Yanxia's expression turned serious as she spoke slowly. "The Holy Arbiter has ordered me to bring one of you back. Since we've met by coincidence, please allow yourself to be captured." Tian Kuei smiled. "What if I say no?" Qi Yanxia asked in a low voice. "That's a pity." Tian Kuei sighed and landed. He looked at the person in front of him and raised his hand. "Please." Qi Yanxia's eyes narrowed, and purple gas surged out of her body. The dynasty's fate was added to her body, and she activated the genuine qi around her. Tian Kuei raised his hand, and demonic qi gathered in the sky. With a palm strike, the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture, Galaxy Brilliance. The celestial scripture of the Emperor reappeared. Qi Yanxia activated all her martial arts to block the demonic palm that was descending from the sky. The destiny of the mortal realm blocked the demonic waves. With a loud bang, Yama was pushed back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. There was a clear disparity between their cultivation levels. Just one move was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Qi Yanxia's gaze swept across the surrounding demonic qi, and a serious look flashed across her eyes. This was troublesome. "Trying to escape?" Tian Kuei smiled. "It's a pity that you won't have the chance. Surrender to avoid suffering. The Yama of the underworld can only die in battle." Qi Yanxia said coldly. Her figure flashed, and the dynasty's destiny, crazily, surged out. 8 dragons gathered, shocking the world. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture. 8 dragons defying the world. The peak martial arts of the Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture appeared. In an instant, the roars of dragons filled the sky. 8 dragons coiled around each other and charged toward the demonic cultivator in front. This was a shocking move that could make ghosts and gods flee. Even someone as strong as Tian Kuei had a serious look on his face. With a low shout, the demonic qi around him surged, forming a barrier in front of him. The 8 dragons, shaking the demonic qi, rumbled and resounded through the starry sky. The might of the 8 dragons shook the heavens and the earth. The demonic qi barrier shook violently, showing signs of collapse. After a moment of stalemate, the 7 dragons dissipated one after another. The last dragon broke through the restraints and charged toward the demonic cultivator in front of him. Tian Kuei raised his hand to block the dragon qi. With a thump, he took half a step back. "What a strange martial art. Your identities are making me more and more interested." The smile on Tian Kuei's face became even more brilliant. He took a step forward and instantly charged forward. He raised his hand and slapped out. Demonic waves surged like the waves of the sky. Every movement of his caused the stars to shake. It was extremely terrifying. After exchanging several blows, blood dyed her battle clothes. Qi Yanxia flipped her palm and shook off the battle. She looked at the supreme expert of the demonic palace in front of her and shouted. Her true essence surged, and her long hair danced wildly. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture. Samsara blood prison. True essence flowed in reverse and broke through the restraints. Qi Yanxia's body surged with a bloody mist. Her demonic appearance was shocking. She was like an evil spirit wreaking havoc in the world and reappearing in hell. How long can you last with true essence flowing in reverse? Tian Kuei asked with a soft sigh, under the blood-stained Yama mask. Qi Yanxia did not say anything. Her figure shot out like a blood phoenix. With the support of a forbidden technique, her cultivation increased by several times as she charged toward the demonic cultivator in front of her. Tian Kuei did not dare to be careless when facing the Yama of the underworld, whose cultivation had greatly increased. He pushed all his demonic qi to block the killing move. Blood qi and demonic qi intertwined as the two extreme powers clashed. Blood flowed continuously from the body of the Yama. However, her fighting spirit became more and more dazzling, making it difficult to look straight. Valiant expert, you are worthy of Tian Kuei using his full strength. With a shout, demonic qi split open the sky. Amidst a world-shaking phenomenon, a black pillar of light pierced through the starry sky. The stars within 50,000 li shook violently, unable to bear this world-shaking demonic power. Seeing that the demonic cultivator had completed his task and had taken off the Yama mask, Qi Yanxia let out a shrill cry. The last of her blood, qi, frantically burned. Half of the starry sky was dyed blood-red, turning into hell. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture. Return to the great desolation. The final move of the Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture appeared for the first time since its creation. Qi Yanxia raised both her hands, and an indescribably vast force rapidly spread out, swallowing the world and returning it to the great desolation. The two extremes clashed. Amidst the world-destroying terror, many large stars collapsed. The aftershocks continued to spread, swallowing up the starry sky. Arg! In the starry sky, a waterfall of red splashed out. The Yama's figure retreated several steps, his life force rapidly dissipating and burning away. On the other side, blood dripped from the corner of Tian Kuei's mouth. He was injured for the first time. You are very strong, stronger than I expected. However, this is your limit. Tian Kuei stepped forward and extended his hand towards the mask on the Yama's face. The origins of the Yama of the underworld had always been the greatest mystery in the demon palace. Today it would be revealed. Roar! Just as Tian Kuei's hand was about to touch the mask on the Yama's face, streams of draconic qi held out once again, coiling around the world and blocking the demonic cultivator's hand. Tian Kuei looked at the blood gushing out of his hand and frowned slightly. Does he still have the power to resist? Amidst the 8 streams of draconic qi that filled the sky, the Yama stood silently. He did not move or say a single word. After a moment of stalemate, Tian Kuei's eyes narrowed slightly. Something's not right. I can no longer sense any life force from this person. As he stepped forward, streams of draconic qi sensed him and roared toward him. Tian Kuei raised his hand, and demonic qi stirred, blocking the streams of draconic qi. The 8 draconic qi dissipated, and there was no longer any obstruction in front of the Yama. Tian Kuei extended his hand to take off the Yama's mask. Suddenly his expression changed, and he rapidly retreated. A purple stream of draconic qi coiled around the Yama's body, and then it exploded with a bang. Amidst the terrifying impact, the Yama's figure rapidly dissipated, completely devoured by the draconic qi. Tian Kuei's expression darkened as he looked at the scene in front of him. Even if he died in battle, he still wanted to destroy his own physical body. The Yama of the underworld had impressed him. Unfortunately, he had not been able to capture a Yama with such a good opportunity. It would be very difficult to succeed in the future. At the same time, in the royal palace of the 5 senses, a jade tablet shattered, symbolizing the fall of the Yama and his soul returning to the world. In the various palaces, the Yama of the various palaces sensed this, and their expressions all changed. Haze, Streams of light flashed through the various palaces, rushing toward the royal palace of the five senses. At the very front of the palace, the shattered jade tablet was scattered on the table. It was so dazzling that it was hard to believe. What exactly happened? The Aaron Ming King said, her expression completely cold. At the side, the expressions of Xiazi, Yishuan Miao, Wu Qingying, and the others were all grave, and their killing intent was difficult to suppress. At this moment, the divine restriction above the underworld opened, and Ji Ming and the others who had been fighting far away descended from the sky. Something's not right. Ning Chen's expression turned grave as he sensed the auras of the people gathered in the royal palace of the five senses. Something seems to have happened. Nu Chang also sensed the abnormality and said, "Let's go." Ning Chen said, and his figure flashed, rushing toward the 10 palaces. Streams of light flashed in front of the royal palace of the five senses. Ning Chen led the way, and several people walked into the palace. When they saw the shattered jade tablet on the table, their pupils constricted. How could this be? Nu Chang and Luoshan walked forward and looked at the jade tablet on the table. They could not hide the sorrow on their faces. They had only left for a few days. How could this be? Jiming. Everyone turned around and looked at the plain-clothed figure at the entrance of the palace, waiting for the latter's orders. Ning Chen walked forward silently, walking past the crowd without saying a word. "My name is Qi Yanxia." In the past, in the Tower of Sharpness, that beautiful and confident figure had never lived as anyone's shadow. Empress Hayes was stunning and unique. "Wait for me to come back." After standing in silence for a long time, Ning Chen turned around and glanced at the crowd. Without saying anything, he walked out of the palace. The next moment, a stream of light flashed out of the 10 palaces and disappeared. At the same time, on the second floor of the Waning Moon restaurant in Jinxi City, the owner of the Waning Moon restaurant, who was brewing tea, suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked out of the window. A stream of light flashed by. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. This world was always filled with the helplessness of life and death. Hong Wan, go get a jar of good general's token. A distinguished guest is coming. Waning Moon put down the teacup in her hand and said, calmly, "Yes." On the first floor, Hong Wan replied respectfully. In the starry sky, the phoenix spread its wings and flew quickly. Its speed was getting faster and faster. The phoenix could not hide its killing intent. Its murderous aura surged, and the demonic aura circulated. Wherever it passed, the space was torn apart. In the sky above Jinxi City, the phoenix materialized and descended from the sky. She took a step forward and instantly swept into the Waning Moon restaurant. Chapter 951. Jinxi City, Waning Moon Tavern. Ji Ming showed up and walked directly to the second floor. On the second floor, the door of the Ming room opened to welcome the guest. Ji Ming walked in and looked at the figure in the room. He said calmly, "House Master, I want to make a deal." Waning Moon Tavern Master put down the scissors in her hand and nodded. "Okay. Hong Wan, bring the wine." "Yes." Outside the room, Hong Wan walked in with the general's token and placed it on the table. She poured wine for the two and stood aside quietly. "Brother Ning, please sit down." Waning Moon Tavern Master walked up and said. Ning Chin walked to the table and sat down. He said directly, "I need to borrow the Ming scroll." Waning Moon Tavern Master narrowed her eyes. "Brother Ning must be clear about the rules." Ning Chin nodded. "You can name your terms. Avicii Hell Palace or Linglong Celestial Tower," Waning Moon Tavern Master said calmly. "It's not easy to make a deal with you." While speaking, a light bloomed in Ning Chen's hand. A small tower appeared and a powerful aura filled the room. Waning Moon Tavern Master took the celestial tower and waved her left hand. The Ming scroll flew out and landed in Ning Chen's hand. "Thank you." Ning Chen took the Ming scroll and was about to leave. "Wait, Waning Moon," Tavern Master said. Ningchen paused and looked at the person in front of him. He asked, "Is there anything else?" Waning Moon Tavern Master picked up the wine cup in front of her and said, "This wine is the general's token." Ningchen was startled. After a while, he came back to his senses and picked up the wine cup in front of him. He drank the wine in the cup and said seriously, "Thank you." Waning Moon Tavern Master smiled and also drank the wine in the cup to see the person in front of her off. After drinking the wine, Ningchen didn't stay any longer and left. "Take it." Waning Moon Tavern Master glanced at the woman behind her and said softly, "Yes." Hong Luan walked up, took the wine, and left silently. Waning Moon Tavern Master stood up and looked at the figure in plain clothes outside the window. Light flashed through her eyes. Marquis Jiming hadn't changed at all. Even the best disguise couldn't change this fact. In the starry sky, a white-clothed figure walked past. Phoenix flames filled the sky, and a phoenix appeared, spreading its wings as it flew forward. At the end of the red lawn starfield, phoenixes were rapidly flying. Their speed was extremely fast as they rushed toward the distant All-Heaven starfield. In the All-Heaven starfield, a white-clothed young man was walking through the starry sky. He had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary air about him. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix shook the heavens above. A white-clothed figure descended from the sky, blocking the path of the demon palaces, Tian Kuei, Mo Gate's ninth son. When Tian Kuei saw the person before him, a strange look appeared on his face. Why would he appear here? Without a word, Genesis Supreme appeared, his white-clothed figure flashing past, and the battle began. Tian Kuei narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to block the sword. His eyes turned cold as he said, "Ninth son of Mo Gate, since you've chosen this path, you'd better be prepared for a trip to hell. I am the King Yenluo of the underworld. Why would I fear returning to hell?" As the sound of his voice faded, a red light flashed as the Yama evil image appeared out of thin air. His astral souls were unsheathed, and the tip of his sword was about to strike. The extreme speed of the phoenix reappeared in the world. The sword that was fast to the extreme moved mercilessly. "You are." With a flip of his palm, Tian Kuei knocked away the sword in front of him. Tian Kuei's expression changed slightly. With such speed, this person must be someone. "Have you guessed it? However, you won't have the chance to say it," Ningchen said coldly. Ningchen said coldly. Wind and snow surged on the Taisher sword. With a slash of the sword, thousands of miles of ice were sealed. On the other side, the phoenix flashed past with extreme speed. The sword was as fast as lightning, each strike threatening to kill. The King Yenluo of the underworld and the ninth son of Mo Gate are actually the same person. In that case, the identities of those Yama kings of the underworld are self-evident. Tian Kuei said with a cold expression. It was impossible for so many experts of unknown origins to appear in the world at the same time. When he thought of the origin of Mo Gate's ninth son, the identities of those Yama kings could be explained. Ningchen did not say anything else. With a shout, his origin energy soared. Sword technique, heavenly sword. 2 figures and a sword. 2 sword lights pierced through the starry sky. An abnormally powerful sword, intent, shook the stars as it slashed down from the sky. Tian Kuei narrowed his eyes and flipped his hands. Demonic chi stirred as he blocked the 2 swords. With a rumble, the might of the heavenly sword shook the starry sky. Wherever the remnant energy passed, meteors were turned to dust and disappeared. Sword technique, nothingness. After one sword, another rose. The sword cut through the starry sky, splitting the stars and splitting the sea, swallowing everything in its path. Its might was shocking. In the aftermath, Tian Kuei raised his hands to block the sword lights once more. With a rumble, the demonic chi scattered. This was a world-shaking battle. two figures, and two swords. Their star souls and Genesis primes crisscrossed. Sharp killing intent accumulated in this intense battle. In the center of the battle, Tian Kuei's body surged with demonic qi. His figure constantly flickered as he circulated his extreme origin energy to block wave after wave of attacks. 8 perils of absolute calamity, calamity of the world. Seeing the attacks of the two figures growing fiercer and fiercer, Tian Kuei's expression turned serious. He used his ultimate move. Wildly surging demonic qi spread out and pressed down from the sky. Seeing this, the two figures immediately retreated. With a leap, sword lights filled the sky, crisscrossing with each other. It was incomparably magnificent. Nirvana! Nirvana reappeared. The two figures wielded swords. With unparalleled divine might, layers of sword lights slashed toward the demon palace's Kuei. The sword aura shook the demonic qi. With a world-shaking collision, the layers of sword lights collapsed. However, two streams of light rapidly shot past, charging into the aftermath. The two swords pressed down with overwhelming, killing intent. Tian Kuei stretched out his hand to catch the two swords. Then he leaned to the side and circulated his demonic qi to counterattack. The phoenix body flew out, avoiding the palm energy. However, his main body advanced instead of retreating. As he approached, he raised his palm to meet the attack. With a rumble, the aftermath howled. Ning Qin gathered origin energy in his left hand, and the 9 heavens star plucking hand appeared once more. A heavy palm swept past, landing on Tian Kuei's chest. Tian Kuei raised his hand to block his chest. With a rumble, wind, snow, and demonic qi surged for several hundred li. This was the first time the shocking cultivation and supreme foundation clashed. Even gods would weep and ghosts would tremble. This was an extremely murderous situation. It was not for victory or defeat, but for life or death. Filled with killing intent, knowing destiny no longer held back. His palm was like the waves of the sky, and his sword was like thunder. His powerful battle prowess was world-shaking. Iniwa Heavenly Yang. After exchanging 100 moves, Ning Qin activated his extreme origin again. Before he even used his move, his sword intent ravaged the surroundings. In the next moment, the move of the sword cannon appeared once more. The two of them worked together, and the Yin Moon and the Heavenly Sun appeared at the same time. The sword energy fell, slaying demons and destroying gods. 8 perils of calamity, sigh of gods and demons. Under the extreme pressure, Tian Kuei's divine power condensed. With a flip of his palm, he raised the sky. Amidst the terrifying demonic qi, 2 huge demonic gods and demons rose from the ground. They raised their huge palms and blocked the sun and moon. The two of them clashed, and the starry sky trembled. Amidst the dazzling light, the two of them and the demon each took half a step back. The corners of their mouths were dyed red. Yama's third watch, doomsday heavenly punishment. With hatred in his heart, his fury overflowed. What was the pinnacle of the sword? What was the pinnacle of the devil? The two of them worked together again. Amidst the surging thunder and fire, rays of sword light rose and fell. An instant later, thunder, fire, and sword light fell, destroying heaven and earth. Tian Kuei's eyes narrowed as he looked at the horizon. His cold eyes descended, and with a stomp of his foot, killing intent rose from all directions. Amidst this shocking scene, 8 bronze bells appeared in the world. Atop the bells were the 10,000 elephant carvings. Mountains, rivers, seas, suns, moons, and stars appeared one by one. In the horizon, thunder and fire converged into 10,000 swords. With a thunderous boom, heaven and earth became chaotic. Arg! The aftershocks caused blood to spurt out. Tian Kuei was forced back several steps. Dazzling cracks appeared on the 8 bronze bells. On the other side, the the two of them had red lips. They forcefully suppressed their injuries and rushed forward once more. Sword and palm collided. Blood flowed, and the battle became white-hot. The injuries on both sides continued to accumulate. They were evenly matched, and the aftershocks howled, destroying the bodies of both sides. Shocked and shaken, Tian Kuei raised his hands to block his body. The indifference on his face had already disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented graveness. The Yama of the underworld and the ninth son of the Mahist Gate actually had the ability to stand on equal footing with him. This was truly unbelievable. This was a battle that they could not lose. They had to give it their all in order to slay the devil and comfort the souls of the dead. Ning Chen's fighting spirit continued to accumulate. He swallowed blood and suppressed his injuries. With the two of them working together, they erupted with a terrifying fighting strength. Just as the battle reached its climax, a figure in a silver-gray cloak appeared in the distant starry sky. As he looked at the intense battle in the distance, a strange look flashed across his face. Knowing destiny, Marquis, just how capable have you become? The more familiar he was with Tian Kuei, the more amazed he was. A person who was not used to cultivating had managed to forcefully reach his current level in just 100 years. Other than feeling rueful, he had no words to describe it. This demon palace's Tian Kuei was indeed a rarely seen supreme expert. Perhaps after a few more years he could succeed the demon lord and become the second supreme existence to enter the fourth level. However, the prerequisite for this was that he had to survive today's calamity. Boom! In the battle, sounds of collision rang out as palm after palm struck out. The battle between the two bodies and Tian Kuei had reached its most critical moment. The knowing destiny Marquis, who no longer hid his identity, unleashed all of his martial arts. His fighting strength also reached its peak. His body was covered in wind and snow, while his body was bathed in divine fire. The scene was shocking, and his might was shocking. It was an incomparable battle. The person rose, and the sword moved, the apex of elegance, the matchless ability. The two people's cultivations were raised to the limit, facing the strongest enemy in their lives. Their killing moves were majestic, not holding back. In an instant, they destroyed the sky and destroyed the stars. You are very strong, but what can you do? With a flip of his palm, Tian Kuei raised his true origin again. In an instant, the clouds in the sky surged like raging waves, sweeping in all directions. I, knowing destiny, am willing to slay the devil and sacrifice myself to become a devil. With a deep shout, his white hair whistled wildly. In the crazily surging devil chi, the black devil body appeared. Its deep eyes were without a trace of human emotion. Seeing this, the phoenix body flashed past and returned to its original body. The three bodies merged. Black eyes, red hair, and white clothes. The most violent state appeared for the first time in the world. With a step forward, blood rushed into the tide. The sick king's divine sword appeared in his hand, and black flames burned the world. Seeing this, Tian Kuei's expression changed. With a flip of his palm, he gathered true origin and blocked the divine sword. With a rumble, the slaying immortal sword cut through the devil chi barrier, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. In front of him, the cold and emotionless eyes were so dark that not a trace of light leaked out. Devil flames invade the heavens. The sick king waved his hand, and the devil flames burned. Ning Chen's body condensed into a sword, turning into the most merciless devil of vengeance. Whoosh! The sword cut through the devil's true origin. Gods and demons were shocked. In the sky full of blood, an arm flew out and was completely devoured by the devil flames. Tian Kuei grunted and retreated several steps. He held his severed left shoulder, cold sweat dripping from his head. As he looked at the violent and cold devil in front of him, fear rose in his heart for the first time. Retreat! Not daring to continue fighting, Tian Kuei stepped forward and immediately withdrew. Only death awaits you. Knowing destiny, Marquis said coldly. Behind him, blood-red phoenix wings spread open. With a step, he instantly blocked the path. Chapter 952. In the all-heaven star domain, phoenix flames filled the sky. Sun-clothed, blood-haired, and black-eyed figures held the ill king in their hands. The strongest, knowing destiny, had fused their 3 bodies into one. One hand was filled with wind and snow, while the other was filled with flames. They were extremely powerful, suppressing the demon palace's Tian Kuei. After 10 moves, the battle tilted. Tian Kuei was shocked, disbelief appearing on his face. 8 dangers, absolute calamities. Yellow springs, 100 years. Tian Kuei opened the 9 heavens with his palms. Demonic aura surged from his body like raging waves. His demonic might shook the heavens. Amidst the phoenix flames, sun-clothed rapidly flew past. Her sword parted the demonic waves and arrived before the demon in an instant. Azure dragon descent. As the sword and palm clashed, sun-clothed raised her hand and grabbed the demon's shoulder. The azure dragon roared and carried the 2 of them toward a nearby life planet. It was a shocking scene. In the starry sky, the azure dragon roared and crashed into the life planet. Cough! Tian Kuei coughed violently as he hurriedly escaped from a deep pit on the planet. 3,000 feet away, he coughed up a mouthful of blood that dyed his white clothes red. Below the pit, Ning Chen looked forward. He took a step forward, and his figure flashed past once more. His unbelievable speed was difficult to see with the naked eye. Tian Kuei's pupils shrank. Before he could react, he felt his throat tighten and his body fly away again. Boom! 100 miles away, a mountain collapsed. 2 figures shot out from the falling rubble, crashing through mountain after mountain. Tian Kuei's eyes were filled with shock. He struggled continuously, but he could not break free from the arm that grabbed his throat. It violently devoured his life force. 3,000 feet up in the sky, knowing destiny swung his right hand and threw the person in his hand. Boom! The white figure fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sun-clothed flew down from the sky. Her ice-cold eyes were filled with glaring, killing intent. On the ground, Tian Kuei staggered to his feet. He raised his head to look at the horizon. However, his vision blurred, and sun-clothed's figure appeared before him again. The 9 heavens, plucking stars' ultimate move reappeared. Her palm landed on Tian Kuei's chest. Ugh! With a muffled sound, Tian Kuei flew away. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and moved at the same time. 10 miles away, he caught up to Tian Kuei and threw him into the sky. Below, Ning Chen raised his head. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. High up in the sky, Bai Yi arrived. Looking at the figure flying up below, she condensed her extreme origin energy and sent a heavy palm strike down. With a long and miserable groan, Tian Kuei's body fell once more. With a rumble, he crashed into the ground. The situation was completely reversed. He had gained the upper hand with one move and was suppressing the other with every move. The knowing destiny state cultivator had unleashed his full power and truly displayed the demeanor of the most powerful person in the world below the 4th realm. Even someone as strong as the demon palace's Tian Kuei could not fight back in the slightest. In the sky, a plain-clothed figure slowly descended. She walked step by step into the waves of dust. She raised her hand and grabbed the heavily injured demon palace's Tian Kuei. Then she raised her left hand and plunged it straight into the former's chest. The blood that splashed out dyed his white clothes red. It was so dazzling that Tian Kuei's life force gradually weakened. Beneath his scattered black hair, his eyes no longer had any of their former elegance. Ning Chen turned, grabbed the person in his hand, and then stamped his foot and shot up into the starry sky. In the starry skies, Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the silver-robed figure standing in the distance. With a wave of his hand, he returned the scroll to Ning Chen. His expression was calm as he said, "Many thanks, Tower Lord." With that, the plain-clothed figure shot out. She turned into a phoenix and quickly flew into the distance. Several hundred kilometers away, in the starry skies, the Dawn Moon Tower's master raised her hand and received the scroll. She looked at the departing figure in front of her, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Even though she was mentally prepared, she had still underestimated this knowing destiny Marquis. With a flash of silver light, the Dawn Moon Tower's master dissipated. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. In the forbidden land of the demon domain, in the demon cave, a violent tremor rang out. Within the abnormally terrifying demonic waves, a dignified voice spread throughout the entire demon domain. In 100 days, we will send troops to the underworld. In the demon domain, many experts revealed shocked expressions when they heard this. Is the demon master finally coming out of seclusion? In the sage palace, Jia Tiance looked at the shattered jade tablet in the palace and sighed softly. Tian Kuei Di Kuei, rest in peace. At the border of the 3 domains, a plain-clothed figure appeared before thousands of meteors. She waved her hand and opened the divine restriction, then shot into it. In the 10 palaces, many Yama kings sensed this and walked out. When they saw the plain-clothed figure descending from the sky, shock flashed across their faces. Who was the person in the knowing destiny Marquis? Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace. In the empty space in front of King Wuguan Palace, the plain-clothed figure descended with Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace. With a casual flick, she threw him onto the ground. Several streams of light flashed past, and the Yama kings rushed over. When they saw the figure on the ground, the shock in their eyes could not be concealed. "Prepare to pay respects to Lady Yanxia," Ning Chen said calmly as he looked at the crowd. The Yama kings came back to their senses, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and nodded in agreement. On the ground, the severely injured Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace was on the verge of death. His white robes were stained with blood, and he no longer had his former elegance. "Female supreme." Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and said, "Take a look and see if he still has any value." The woman nodded and stepped forward. She stretched out her slender hand, and a faint brilliance spread out and engulfed Tian Kuei's body. After a while, the woman withdrew her hand and said seriously, "There's bad news." "What is it?" Ning Chen asked. "That demon master will be coming out of seclusion soon," the woman said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I already expected this. Since this person has no other value, let's start paying respects to Lady Yanxia." After speaking, Ning Chen raised his hand, and Tian Kuei's body slowly rose from the ground. In the next moment, red flames rose and burned his body. In front of the flames, the Yama kings stood silently, mourning the death of King Wuguan of the underworld. In the Southern Tomb's Tower of Competition, the world knew that Crown Princess Yanxia had been proud all her life, peerless and independent. In the final battle, she was the best song in the world. In order to not reveal the secrets of the underworld and to protect the safety of the Yama kings of the underworld, she did not leave behind her physical body even though she died in battle. The burning red flames burned the body of Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace. He paid with his life for the death of Crown Princess Tanshu. The Yama kings, standing in front of the flames, all had heavy hearts. For the peace of the underworld, they could give up everything. There were people they treasured there, and no matter what, they would not allow anyone to invade them. The phoenix flames burned, burning away all traces. Ning Chen looked at the dancing flames in front of him and said calmly, "Someone needs to continue taking on the responsibility of King Wuguan. We need new experts to join us." On the side, Wu Qingying said, "Right now, only Her Majesty and I haven't taken on the responsibility of King Wuguan. If possible, leave it to me." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "It's not suitable. Miss Qingying's Liya Zither is too difficult to hide. It's not suitable for you to act in the dark. Also, on the surface, we also need battle strength. The candidate for King Wuguan is not suitable for you. Can I do it? On the side, Inu said in a low voice. She didn't have much confidence. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They looked at Knowing Destiny with puzzled looks. Ning Qin turned around and looked at the girl beside him. After a long time, he said softly, I didn't want you to get involved in the war. However, everyone has to choose their own path. I'm sure you know the responsibility of King Wuguan of the underworld. Let me ask you again. Are you really ready? Was hesitant at first, but after a moment, her expression became firm. She nodded vigorously and said, I'm ready. Ning Qin nodded and didn't persuade her anymore. He flipped his left hand and an evil mask appeared. He handed it over and said calmly, Since you're ready, then take on the mask of King Wuguan. Ina reached out and took the mask. She put it on her face. Suddenly, a strong aura rose and a faint brilliance overflowed. The little girl who had always been under Knowing Destiny's protection finally took the first step of growth. Master respects your choice. From today onwards, you're the new King Wuguan of the underworld. However, since you've taken this step, no matter how difficult the future is, you can't regret it. Do you understand? Ning Qin looked at the girl who had grown up in front of him and said seriously, Yes. Under the mask of King Wuguan, nodded vigorously. On the side, Mu Qingxue looked at this scene quietly and didn't say anything. Although she didn't want this girl to take this path, she had to take it herself. Since had made her choice, she couldn't stop her. From today onwards, you'll learn the sword from me. Mu Qingxue looked at the girl in front of her and said in a tone that didn't allow her to refuse, Yes. When Ina heard this, she nodded her head obediently and replied. On the side, the other kings of Hell witnessed it. No one raised any objections. In terms of cultivation, had already reached the stepping immortal realm. No one could compare to her treasures. Once she went berserk, no one dared to underestimate her. What she lacked now was only battle experience. Most importantly, they urgently needed the power of the heaven speaker in this girl's body. Mortals could become gods. In the mortal world, there were only heaven's speakers. This was their biggest hope to fight against the Demon Palace Master. After the memorial ceremony, everyone returned to their own palace. In front of King Wuguan's palace, Mu Qingxue took 2 steps forward and looked at who was walking into the palace. He said calmly, What exactly are you planning? Ning Qin shook his head and said, Nothing. You can hide it from them, but you can't hide it from me. With your concern for this child, if you don't have any special plans, you wouldn't have agreed to let her inherit the position of King of Hell so easily. Mu Qingxue looked at the man beside him and said seriously, You know very well that although has the Western King hairpin and several heavenly books, she lacks battle experience. Her biggest reliance now is to awaken the power of the heaven speaker as soon as possible. This matter isn't difficult, but it isn't easy either. With your personality, you wouldn't let this girl die. What exactly are you planning? The Demon Palace's counterattack will come soon. Ning Chen looked at the little girl in the hall in front of him. A gentle look appeared in his eyes as he said, I will do my best to arrange a path of retreat. However, everyone has their own ups and downs. In the end, the plans of man will not be as good as the plans of the heavens. Perhaps the next battle will be our final battle. If that day really comes, I will no longer be able to protect this little girl. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he said so, she still felt that there was something wrong. Was it really so simple to let come out to train? Qingxue, go back and rest. Luo Xingqin has gone to look for the spirit vein for a few days. Once the news comes back, we will set out to arrange a way out. Ning Qin smiled and instructed. Without saying anything else, he turned and walked towards King Wuguan's palace in the distance. Chapter 953. In the Yama Palace of the Underworld, Su Yi stood in silence, waiting for more than 10 days. In the sky, a green arrow broke through the space and fell from the sky. Ning Qin stepped forward and took the jade scroll from the arrow. After a while, he destroyed the jade scroll with his right hand. "Qingxue, let's go." Ning Qin looked at the Impermanence Palace and said. In the Impermanence Palace, Mu Qingxue nodded and stepped forward, disappearing instantly. The two turned into beams of light and rushed into the sky. In the sky above the 10 palaces, the divine restriction opened. The two flew out and disappeared. In the Z-Way galaxy, in the center of 3 huge stars, a primitive planet floated. Countless ice crystals surrounded it, forming a beautiful meteorite belt. A few days later, the two arrived. Looking at the primitive planet in front of them, they stopped. "Is this where the spirit vein found by the falling star is?" Mu Qingxue asked. "Yes." Ning Qin nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." After that, the two figures flashed and rushed toward the life star in front of them. On the vital planet, wild beasts roared and fierce birds tore through the sky. In the real primitive land, everything was not developed yet. The two landed. Ning Qin scanned the entire planet with his divine sense and walked forward step by step. Mu Qingxue stepped forward to catch up with him. They walked forward together. The spirit qi is abundant, and there are no traces of humans. "This is indeed a good choice," Mu Qingxue said. Ning Qin nodded and looked at the fierce birds flying in the sky. He said calmly, "This place is in the Z-Way galaxy, not too far from the inner world. If something happens, we can rush back in time. This place is indeed the best choice for the underworld's base." "Then let's start," Mu Qingxue said softly. Ning Qin nodded slightly. A dark yellow light rose from his body as the scroll of earth appeared once again. In an instant, the ground within 1,000 miles started to rumble. Stone pillars rose from the ground one after another, forming the framework of the palace. In the next moment, Ning Qin moved and jumped on top of the stone pillars. He flipped his palms. In the earth-shattering scene, the 10 Yama palaces shone with a strange light. With the 100 stone pillars as the foundation, the underworld divine restriction was formed. The ability bestowed by the heavens was difficult to be grasped by humans. However, the wisdom of knowing one's destiny was rarely seen in the world. He was able to deduce the myriad transformations of the divine restriction, becoming the first person in thousands of years. Below, Mu Qingxue's eyes flickered as he looked at this stunning scene. His capability was truly terrifying. Perhaps only the military advisor of Northern Meng could be compared to him. "Changshui, it's your turn." On the stone pillar, Ning Qin looked at the woman below and said. Mu Qingxue nodded and took a step forward. His figure soared into the sky like a fairy. In the air, Mu Qingxue raised his slender hands. Instantly, layers of sword lights slashed through the air and rained down from the heavens. The rumbling shook and startled hundreds of beasts. Tens of thousands of wild beasts and birds of prey felt the heavy sword pressure from afar and crawled on the ground in fear, crying out endlessly. The barren city's sword formation reappeared in the human world. Its power was earth-shattering. Before the formation was activated, the sword pressure had already swept out. On the stone pillar, Ning Qin looked at the formless sword lights below and narrowed his eyes. Barren City was good at swords. Anything related to swords was truly at the peak of swords in Barren City. Just as the two of them were arranging Underworld's retreat, the Demon Palace's army was gathering in the all-heavens starfield. Countless experts rushed out of the demon region and rushed to the front lines. The war was about to begin. Countless gazes from various starfields and inheritances were focused on the all-heaven starfield. Everyone knew that the Demon Palace's target would be Underworld. The strength of these two ancient inheritances was astonishing. Now that it was a battle of life and death, no one knew who would have the last laugh. On the surface, the Demon Palace definitely had the absolute advantage. However, the Demon Palace and Underworld sovereigns had yet to appear. This was the true factor that determined the direction of the war. For the past 10,000 years, the Fourth Realm had completely disappeared from this world. This battle might break this rule and recreate the glory of the ancient times. Within the borders of Hell, numerous Yama kings stood quietly in front of the royal palace, their gazes fixed on the sky. They were very clear that a storm would soon arrive. This time, the Devil Palace would definitely be fully prepared. Whether or not they could survive this calamity, no one knew. Is Jiming not back yet? In front of King Pingding's palace, Xiazi looked in the direction of King Yanlua's palace and asked calmly, "He should be back soon." In front of King Yanlua's palace, Nu Chang narrowed her eyes and answered, "The Demon Palace's army from the All-Heaven Starfield and the Red Phoenix Starfield gathered and attacked Underworld from different directions, sealing off all paths of retreat. In the final battle, the Demon Palace used all their forces. They were determined to completely destroy Underworld and eliminate all future troubles. In the Demon region, Jiatiants stood in the air and formed hand seals. For huge demonic figures appeared in the sky and guarded the Demon region where all the experts were. Wind Trust Sect, I'll leave this place to you." In the air, Jiatiants said calmly. Then he took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the distance. Below, in a palace, the Wind Trust sect walked out and received the order to guard the Demon region. In the Ziwei Starfield, on a life planet between 3 stars, Ning Qin looked at the new location of Underworld that had been completely set up. After a moment of silence, he said, "Qingxue, let's go back." Beside him, Mu Qingxue nodded and left with the people beside him. At the border of the 3 starfields, the Demon Palace's army continued to gather. The 2 armies arrived together. The 300,000 Demon Palace's army covered the sky and the sun. In front of the Underworld's 10 palaces, many figures walked out. Without saying anything, they raised their hands and put on their masks. Their figures flashed and flew into the sky. The divine restriction opened and the Yama Kings walked out. Nu Chang and Wu Qingying stood on both sides, helping the Yama Kings of Underworld to resist the Demon Palace's army. In front of the 300,000 Demon Palace's army, 30 demon generals stood in the air. In front of the 30 demon generals, Jun Wentian looked coldly at the Yama Kings of the Demon Palace. The 2 sides faced each other. The sun, moon, and stars shone brightly. The appearance of the 3 sects was shocking. "King of Underworld, are you still not going to show yourself?" After the appearance of the 3 sects, a blue light gathered and Jiatiants walked out. He looked at the people of Underworld and said calmly, "The Demon Palace's Saint Arbiter has graced us with his presence. How can I not welcome you personally?" As the sound of his voice faded, red light filled the starry sky. From the surging sword waves, a red-robed figure walked out. His powerful aura swept out in all directions. Wherever he went, the sword hummed. When the King of Underworld appeared, the expressions of the Demon Palace's 3 sects and the 30 demon generals turned serious. The heavenly and earthly kings died in the hands of this person. One of them might have underestimated the enemy. However, the fact that both of them died in the hands of this person was shocking. The King of Underworld might have been hiding his strength all along. The existence of this person was the greatest threat to the Demon Palace. Soldier against soldier, general against general. "King of Underworld, please." Jiatiants spoke softly. With a wave of his hand, the black and white chess pieces flew out. The black and white chess pieces transformed into 2 swords. Under the Yama King mask, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He clenched his right hand and his astral soul appeared. Behind him, the 4 Yama Kings walked out and chose their opponents. "Be careful." The female Chang exhorted softly and walked out, blocking in front of Jun Wentian. Behind them, Wu Qingying waved her hand and a divine zither appeared. The 6 karmas attacked, and the red zither aura surged out. At the side, Yin'er, who had taken over the role of King Wuguan, stood there nervously. She held her red sword and didn't know what to do. Stand there and watch the battle. In front, Ning Qin transmitted a message to Yin'er. Then he retracted his mind and looked at the saint of the demon palace in front of him. He said coldly, "Saint, please." As soon as he finished speaking, his red robe flashed and sword waves swept out in all directions. Jia Tiance swung his sword and blocked the sword. The mirroring technique appeared again. The 2 swords clashed and used the same move. It was as if they were facing an enemy. The white chess sword attacked with defense, while the black chess sword attacked with defense. The black and white worked together and there were no flaws. The perfect battle strategy was shocking. Ning Qian blocked the 2 weapons with 1 sword. His left hand formed a palm and the 9 heavens star picking hand appeared again. His heavy palms intersected and blasted towards Jia Tiance's chest. Jia Tiance leaned to the side and avoided the palm force. The black chess sword swung, and a cold light broke through the air. Xing Hun faced it head-on without dodging. With a boom, he clashed head-on with the saint of the demon palace. The battle between the commanders of the 2 armies had just begun, and the pinnacle of martial arts was revealed. One was skilled in both sword and palm techniques, while the other was unparalleled in craftiness. It was a battle of the pinnacle. As the battle reached its climax, black butterflies filled the sky. A blue-robed figure with blood-red hair walked out. With the appearance of the demonic butterfly, the pressure on the battlefield increased. "You came after all." As he spoke, his white robe appeared. Under the impermanence mask, Mu Qingxue looked at the woman in front of him. He waved his hand and the shadow-bearing sword appeared. The central prefecture's saber god, the inheritor of desolate city. The saber and the sword appeared for the first time. Jiewu, Nether King. Before the battle started, demonic energy soared into the sky. Amidst the abnormally horrifying chi waves, the demonic butterfly opened its beautiful wings. A vigorous, demonic wave swept out for thousands of miles, shocking the world. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue also released his quintessence. Instantly, countless sword lights gathered in the sky. The huge sword wings opened, and its might shook the sky. It did not lose out to anyone. The saber and sword appeared at the same time. A moment later, the 2 figures disappeared at the same time. Extreme speed and martial arts clashed. Every move was shocking. Outside the battle, in front of the 6 zither, Wu Qingying raised her hand to stop the music. Her hair danced wildly, and her weak expression could no longer be seen. Her scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. The 6 zither was majestic and shocking. It swept out in all directions, suppressing the cultivation of the experts of the demon palace and assisting the Yama kings. On the side, under the mask of King Wuguan, Ina looked at the battle. She could not hide the shock on her face. She had always lived under the protection of her master. Only today did she know how terrifying a true expert was, and how cruel a true battle was. On the battlefield, blood splattered as the sabers and swords clashed. The glory of life was only breathtaking when blood bloomed. Everyone's persistence made the dancing sabers and swords even more resolute. Yama kings of the underworld, where is your sovereign? Is he still not willing to show himself? At this moment, a voice that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths came from the distant horizon. Rolling demonic clouds covered the brilliance of the stars in the sky. The pressure was terrifying, and even the gods and ghosts were shocked. In the 5 battles, the experts of the demon palace sensed it. They moved to shake off the battle. Then they bowed respectfully and welcomed their sovereign. "Welcome, Demon Lord! Welcome, Demon Lord!" In the starry sky, the 300,000 demon soldiers bowed at the same time, respectfully welcoming the Demon Palace's master. Chapter 954. In the Battle of the Underworld, demonic clouds covered the border. The master of the Demon Palace had arrived personally. Tens of thousands of demons knelt down to welcome the monarch. Amidst the rolling demonic clouds, a figure descended slowly. Demonic waves surged around him, and his terrifying aura was unprecedented. It surpassed the heavens and the earth, and everything prostrated before him. The Demon Master, the current monarch of the Demon Palace, the first expert above the fourth realm in the mortal world. As soon as he descended, the starry sky within 100,000 miles shook. Many large stars showed signs of instability, unable to withstand this shocking demonic might. In front of the divine restriction, the Yama Kings looked at the figure walking over with heavy expressions. He finally came. Retreat. Ning Chen, who was at the forefront of the battle, said calmly. Then he stepped into the air and retreated toward the underworld behind him. When the Yama Kings heard this, they did not hesitate. Their figures flashed and retreated into the divine restriction. In front of the army of 300,000, the Demon Master, who was wearing the Jilly armor, walked over. He looked at the restriction in front of him. He raised his right hand, and tens of thousands of demonic waves crushed down. With a boom, an unshakable force collided with thousands of meteors. A shocking scene occurred. Thousands of meteors turned into dust under the demonic might and disappeared completely. In the divine restriction, the Yama Kings could not hide their shock. Is this the power of the fourth realm? In front of the Yama Kings, Ning Chen shouted softly. He flipped his palms and released all his cultivation techniques to control the divine restriction. The divine restriction spread and spread continuously, turning into an inescapable net that engulfed the entire army of the Demon Palace. One restriction changed and another appeared. On the continent of the underworld, countless stone pillars soared into the sky. Time flowed, and 100 years passed in a breath. Two great divine restrictions appeared at the same time. With the help of the terrain, their power was terrifying, making people feel suppressed in the depths of their souls. In an instant, the divine restriction sealed the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Time was merciless, devouring the vitality of all living beings. In the void, the Demon Master looked at the changing space around him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Time the Yellow Springs, 9th son of the Mo clan, come out. The Demon Master looked down and said calmly, Demon Master, welcome to the underworld. As soon as he said that, a figure in plain clothes walked out of the stone pillars. He looked up and said calmly, Saint, I'll leave this person to you, the Demon Master said calmly. Yes. Jiet Tyance responded softly from behind. His figure flashed as he plunged downwards. On the stone pillar, the white-clothed figure revealed a strange smile. Her figure slowly faded and disappeared. I won't be participating in the war between the Devil Palace and the underworld. We'll meet again. When the black and white Go sword chopped down, it only chopped open an afterimage. The plain-clothed figure vanished and merged into the void. No aura could be sensed from her. What a strange movement technique. In the void, the demon lord scanned the area with his divine perception. He looked surprised, but he did not take it to heart. He looked at the Yama Kings of the underworld and said calmly, Everyone, are the Yama Kings still not coming out? There's no need. In front of the Yama Kings, Ning Chen looked at the terrifying Demon Palace Master in front of him and said coldly. Below, Jiet Tyance's figure slowly rose and stood in the air. His eyes swept across the changing space-time in the surrounding sky as he said, Demon Lord, be careful. The space here is extremely unstable. If it collapses, our army will suffer heavy losses. The demon master nodded and said, "Leave these people to me. You go and suppress the power of time and Yellow Springs." "Yes." Jiataians accepted the order softly. The black and white Go sword in his hand opened. Thousands of Go pieces flew out and flew in all directions to suppress the God-forbidden space. "Luotian, if you have the chance, take them away immediately." In front of the Yama kings, Ning Qin transmitted a message. Then he clenched his left hand. In the black flames, the sickly king's divine blade appeared. Behind him, under the Yama mask, Luotian sighed softly and agreed. With the demon lord appearing, they had no chance of winning. Now, they could only retreat according to the plan. "Demon lord, please." Ning Qin took a step forward and said calmly. Hearing this, the demon lord narrowed his eyes and said, "Yama king, do you know what you are doing?" "Demon lord, are you afraid to accept the challenge?" Ning Qin looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, "Huh." The demon lord smiled coldly and said, "I commend your courage. Since you choose to die, I will fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic waves swept across the 9 heavens. In the dark space, the demon lord's demonic waves surged. Above the 9 heavens, the demon avatar appeared. A moment later, it disappeared again. In front of the Yama kings, Ning Chen held 2 swords in his hands. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared together. Black flames and white frost shone. Yin and Yang intersected and chaos appeared. A battle between kings, Yama king against the demon lord. The battle had not started, but the pressure had already swept across 10,000 miles. Watch carefully. From now on, you must remember every sword of masters. In the future, you will surpass him 100 times. Ning Qin transmitted a message. Without saying anything else, his figure flashed as he rushed forward. The palm and sword collided. Demonic waves swept across the sky, surpassing the realm of heaven and earth. Everything obeyed the command. However, the God-forbidden space sealed all laws. Only time and space existed to resist the demonic might. With the support of the God-forbidden space, the first move of the battle between the 2 experts broke the clouds and shocked the heavens. The astral soul left his hand and blood splattered. Ning Chen's right hand grasped the sword again. He slashed down, and starlight from the 9 heavens fell. With a rumble, the demonic chi blocked the sword. The astral soul's momentum was hindered, and it could not move forward. Sword wind. With one sword blocked, another sword rose up. Within the black flames, Ning Qin urged his Yuan energy. The sickly king's sword spun rapidly, and with the support of the black flames, it broke through the demonic chi barrier. Such a foundation is indeed extraordinary. Yama king of hell, what a pity. The demon lord raised his hand to block the sword that was advancing inch by inch. Soon after, his palm energy erupted and demonic waves gushed out. A pool of blood splattered across the sky. The red-robed Yama retreated several steps, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His body was dyed red, and he did not speak. Ning Chen's feet trembled, and he stopped his momentum. His 2 swords reflected the moon, and the sun and moon soared into the sky. Black sun and silver moon, shocking the universe. The phenomenon of the sun and moon appearing at the same time. It was a combination of sword arts and Mahist immortal arts, a new move that appeared in the world for the first time. The sun and moon moved together, burning the heavens and freezing the earth. Wherever the sun and moon passed, the heavens and earth were separated. One half of the sky was covered in black flames, while the other half was covered in snow. The shocking scene shocked everyone present. Seeing this, the demon lord raised his hand and condensed his Yuan energy. Instantly, above the 9 heavens, demonic clouds surged, crazily rolling over. Open! With a light shout, a phenomenon appeared in the demonic clouds. In the rolling demonic Yuan, a huge demonic eye opened. Under the dim light, the image of the sun and moon instantly disintegrated. The sun and moon scattered, black flames and snow surged, and a red-robed figure flashed past. The sickly king's sword, and 100 suns broke through the sky. The 100 suns were like a tide, clashing with the demonic chi. Intense vibrations resounded, and the black suns were swallowed by the demonic chi, unable to pass through the heavens. Yama King's judgment, Avicii, heaven wails. A sword soared into the sky and disappeared. Ning Chen pointed his finger at the sword, and starlight fell, strengthening the sword's might. The star soul slashed the demonic heart, blocking the demonic chi, making it difficult for the demonic chi to move. At this moment, the sickly king's divine sword that had disappeared appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards the demonic chi's back. The two swords rushed towards the demonic chi, and in the earth-shattering collision, the two swords were sent flying, and a waterfall of blood splattered, dyeing the starry sky red. Without entering the fourth realm, where did you get the courage to face me? The demon lord said coldly. His body, that was as immovable as a mountain, had not moved a single step from the beginning of the battle. He knew that even if the storm was coming, he could not lose even half a step. Otherwise, the belief that he had always guarded would be in vain. Ning Chen shouted, and his hands clenched, and the two swords flew back. The unyielding fighting spirit once again held the sword that went against fate. Yama King's judgment, doomsday, heavenly punishment. The two swords held up the sky, and the aurora soared into the sky. The black and white swords soared into the sky, and in an instant, above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled, and black thunder and fire fell from the sky, engulfing the battlefield. In the dark night, the dazzling fighting spirit unleashed his combat power to the extreme. With the two swords in his hands, even gods and ghosts were frightened. Facing such a stunning opponent, the demon lord's expression gradually became serious. He raised his palm slightly, and thousands of layers of demonic chi gathered from all directions, turning into black clouds that circled around his body. With a loud bang, thunder and fire fell from the sky, colliding with the black clouds. The black flames that burned the world continued to attack the layers of demonic chi, frightening ghosts and gods. The heavenly punishment shook, and the black clouds formed by the demonic chi shook violently, disintegrating continuously. Seeing this, the demon lord frowned slightly, and his figure moved for the first time. He took a step forward, and his figure soared into the sky. The demon lord waved his hand, and with a palm strike, the demonic power swept out, scattering the tribulation clouds. One palm strike broke the move, and the other palm strike returned. The demon lord's aura penetrated the universe, and an extremely powerful palm strike broke through the sky, blasting toward the Yama King below. With determination in his heart and an undying fighting spirit, Ning Chen raised the two swords in his hands and forcefully raised his true yuan to block the demon lord's palm. With a muffled groan, blood stained his red clothes. He was unwilling to take another step back, and forcibly stabilized his severely injured body, allowing blood to overflow from his body. Master! Behind him, under the Yama King's mask, Een-Er's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to go forward, but she was firmly held by the woman beside her and could not move. Outside the battle, Jiatians, the 3 masters of the demon palace, Jun Wentian, Demonic Butterfly, and 30 war generals were all staring coldly at the Yama Kings in front of them. Once someone made a move, they would immediately be ready to kill. With no solution to the battle, the Yama Kings' hearts became heavier and heavier. They could only watch as the knowing Destiny Realm experts fought while bathed in blood, but they could not go forward to help. Remember the faces of these people. In the future, take revenge for your master. The woman looked at the experts of the demon palace in front of her and said with a heavy expression, Yama King's judgment, reincarnation hell. The battle came to an end, and Ning Chen's true yuan was about to be used up. Ning Chen's tired eyes became even brighter, like the last light in the dark night, making it difficult for others to look at him directly. The sickly king and star soul sword shone, and the black and white hell appeared for the first time. Ning Chen used up all of his cultivation and went against the flow of life and death, causing his blood and qi to burn rapidly. At this moment, under the continent of the underworld, the trapping immortals sensed it. Boundless power of the ley lines rushed to the sky. An entire god-forbidden space collapsed. Doomsday had arrived, destroying everything in the past. Close at hand, an opportunity appeared. Outside the battle, the goddess of Luo once again displayed her shocking ability. With a shout, the law of space descended, bringing everyone away from the destroyed god-forbidden space. Master. In the stream of light that was gradually moving away, Ina looked at the collapsed underworld in front of her. Tears fell from her eyes like rain, and she cried out bitterly. The Yama kings had just left when the black and white hell in the god-forbidden space devoured the heaven and earth. The immortal sword destroyed the ley lines, and boundless spiritual energy erupted. A terrifying explosion sounded, and violent aftershocks spread rapidly, reaching thousands of miles away. After dozens of breaths, the tremors of the heaven and earth gradually stopped. In the dark, starry sky, a huge black hole appeared. The underworld that used to be there completely turned into nothingness and disappeared. Chapter 955. At the border of the three regions, where the underworld used to be, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was turned into nothingness after an earth-shattering battle. In the black hole, demonic energy surged, and a majestic figure walked out with an unusually strong aura. Everything prostrated and wailed. Behind him, the saint of the demon palace, the three sects, Jun Wentian, and the demonic butterfly walked out one after another with heavy expressions. To think that King Yenluo of the underworld would be able to accomplish such a feat on his own. Count the losses and report to me. In front of everyone, the demon lord said coldly. He took a step forward and disappeared. Yes. Jia Tians bowed respectfully and received the order. At the same time, in the Ji family of Ling Su, a secret report was sent to the Holy Temple. On the main seat, Ji Wechu looked shocked after reading the secret report. The underworld was destroyed? Someone invite King Qi immediately. Ji Wechu said in a low voice. In the palace of Fengming City, Lin Yuzhen, who was dressed in a handsome royal robe, stood quietly with a worried look in her eyes, waiting for the news. Your Highness, the master of the Ji family invites you. A guard stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Lin Yuzhen came back to her senses. She nodded and said, Okay, you may leave. Yes. The guard accepted the order and stood up to leave. Lin Yuzhen moved and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the White Emperor City in the distance. In the holy temple of the Ji family, a ray of light flew into the temple. Her extraordinary body movements were eye-catching. King Qi appeared. In the holy temple, the black and yellow ancestors of the Ji family looked over and saw the king of Beiki, who had been fighting against the Ji family for 100 years. They had heard of King Qi, Lin Yuzhen, for a long time. Greetings, master. Lin Yuzhen looked at the master of the Ji family on the main seat and bowed politely. Your Highness, please take a seat. On the main seat, Ji Wechu said. Thank you. Lin Yuzhen thanked him and walked to the guest seat at the side and sat down. This is the secret report from the spy. Your Highness, please take a look. Ji Wechu flipped his right hand, and a ray of light flew out and swept forward. Lin Yuzhen reached out and took the secret report. After reading it, her expression gradually sank. Your Highness, what do you think? Has the underworld really been destroyed? On the main seat, Ji Wechu said with a grave expression. That's the truth. I have no choice but to believe it. Lin Yuzhen sighed. When Ji Wechu heard this, his eyes darkened. If the underworld was really destroyed, then it would be even harder to stop the footsteps of the Devil Palace in the future. In the Ziwei Galaxy, in the new location of the underworld, a primitive planet floated between 3 stars. It was a place where there was never night. It was like a celestial mirror, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. However, that day, dark clouds covered the sun. Heavy rain poured down from the sky, obscuring the eyes of the common people. On the vast planet, the 10 Yama palaces stood in front of the king of Hell's palace. Their faces were filled with sorrow as they looked at their clothes burning in the torrential rain. In front of the flames, Een knelt there helplessly. The tears in her eyes had long dried up. She allowed the rain to fall and soak her body. Behind them, Mu Qingxue silently looked ahead without saying a word. It was so quiet that it was somewhat frightening. Knowing destiny, how can you bear such an ending? Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Nu Chang sighed in her heart. Mu Qingxue walked forward and gently helped the helpless girl up. He said calmly, "Come with me to practice the sword." Without saying anything, Mu Qingxue pulled Ina away and walked away. In front of the king of Hell's palace, Xiazi looked at Nu Chang and said coldly, "Nu Chang, is knowing destiny really dead?" Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Why are you still asking me? Nu Chang looked away and said. Hearing this, Xiazi narrowed his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. If knowing destiny could find a way out for them, why didn't he leave one for himself? The arrival of the Devil Lord was indeed sudden. However, with knowing destiny's wisdom, it was impossible for him not to know that this day would come sooner or later. Or was it that knowing destiny had the determination to die from the beginning and wanted to destroy the Devil Palace together with him? Xiazi looked back at the king of Hell's palace. His eyes flashed coldly. Knowing destiny, you'd better be alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about the safety of the underworld anymore. In the newly built king of Hell's palace, the demonic weapon, Holy Glory, was surging with demonic chi. Within 100 feet of the palace, the divine restriction was sealed. The phoenix fire continued to rise and burn the first divine weapon of the Devil Palace. The supreme demonic weapon and the holy phoenix fire fought fiercely in the divine restriction. Perhaps one day, the demonic weapon would appear again and shock the world. In front of the palace, Nu Chang walked forward. Looking at the divine weapon of the Devil Palace floating in the phoenix fire, light flashed in her eyes. He really put in a lot of effort for this disciple. Apart from the incomplete immortal slaying and immortal trapping swords, this was the first time she had seen such a powerful weapon. Even true realm experts couldn't control this demonic weapon. Once it was refined, it would be the most powerful weapon for that girl. The divine weapon cried sadly. Endless demonic chi was being devoured by the phoenix fire day after day, without stopping. Outside the king of Hell's palace, Nu Chang was dancing with his sword. Mu Qingxue taught Nu Chang the sword on behalf of his disciple with all his heart. In front of him, the girl with tears on her face tried hard to remember every move. Her face was unprecedentedly serious. She would avenge her master with her own hands, no matter how long it would take, even if it took her the rest of her life. In the lofty Saint Palace in the Devil region, an extremely powerful figure walked over from the throne and sat down under the respectful gazes of the generals. Greetings, Devil Master. The generals knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. Rise. On the throne, the Devil Master spoke calmly. Thank you, Devil Master. The Devil generals stood up and stood respectfully. Devil Master, we've counted the losses of our army. We lost 12 true realm devil generals and 40% of the 300,000 devil soldiers. Jie Tiance reported truthfully in front of the devil generals below. On the throne, the Devil Master's expression turned cold when he heard the report. The losses were so heavy. At the side, the Moon Illumination sect asked, Devil Master, Saint Arbiter, now that the remnants of the underworld have escaped, should we send more people to search for their whereabouts? Saint Arbiter, what do you think? The Devil Master asked as he shifted his gaze to the figure in the blue brocade robe below. It's useless to send more people. The underworld has a treasure that can hide their whereabouts and aura. Unless they show themselves, it'll be difficult to find them. Jietians said calmly. The underworld won't remain indifferent when the King of Hell and King Wuguan died in battle. As long as they show themselves, I'm confident that I'll be able to find them again. I'm relieved to hear that, Saint Arbiter. On the throne, the Devil Master nodded and continued. June Wentian, how are your injuries? I've recovered 70%. June Wentian took a step forward and said respectfully. The Devil Master raised his hand, and boundless devil chi spread out and entered June Wentian's body. At that moment, it rose faintly and forcefully healed the injuries of the Devil Palace's first guardian. Despite the intense pain, June Wentian forcefully endured it and circulated his vitality to heal his injuries. Not long after, the Devil Master retracted his hand from the main seat. He looked at the people below and said indifferently, June Wentian, you and Yuan Xiu are the most likely experts of the Devil Palace to reach the 4th level. Don't disappoint me. June Wentian bowed silently and retreated without saying anything. Saint Arbiter reorganized the army. The next target is the Spirit Void G family. The Devil Master said calmly. Yes. In front of the generals, Jietians accepted the order respectfully. All right, all of you are dismissed. The Devil Master waved his hand and said, This subordinate will take his leave. Inside the hall, all the generals saluted and retreated. Saint Arbiter, you stay. When Jietians turned to leave, the Devil Master's voice sounded in his ears. When the generals left the hall, Jietians turned around and looked at the Devil Palace's master on the throne. Devil Master, do you have any other instructions? It's about the Holy Glory. The Devil Master stood up and walked down the hall. He said calmly, Emo Gates' 9th disciple took away the Holy Glory. This person is proficient in the Yellow Spring and time restriction. He cannot be underestimated. Find his whereabouts as soon as possible. I will personally deal with this trouble. I will do my best. Jietians nodded. There's one more thing. Not long ago, a power that surpasses the mortal realm appeared in the Reverence, Moon, Holy Ground. This matter must be investigated as soon as possible. The Devil Master reminded. Yes, Jietians acknowledged. Withdraw and do your work. The Devil Master said calmly. This subordinate will take his leave. Jietians saluted respectfully, then turned and walked out of the hall. At the same time, Hongwan Star Field, Golden Dawn City, Dawn Moon Restaurant. In the bright room on the 2nd floor, 2 figures sat across from each other, drinking wine. Wearing a silver-gray cloak and a plain white robe, the 2 people sat in front of the table. Neither of them spoke. Hong Wan stood quietly at the side, pouring wine for the 2 people in silence. Cup after cup, jug after jug. After drinking several jugs, the Dawn Moon restaurant master put down her wine cup and said with a faint smile, The cold and heartless Jiming Marquis, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice millions of people. Now, you're here drinking wine to drown your sorrows. What is your heart aching? Opposite her, the plain-clothed figure put down the wine cup in his hand and said calmly, Humans are not made of stone. How can we be heartless? That's your most beloved disciple. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. The Dawn Moon restaurant master looked at the young man in front of her and said softly, I've arranged 2 paths for her. If she doesn't accept the responsibility of the King of Hell, I won't force her and let her continue to grow without worries. However, if she chooses to accept the responsibility of the King of Hell, I can't be soft-hearted anymore. Qi Yanxia risked her life to protect the glory of King Wuguan. Even can't blaspheme it. Therefore, she must be strong enough to bear this burden. The plain-clothed figure said calmly, "Are you so sure that the origin of Tianyu in her body will awaken?" The Dawn Moon restaurant master asked. The plain-clothed figure shook his head and said, "I'm not completely sure, but this is the most likely method. Since she chose this path, she can't live under my wings anymore. When she leaves me, it'll be the time for her to truly grow up." Hearing this, the Dawn Moon restaurant master showed a hint of emotion and said, "In this round, the Demon Palace suffered a heavy blow. You returned to the dark side and hid in the underworld to avoid the Devil Master. You also pushed your disciple to grow quickly, killing 4 birds with 1 stone. I admire you for this round. You're too kind." Opposite her, the plain-clothed figure picked up his wine cup and said calmly, "Scheming against the people you cherish is not worth boasting about." The Dawn Moon restaurant master sighed and said, "One day she'll understand your good intentions." Chapter 956. In the Z-Way starfield, between 3 huge stars on a primitive planet, 10 majestic palaces stood tall and majestic. In the new location of the underworld, the divine restriction shielded all heavenly secrets, allowing the Yama Kings to rest and recuperate. In front of the Yama King Palace, day after day, the girl practicing her sword was unwilling to rest for even a moment. There was no night, and the sword in her hand never stopped. Not far away, Mu Qingxue in a white dress stood quietly, accompanying Yin as she practiced her sword. There was not the slightest emotion on her beautiful face. In the palace, Nu Chang looked at the little girl outside and sighed softly in her heart. Ning Chen's accident was too big of a blow to Yin. That girl who loved to act spoiled and throw tantrums seemed to have grown up overnight. Ji Ming, if this is the result you want, isn't it too cruel? 10 days, 100 days. After a world-shaking battle, the underworld seemed to have completely disappeared from the world. There was no more news about it. The Devil Domain and the Ji family, these 2 behemoths, gradually became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone knew that in the next step, these 2 ancient inheritances would truly compete with each other. White Emperor City, Ji family. Everyone gathered in the palace. The Ji family's grand elders all had grave expressions. Now that the Demon Palace's army had moved out, they had to speed up. Chi Tian Pavilion still hasn't responded. On the main seat, the Ji family's sacred master looked at the 9th grand elder below and asked, "No response yet." The Ji family's 9th grand elder replied, "It's better to rely on oneself than on others. The Demon Palace is now very powerful. Before the situation becomes clear, how could those old fellows from the Chi Tian Pavilion be willing to get involved in this mess?" One of the black and yellow grand elders said coldly. On the main seat, Ji Wechu sighed softly and said, "It's too difficult for our Ji family to stop the Demon Palace alone. Contact the various sects of the Spirit Void sect. The lesson of Hongwan and the All-Heaven Starfield is right before us. They should know what to do," the other Grand Elder said. Ji Yuechu nodded and said, "I've already sent people to contact them. However, the Demon Palace's power is too powerful. Furthermore, they have that Demon Master. Without the help of a power like the underworld, the Ji family's future path will be difficult." When the supreme elders of the Ji clan heard this, their expressions grew increasingly solemn. What the sacred lord said was the truth. The combat ability of the Devil Palace far surpassed that of the Ji clan. It was almost impossible for the Ji clan to block them. Outside the Spirit Void Star region, 180,000 demon soldiers pressed in. Demonic chi spread out like dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun. It was a shocking sight. In front of the army, Jun Wentian stood in the air. He was the commander of the army, leading the army to Lingshu. Beside Jun Wentian were the Star Moon Sect and Moon Sect, who were in charge of protecting the Devil Army's commander. With the lesson of the Earth Chieftain before them, The two of them did not dare to be careless. They were vigilant against any movement. Not long before the war between the two realms was about to break out, all of the Yamakings in the Ziwei star system had already been recuperating for many days, and their powers had all been restored to their peak, but none of them had left. Instead, all of them remained in the imperial palace. In King Yama's palace, Er's perspiration splattered all over her body. The vermilion sword in her hand danced gracefully. In the past 100 days, her sword skills had improved at an extremely fast pace. Without sleep or rest for 100 days, even an Iron Man would find it hard to endure. While Er's sword skills were improving rapidly, her physical and mental exhaustion had also reached its limit. Not far away, Mu Qingxue quietly looked at Er's demon-like state. After a long time, he stepped forward and pressed down the little girl's sword. He said calmly, that's enough. Er's eyes recovered from the daze. Looking at the woman in front of her, her beautiful eyes reddened slightly before they became firm again. Mistress Mu, I'm not tired. That's enough. Mu Qingxue pressed down on the former sword and said, Go and rest. Mistress, Er said anxiously, Go and rest. Mu Qingxue's expression turned cold as he reprimanded her. Er's body trembled. After a moment, she nodded lightly. Without saying anything else, she silently kept her sword and walked towards the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, the woman looked at the girl walking over and sighed in her heart. Don't be too impatient. Learning the sword is not something that can be accomplished overnight. You have already done well enough. Forced to smile and didn't say anything else. She walked to the room at the side and directly fell onto the bed. Extreme exhaustion hit her. Er's consciousness quickly blurred, and she instantly fell into a deep sleep. In the imperial palace, Mu Qingxue walked over. Seeing the door of the room that was not closed in time, he said softly, Female Supreme, Ning Chen is not dead, right? Hearing this, a strange look flashed across the woman's eyes. She said, Why do you ask? It's just my intuition. Mu Qingxue's expression remained calm as he said, If all of this was arranged by him, then we need a person of virtue and prestige to control the situation. As a senior, the female supreme is the only choice. Hearing this, the woman couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. It seemed that they had all underestimated this woman from the desolate city. This is just your guess. What if something really happened to Jiming? The woman suppressed the waves in her heart and said, I know him. Before he finishes what he has to do, he won't die so easily. It's not easy to live, but in order to live, he will do whatever it takes. Mu Qingxue said softly. The woman sighed. No wonder Jiming specially told her to be careful when talking to the woman in front of her. Just as the woman opened her mouth and admitted that all of this was arranged by Jiming, there was a sudden change in the room at the side. A terrifying fluctuation of heaven and earth appeared out of nowhere. The law of nature gathered rapidly and crazily from all directions. Breaking through? How can it be so fast? The woman and Mu Qingxue sensed something, and their expressions changed. Not good. Mu Qingxue was the first to come back to his senses. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the imperial palace with Er in his arms. In each of the Yama halls, the Yama kings sensed something and walked out. Looking at the tribulation clouds gathering in the sky, they were all shocked. How could it be the true realm? Wake up! Thousands of miles away from the imperial palace, Mu Qingxue stopped and looked at the girl in his arms with a serious expression. However, Er's consciousness seemed to be controlled by something. No matter how he called her, she couldn't wake up. With a rumble, angry lightning fell from the 9 heavens. Under the boundless pressure of the heavens, everything within thousands of miles instantly collapsed. Under the lightning, Mu Qingxue's expression turned serious. He put down the girl in his arms and waved his hand. The Chang'ing sword appeared in the sky. Thousand swords greeting. Mu Qingxue took a step forward and entered the void. At the same time, boundless sword light gathered from all directions and transformed into a pair of gigantic sword wings. Mu Qingxue waved his Qingying sword, and a shocking sword light broke through the void and soared into the 9 heavens. The sword radiance shook the angry lightning. In an earth-shattering collision, thousands of thunderbolts collapsed. The heavens were furious. Before they could take a breath, thousands of thunderbolts struck down to punish the sinner who blasphemed the heavens. As the thunderbolts fell, Mu Qingxue didn't step back. The huge sword wings on his back vibrated, and he pushed his true yuan to the limit. He faced the heavens again. Chapter 9:57. In the underworld, above the 10 palaces, the tribulation clouds loomed. The terrifying heavenly might rose rapidly, frightening the ghosts and gods. Thousands of miles away from the king of hell's palace, Mu Qingxue used all of his strength to protect the unconscious girl after he manifested his gigantic sword wings. Thousands of swords bowed to the ancestor. Thousands of swords in the mortal world submitted. The desolate city's world-shaking sword appeared again, splitting thousands of thunderbolts. The firmament was furious, and thousands of thunderbolts struck down. Even more terrifying thunderbolts struck down, suppressing those who defied the heavens. In order to protect Mu Qingxue didn't retreat. Instead, his sword wings flapped, and his figure soared into the sky. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down, and the Chang'ing sword met them head-on. With an earth-shattering boom, the thunderbolts collapsed. The white-robed figure soared into the sky with extreme speed. Mortals who defied the heavens couldn't be forgiven. The firmament was furious. In an instant, the tribulation clouds turned from black to red. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down, shocking the world. 7 ultimate arts, startling swan-piercing Sunday, the Taishang indifference appeared. Mu Qingxue turned the sword in his hand, and a majestic sword rainbow pierced through the sky, slashing towards the blood-red thunderbolts. The power of man could shake the heavenly might. Amidst the rumbling, the sky was filled with sword feathers. Mu Qingxue's figure paused, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly tribulation couldn't be blocked. This was a truth that everyone knew. Because of the firmament's fury, the firmament would pour down 100 times, killing all those who defiled the firmament. In front of the 10 palaces, the kings of hell's expression turned serious. Not good. Boom! The blood-red clouds rolled, and thousands of thunderbolts struck down. The firmament's fury was even more shocking. The blood-red thunderbolts were like an ocean, drowning the girl below. On the ground, was still in a deep sleep and didn't know what was happening outside. At the same time, a white-robed figure appeared in the sky, surrounded by chaos covering his aura. Qingxue. Ning Chen looked at the injured, white-robed girl in the sky, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. After a while, he forcefully suppressed his impulse to attack. He looked at the sleeping girl below, waiting for the result. Since the situation had reached this stage, he couldn't interfere unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and all his arrangements would be in vain. Amidst the blood-colored lightning sea in the horizon, Mu Qingxue's body was covered in sword light. His body was like a bolt of lightning, blocking the 10,000 layers of heavenly lightning with extreme speed. The hand that was holding the sword was dyed red, and blood was dripping down. However, Mu Qingxue was determined, and he did not retreat even half a step. Sword after sword, he went against the heavens, knowing destiny. In front of the Yama King Palace, Nu Chang stared at the scene in the air as light flashed in her eyes. "Are you still not going to show yourself?" In Jinxi City, on the 2nd floor of the Dawn Moon Chang, and the owner of the Dawn Moon Tower, dressed in a silver-gray cloak, walked to the window and looked into the distance, sighing softly in her heart. The world was chaotic, and the demonic tribulation was endless. Benevolence and soft-heartedness were the most superfluous emotions. Jiming Marquis, what will you choose? In the demon region, on the throne of the sage palace, the demon lord stood up and walked to the front of the palace. He looked at the Hong Wan star region in the distance, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The catastrophe of the true plane seemed to be somewhat unusual. Saint Arbiter, check who is going through the tribulation, the demon lord said calmly. Yes. Jiat Tyance walked out from the sacred palace and responded softly. The sky opened and traced back to the source. Jiat Tyance formed a seal with his hands, and a strange power spread out and merged into the world, peeking into the mysteries of heaven. In the sky, blood-colored clouds of tribulation appeared. However, everything under the clouds was difficult to see clearly, as if something was interfering with the mysteries of heaven. Strange! With a wave of his hand, the black and white chess pieces flew into the sky. Jia Tyance raised his hand and pointed at the mysteries of heaven. The strange light shone brightly and flowed continuously into the clouds. In the next moment, the black and white chess pieces appeared between the three suns in the Ziwei star region. Then, thousands of chess pieces gathered and turned into black and white chess swords, slashing at the divine restriction in front of the clouds of tribulation. In the air, Ning Qin saw this and narrowed his eyes. He took a step forward and instantly swept out of the vast star. He formed a sword with his fingers and blocked the black and white swords. The black and white chess swords were blocked. With a rumble, they were sent flying hundreds of feet away. In the sage palace of the demon region, Jiat Tyance narrowed his eyes. Someone had blocked him. Who was it? In front of the demon palace, the demonic lord turned around and stepped forward. He looked at the scene in the sky and did not say a word. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying force entered the sky to assist him. In the Ziwei star region, between the three suns, Ning Chen looked at the black and white chess swords that were filled with demonic qi. His eyes turned cold. Was it the demonic lord? Gathering energy in his palm, the starry sky soared. Thousands of sword qi gathered. Ning Chen raised his right hand at the same time. In an instant, the sword qi rushed forward like a waterfall. The black and white chess swords swept past and crashed into the thousands of sword qi. In the shocking collision, the sword qi in the sky collapsed violently and disappeared. In the collapsing sword qi, the black and white chess swords also showed signs of disintegration. The chess pieces fell off one by one and disappeared. The black and white chess swords collapsed, and the sky was disturbed. In the sage palace of the demon region, the sky shook violently. After a while, it disappeared. The Ziwei star region still has such a hidden master. The demonic lord's eyes flashed with interest. Was it someone from the Qitian pavilion? In the Ziwei star region, between the three suns in the underworld, many kings of hell felt the shaking of the sky and looked up. In front of the king of hell's palace, Nu Chong looked up and narrowed her eyes. Was it the knowing destiny state? I'll go and take a look. In front of the king of Mount Tai's palace, Yi Xuanmiao said. Then his figure flashed and flew toward the sky. Outside the divine restriction, Ning Chen saw the figure below gradually approaching. He did not linger and stepped out, disappearing. In front of the divine restriction, Yi Xuanmiao arrived and scanned with his spiritual sense. A strange expression flashed on his face. There was the aura of a battle. However, why could he not see anyone? Strange. Yi Xuanmiao was puzzled, but he did not linger. He landed and returned to the king of Mount Tai's palace. Is there anything strange? In front of the various palaces, many people asked. There are signs of a battle, but I don't see the person. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. In front of the king of Mount Tai's palace, Yi Xuanmiao answered. Everyone nodded and did not ask more. They turned their attention back to Mu Qingxue, who was going through the tribulation in the distance. Their eyes were grave. Below the tribulation clouds, a beautiful figure in snow-white clothes stood in the air, blocking wave after wave of heavenly tribulation. Her snow-white dress was dyed red with blood, like a blooming winter plum. She was so beautiful that it was difficult to look at her directly. In order to protect the knowing destiny disciple, Mu Qingxue used all his cultivation and did not retreat even when the tribulation struck him. The wrath of the heavens did not dissipate for a long time. Below him was the unconscious girl. Although Mu Qingxue had the fastest speed in the human world, he could not dodge at all. He could only block with brute force. His injuries accumulated and became heavier. 7 ultimate arts. Death of gods and destruction of ghosts. Mu Qingxue dispersed 100 lightning bolts with one sword. Then he channeled his true yuan. In the shocking scene, a huge phantom of the Great Supreme appeared behind him. It stretched out its hand and crushed the lightning bolts. The aftershock caused the phantom of the Great Supreme to dissipate. Mu Qingxue took half a step back and groaned. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, adding to his injuries. In the distance, the space swirled and a white-clothed figure walked out. Her aura was concealed by the Chaos Scroll, so no one could see her. Under the tribulation clouds, blood splattered and bloomed in the sky. It was so beautiful. Ningchen looked at it silently and did not say anything. The white dress that was dyed red was reflected in his eyes and heart. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, it would still be soft. However, Ning Chen's body did not move at all. The knowing destiny Marquis was the most ruthless one. It was like this in the past, and it was still the same today. Boom! The tribulation became more and more powerful. It dyed the entire sky red. The beautiful figure in white stood in the sky. Blood dripped from the sword in her hand. Her body was heavily injured. At this moment, a soft sigh sounded in the sky. The lightning in the sky paused for a moment and did not fall. In the sky, an illusory figure walked out. His aura was otherworldly. One could vaguely see the unparalleled elegance of the past. The heavenly word had a girl, the only one in the human world. Disperse! The heaven speaker's voice was calm and gentle, without a trace of anger. He looked at the sky and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavens and earth sensed it. The rolling tribulation clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. Not long after, they disappeared. In front of the palaces, the Yama kings were shocked. This was the heaven speaker, the only one in the human world who could talk to the heavens. How terrifying! In the sky, the heaven speaker looked at the girl in front of him and said softly, "Miss, thank you." Mu Qingxue looked at the illusory figure in front of him and his eyes flashed. This should be the senior from the heaven speech peak that Ning Chen mentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven speaker looked at the white-clothed young man in the distance and said, "Thank you." 1,000 miles away, Ning Chen nodded. He was not surprised that he was discovered. To a certain extent, the heaven speaker was equivalent to a part of the world. As long as he was in the world, it would be difficult to avoid his detection. In the sky, Mu Qingxue frowned and looked at the direction the heaven speaker was looking at. A strange look flashed across his face. Was it him? Or was she overthinking? After his last glory, he disappeared quietly. In the sky, the heaven speaker's figure gradually dissipated. The last soul imprint of the human world returned to the heavens and earth. On the ground, the sleeping Een slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, an incomparably majestic power gathered from all directions and entered her body. In the distance, seeing that Een had woken up, Ning Chen was finally relieved. He did not dare to stay any longer and left quickly. On the ground, Een seemed to have sensed something. She looked at the sky and raised her right hand. The wind and clouds in the sky rolled and thousands of lightning bolts struck down. The power was earth-shattering. This girl, in the lightning, Ning Chen's figure flashed quickly and avoided the lightning bolts. He disappeared quickly. Iner. In the sky, Mu Qingshue's figure landed. Looking at the girl who had woken up, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" Seeing the woman in front of her, Iner came back to her senses. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Master's wife. I'm fine." "That's good." Exhaustion flashed across Mu Qingshue's face. She did not let him down. "Master's wife, I'll bring you back to heal." Iner supported the former and said softly. Then her figure flashed and flew towards the direction of the 10 halls. Outside the divine restriction, Ning Chan walked out. Looking down, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl had just woken up. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to escape. Now was not the time for him to show himself. He could only apologize to them in the future. Chapter 958. In the Spirit Void Star Zone, the army of the Demon Palace had been on an expedition. The Ji family, Beiki, and the allied forces of various sects resisted with all their might. The flames of war spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, and there were many casualties. June, when Tian commanded the 3 armies to attack fiercely, the allied forces of the Spirit Void Star Zone retreated again and again. Within 100 days, several planets with life were lost, and blood stained the starry sky. The generals of the Star Moon sect and the 18 demon palaces displayed their powerful combat power, assisting the first guardian of the demon palace, June Wentian, and making the elites of the Spirit Void Star Zone suffer. In the battlefield, the white-clothed figure watched the battle quietly. From beginning to end, she hid in the dark and never showed herself. All along, he and the underworld had been at the forefront of the fight against the demon palace. Even if he wanted to hide his identity, he was still in danger of being exposed at any time. Now that the demon lord had appeared, it was not suitable for the kings of hell to appear in the open. After many days of observation, the white-clothed figure faded and disappeared from the battlefield. In the palace of Fengming City, Lin Yuzhen read the battle report from the front line. Her eyes flashed. It was really not good. "Your Highness." At this moment, a white-clothed figure walked out from the void. Looking at the cross-dressing woman in front of him, he spoke. "Brother Ning." Seeing the man in front of her, Lin Yuzhen was shocked and exclaimed. Although she guessed that nothing had happened to him, seeing it with her own eyes still made her heart tremble. After a short moment of shock, Lin Yuzhen came back to her senses. Looking at the person in front of her, she asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "It's a long story, I'll explain it later." Ning Qin said seriously, "Your Highness, why didn't the Ji family ask the Qi Tian Pavilion for help? In the current situation, if something happens to the Spirit Void Star Zone, the Ziwei Star Zone will definitely become the next target of the Demon Palace. If we don't join forces now, we will undoubtedly be destroyed. The Ji family has already sent people to contact them, but the Qi Tian Pavilion has not relented. They should be afraid of the Demon Lord. After all, a fourth realm existence is really terrifying." Lin Yuzhen sighed softly. Hearing this, Ning Qin frowned slightly. A fourth realm was indeed unmatched. It seemed that it would take some effort to ask the Qi Tian Pavilion for help. "Brother Ning, do you have any ideas?" Lin Yuzhen asked seriously. "Heaven Mending Pavilion is afraid of that Devil Master. Unless we have a way to deal with the Devil Master, it will be very difficult to convince them otherwise." Ning Qin calmly analyzed. Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, "Based on the current situation, although Beiki and the Ji family can barely stop the advance of the Demon Palace's army, this is only a temporary illusion. Once the Demon Lord makes his move, the situation will tilt to our side. In the end, the root of the problem lies with that Devil Master." Brilliance flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. The crux of this battle was whether they had a way to stop the only fourth-level cultivator in the world. "Brother Ning, you are the only person in this world who has fought against that Devil Lord. If you join forces with this king, how long can you resist him?" Lin Yuzhen asked. "Half an hour at most." Ning Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Previously, I used the divine restriction that was set up in the underworld in advance, as well as the immortal slaying and immortal trapping techniques. However, it was still difficult to block his attacks. The fourth realm is different from our realm. Unless we can find a way to restrain him, it doesn't matter how many people we have. Is it possible to use the method you used to deal with the Nether King? Lin Yuzhen asked with a serious expression. It's impossible. Ning Chen shook his head and said, The Devil Master is different from the Nether King. When the Nether King descended into the world, his physical body was unable to withstand his power. On top of that, his source energy was lacking, causing his true energy to fluctuate for a short period of time when he attacked. Thus, Mu Qingxue and I joined forces with Zi's assistance. Only then were we able to break through the Nether King's dual aura seas. However, the Devil Master's body does not have this weakness. Even if we suppress his attacks with extreme speed, the result will not be optimistic. In that case, is there truly no way? Lin Yuzhen asked with a grave expression. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, I'm going to the immortal graveyard danger ground. The All-Heaven Starfield's immortal graveyard danger ground? Lin Yuzhen's expression changed as she exclaimed. Amen, Ning Chen answered softly. He said, I have some things that I need to clarify. Your Highness must take care of yourself while I'm away. Do not fight against the Devil Palace head-on. Lin Yuzhen nodded. She did not ask any more and said with a serious expression, You must also be careful. There are dangers everywhere in the immortal graveyard danger ground. If there's any danger, come out immediately. Understood. Ning Chen nodded. He said, Time is of the essence. I'll be leaving first. Your Highness, farewell. After he finished saying those words, space swirled, and a plain-clothed figure entered it and disappeared. Lin Yuzhen looked in the direction that Ning Chen left. A trace of worry flashed through her eyes. The immortal graveyard danger ground's ominous reputation was known throughout the world. She hoped that nothing would happen to Ning Chen. Several days later, in the All-Heaven Starfield, a ray of light rapidly flashed past. In an instant, that ray of light disappeared without a trace. In the depths of the All-Heaven Starfield, in the immortal graveyard danger ground, a chilly wind whistled. White bones covered the entire danger ground. Looking at it, one would tremble with fear. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up sand and dust. A plain-clothed figure walked over. With each step he took, he arrived before the forbidden area in a few breaths of time. When he arrived at the immortal graveyard danger ground again, Ning Chen's expression was still calm. There was still a trace of graveness in his expression. He had spread out his divine awareness to guard against dangers that could appear at any time in the forbidden area. After walking for 100 miles, nothing abnormal happened in the eerily silent forbidden area. However, in a place filled with danger, the greatest abnormality was that there was no abnormality. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at a faintly discernible mountain range in the distance. His footsteps quickened. That senior was sealed within. Hopefully, he would be able to obtain the answer he wanted. After passing over the mountain, a familiar valley appeared. It was dark and silent. Black trees could be seen everywhere. The aura of death pervaded the air, making one's hair stand on end. Ning Chen avoided the aura of death pervading the surroundings of the trees and quickly walked forward. He did not wish to stay for long. Who? Suddenly, a chilly wind blew in the valley. Dust and sand filled the sky. Ghostly figures rapidly flitted past with oppressive killing intent. Amen. Ning Chen's eyes immediately narrowed. He clenched his right hand and Taisha appeared. With a clang, he blocked the incoming death god scythe. The divine armament and ghostly armament clashed several times. The sword broke through the ghostly figures. The ghostly aura that filled the sky scattered. Several ghostly figures scattered and disappeared. Strange. Ning Chen looked at the ghostly figures that disappeared. A serious expression flashed through his eyes. The last time he came here, he and did not encounter these things. It would appear that there were many dangers in the immortal graveyard danger ground that he did not know of. Clang! Clang! Just as the ghostly figures disappeared, the ground rumbled in the distance. Sonorous footsteps sounded, each sound shocking. The next moment, tens of thousands of soldiers appeared in the chilly wind and ghostly aura. They were covered in armor and walked into the distance. The soldiers passed through and quickly left. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. Why could he see the soldiers of the underworld every time he came here? Wasn't the underworld destroyed in ancient times? Why were there still soldiers appearing? In the ghostly aura, the soldiers passed through and soon disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they came from or where they went. Ning Chen's figure flashed and rushed into the ghostly aura. He wanted to follow them, but the talismans were destroyed. Tens of thousands of soldiers disappeared into thin air. Ning Chen stopped, and light flashed through his eyes. Something was wrong. He had never thought about it carefully. Now that he thought about it, it was not the first time he had encountered these soldiers. Were so many soldiers being transferred? Was the underworld destroyed in ancient times? What were they trying to do by transferring so many soldiers? Also, what was the identity of the woman who looked exactly like the ghost lady among the immortal corpses? The ghost lady was the Yama King of the underworld, so what about that woman? Ning Chen's mind was disturbed, and he could not figure it out. He suppressed the waves in his heart and walked forward step by step. The more he experienced, the more he felt that there seemed to be an invisible force controlling something in the dark. After walking through a deep valley and crossing a mountain, a gloomy fog appeared before him. Ning Chen paused. The yellow spring, forbidden ground, should be in front of him. The changes of the divine forbidden ground were endless. Even he could not fully grasp it. The yellow spring, forbidden ground here was very powerful. Last time, he did not prepare and entered by mistake. It took him 3 years to get out. After thinking for a while, Ning Chen waved his right hand. Immortal trapping appeared and sank into the ground. He did not hesitate and walked into the divine forbidden ground. After an instant, there was a violent tremor. Red light shot up from the ground. Sword lights crisscrossed and attacked the divine forbidden ground. Inside the divine forbidden ground, Ning Chen stood quietly. He looked at the violently shaking divine forbidden ground and tried his best to find a flaw. 2 hours for hours. Within the divine forbidden ground, the silhouette did not move at all. Under the attack of the sword lights, the divine forbidden ground's changes became more and more intense. After an unknown amount of time, the silhouette finally moved. He waved his hand, and the sickly king showed his power. The execution immortal sword once again displayed its peerless power. The person moved, the sword moved. The person turned into the sword, and the sword merged with the person. Boom! In a shocking scene, the divine forbidden ground and the sword lights collided. The two immortal swords combined, and the divine forbidden ground in front of the mountain collapsed. In the void, the sword lights dissipated and the silhouette walked out. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the sickly king slashed down again. 1,000 zhang long sword light cut through the sky, and the mountain in front of him was split in two. Inside the mountain, blood, qi, permeated the air. Black iron chains crisscrossed, and countless talismans flickered with terrifying lightning. Vaguely, a silhouette was faintly discernible. His hair was dyed in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Within the chains, the sinner raised his head and looked at the silhouette outside the mountain. His purple-black eyes flashed. It was him, Senior. Ning Chen walked in. Looking at the person before him, he politely bowed. Just as knowing destiny entered the immortal graveyard, celestial music resounded in the all-heavens starfield. 3 dragon corpses pulled a palanquin and rushed past. Ahead of them, the demon region blocked the path of the immortal corpses. The immortal corpses were ancient legends. For countless years, they had been moving forward without stopping. They seemed to be searching for something. From ancient times until now, they had searched every corner of the starry sky. Before the demon region, the 3 dragon corpses drove past. They did not change their direction and directly crashed into the immortal corpses. Many experts sensed this and were shocked. Rumble. Amidst a shocking collision, the immortal corpse crashed through one demonic palace after another. It was an absolute suppression, destroying everything in its path. Chapter 9:59. Immortal Graveyard, Immortal Sword Mountain Range. An earth-shattering tremor resounded through the forbidden land, and the huge mountain split apart. Inside the mountain, chains crisscrossed and locked the sinner, trapping him for thousands of years. Ning-Chen walked in and looked at the chained figure in front of him. He bowed respectfully. "Senior, it's you." In the chains, the man raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. His voice was hoarse. "Why did you come back so quickly? You haven't entered the 4th realm yet, have you?" "No." Ning-Chen shook his head. His expression became serious. "Senior, I came here because I have something to ask. I hope you can answer me. What is it?" The man looked tired. "Other than the 4th realm, is there any other way to kill a 4th realm cultivator?" Ning-Chen asked seriously. Hearing this, the man's purple-black eyes shone brightly. He said slowly, "Why do you ask? Could it be that a 4th realm cultivator has appeared in the human world?" Ning-Chen nodded and said calmly, "To be honest, that is the case. However, this person is not a human, but a demon. He can't come to save you. On the contrary, he will kill everyone in the human world who can enter the 4th realm, including me. So, I came here to ask you about a way to restrain a 4th realm cultivator." After hearing this, the man fell silent. After a long while, he shook his head. "The 4th realm is different from any other realm. After entering this realm, unless there is a power of the same level, nothing can kill them. Senior, you should be a 4th realm cultivator. Can you kill this demon?" Ning-Chen asked seriously. "Yes." The man nodded and sighed. "But I can't go out. Also, only a 4th realm cultivator can save me." Ning-Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a few steps forward and looked at the chains that trapped the former. He asked, "Do we just have to break these chains?" "That's right." The man nodded and said tiredly, "However, these chains are made of divine gold and are indestructible. Later, they were tempered with dark lightning. Anyone below the 4th realm who touches them will either die or be injured." "I see." Ning-Chen looked back and said, "In other words, to save you, not only must you have a cultivation level that can withstand the lightning, but you must also have a peerless divine weapon that can break these divine gold chains." "Yes." The man nodded and replied softly. Ning-Chen took a few more steps forward. He looked at the crisscrossing black chains and personally felt the power of the mysterious thunder. He raised his hand and pointed with his finger. A ray of sword light broke through the air and slashed at the chain. However, there was an ear-piercing sound of thunder. Before the sword Qi could get close, it was swallowed by the thunder on the chain. Don't waste your energy. This dark lightning is not something from the mortal world. With your cultivation, you are still unable to fight against it," the man said in a hoarse voice. Ning-Chen frowned. Light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he flipped his right hand. A broken green cauldron appeared and flew forward. Black thunderbolts surged like the cries of thousands of birds, blasting towards the green cauldron. The thunder collided with the green cauldron, and an ear-piercing sound of collision rang out. The invincible thunder was actually stopped, unable to destroy the green cauldron. Inside the heavy chains, the man revealed a look of shock. He looked at the broken green cauldron floating in the void and a hint of fear rose in his heart. Was this the celestial cauldron from the eastern celestial world? Tens of thousands of thunderbolts struck, but the green cauldron stood still like a mountain. Ning Chun looked forward and raised his right hand again. The immortal trapping sword flew out and turned into a ray of light, rushing straight towards the green cauldron. The immortal trapping sword? The man's expression was once again shocked. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but it quickly dimmed again. The immortal trapping sword was not known for its sharpness and could not cut through these chains. If it was the immortal slaying sword or the immortal slaying sword, perhaps he would have a chance to get out. The immortal sword flew into the green cauldron. Red light rose, and it continuously swallowed the dark een thunder in the green cauldron. At the same time, the immortal corpse patrol sped over from the demonic zone. It did not dodge and directly crashed into it. Shocking sounds of collision rang out, and the demonic palaces collapsed and disintegrated. In the palace of the Seven Sins clan, Feng Xinzong sensed it. Murderous intent appeared in his old eyes. His figure flashed and came to the front of the main palace. In front of him, the immortal corpse patrol charged forward without stopping, destroying all obstacles. How dare you? Feng Xinzong's face was filled with anger. He raised his hand to block the immortal corpse patrol. Boom! The three dragons crashed into the gale. Faint divine light rose, and in the gale, the immortal corpse patrol charged out and crashed into the Seven Sins clan's main palace. Ugh! The violent impact caused Feng Xinzong to spit out blood. His figure retreated, crashing into demonic palaces one after another. In the sacred palace, Jia Tiance looked outside the palace. His eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and the go bag soared into the sky. Thousands of black and white go pieces flew out, turning into go swords. In the demonic zone, the immortal corpse patrol crashed into dozens of demonic palaces. Its momentum did not stop as it continued forward. The black and white go swords flew past, their bodies growing larger and larger. The blade of the swords slashed toward the three dragon corpses. With a boom, divine light shone brightly on the dragon corpses. The black and white go swords cracked and shattered. Yama, king of the underworld, you are finally willing to show yourself. As he spoke, the figure on the throne of the sacred palace disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the three dragon corpses. He raised his hand to command the heavens and earth. The wind and cloud swirled as he received the order to block the immortal corpse patrol. As the immortal corpse patrol clashed, the immortal corpse patrol's momentum was hindered for the first time. At this moment, the woman in the palanquin, who had not moved at all, finally stood up and walked out. Her red wedding dress was dazzling. Under the red veil, her blood-red lips could be vaguely seen. She was so beautiful. The immortal corpse patrol reappeared. Yama Emperor! Her red lips parted slightly. Amidst the divine light, a purple divine sword descended from the sky. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword pressure swept out, frightening the gods and Buddhas. On the opposite side, seeing the divine artifact in the former's hand, the demon lord's expression turned serious. It was the underworld's #1 divine artifact, Yama Emperor. Not daring to be careless, the demon lord made the first move. The demon lord flipped his palm. In an instant, demonic clouds swirled violently above the 9 heavens. Demonic lightning descended from the heavens, aiding the demon lord. The immortal corpse patrol and the divine sword shook the demon lord's palm. With a terrifying collision, the palaces around the two turned into dust and completely disappeared. In front of the sacred palace, Jia Tiance walked out. Looking at the two supreme powerhouses fighting in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. If the ancient underworld hadn't been destroyed, then why had it remained hidden all these years? Were those Yama kings really from the underworld? As he was thinking, the battle in front of him was a battle between the immortal corpse patrol and the demon lord. Sword and palm collided, stirring up the 9 heavens. It was shocking. After several exchanges, it was difficult to gain the upper hand. The demon lord's expression turned serious. His demonic aura soared into the sky and pierced through the starry sky. He absorbed the 9 heavens' demonic refinement into his body. The ultimate demonic technique appeared in the world for the first time. 10,000 demons, heavenly tribulation. The ultimate power descended, and the demonic might shook the heavens. Under the red veil, the woman's expression did not change. She stepped out, and the ghost chi around her surged like 1,000 waves. 10,000 ghosts walked in the night, opposing each other. Chapter 960. In the demon territory, immortals and demons fought. Above the 9th heaven, demonic clouds rolled, and the howls of thousands of demons shook the earth. The demon lord roared as the source of thousands of demons gathered. He raised his hand and parted the sky. As the demonic power descended, the woman in the red wedding dress did not dodge. Ghost chi gathered around her as she activated Yama and slashed the demons. Boom! The divine artifact slashed thousands of demons. Ghost chi rushed into the sky, drawing a dazzling sword mark between heaven and earth. The first divine artifact of the underworld had appeared. The thousands of demons dissipated. The demon lord focused and raised his hand to block Yama. With a bang, his leg sank into the ground. The demon lord's eyes flashed, and his aura rose again. He clenched his fist and punched out. The rapidly approaching yen crashed into the demon's fist. There was a violent tremor as the earth between the two of them cracked. Outside the battle, Jiataians looked at the battle in front of him. He raised his hand and made a seal. Chess pieces flew out and formed a barrier, blocking the waves. All the experts in the demon territory acted to help the Saint Arbiter and protect the demon territory. While the demons were guarding the demon territory, the battle between the immortals and demons became even more intense. The two sides clashed. Sword light and demon fists were like waves. Wave after wave of attacks shocked the gods of the 9th heaven. Sun concealing demon technique, astral palm. The demon lord raised his hand and channeled the power of the stars. The demon lord's body shone with a strange light. His unparalleled cultivation increased, and the supreme martial arts of the demon palace showed its shocking power. It swept across the land, and the sky cried. Under the pressure of the powerful palm, heaven and earth were shocked, and everything collapsed. In the palm wind, the Yama king of the underworld was as still as a mountain. Her slender hand passed the sword, and purple sword light rolled out. It gathered the ghost chi of heaven and earth, and the power of the ghost wilderness appeared again. Ghost wilderness art returned to nothing. Her voice was casual, without the slightest breath of the mortal world. Yama slashed through the woman's hand. Suddenly, the ghost chi disappeared, and the sword light continued to sweep forward. With a bang, the sword light hit the ghost chi barrier. In the violent impact, the demon lord took half a step back and fell slightly. As expected, the Yama king of the underworld didn't disappoint me. Pay attention, the real battle is coming. The demon lord looked at the woman in front of him, and his expression became serious. He took a step forward, and the demonic clouds in the sky swept over. In an instant, a huge demonic eye opened in the power of the demonic clouds. Under the dim light, everything in the world turned into nothingness. Below, the woman was surrounded by ghostly chi. Endless, ghostly chi swept out and blocked the demonic eye in the sky. In a battle that transcended the boundaries of heaven and earth, the battle prowess of the 2 4th level cultivators continued to rise. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the cultivators of the demonic zone all vomited blood, unable to withstand this power that transcended the boundaries of heaven and earth. Not good. Outside the battle, Jia Taiyan's expression turned solemn. This king of hell was too powerful, and the Devil Lord had no time to care about him. If this continued, the Devil's domain would be completely destroyed before the outcome of the battle could be determined. As his thoughts turned, Giataians looked at the 3 dragon corpses outside the battlefield. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand and held his sword. The 2 swords crossed, and a cold glint flashed past. In the battle, the woman sensed something. She swung her sword and shook off the battle. Her figure flashed past and blocked in front of the dragon corpses. With a slash of her sword, she scattered the black and white sword light. In an instant, the Devil Lord took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of him. His heavy fist condensed into essence and landed on the King of Hell's chest. 100 ghosts trapped the sky. At the moment of crisis, a cold voice rang out from the palanquin behind. Suddenly, 100 ghosts flew out and blocked in front of the woman. With a boom, the Devil Lord's attack was restrained. The woman turned her hand and landed a palm on the former's chest. Ah! Caught off guard, the Devil Lord grunted and took a few steps back. Blood dripped down and dyed his armor red. The Devil Lord looked at the palanquin in front of him, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. There was another cultivator. In the palanquin, the red-clothed ghost lady sat quietly. Her empty and cold eyes did not show any emotion. Her delicate face was so beautiful that she did not seem like a mortal woman. She was so noble and extraordinary that no one dared to look at her directly. Devil Lord, you can't fight anymore. Giataians, who was outside the battle, reminded the Devil Lord as he looked at the half-destroyed Devil domain. In the battle, the Devil Lord's expression darkened slightly. He raised his hand to suppress the injuries in his body. He looked at the cultivators in the palanquin in front of him who had yet to come out. 2 fourth realm cultivators. How could it be? Was there a second fourth realm cultivator in the underworld other than the King of Hell? In the battle, the woman stood quietly. Seeing that the person in front of her was no longer attacking, she did not continue to fight. She waved her hand and put away the King of Hell. Her figure flashed and returned to the palanquin. In the next moment, the palanquin drove past, knocking away the palaces blocking its way, and continued to move forward. Looking at the palanquin disappearing into the distance, the Devil Lord clenched his fists, unable to suppress his anger. At the same time, in front of the crisscrossing chains in the immortal graveyard, Een thunder shook the sky and the immortal trapping cry echoed, constantly devouring the power of the surrounding Een thunder. With the green cauldron as the weapon and the immortal sword as the guide, it forcibly devoured the Een thunder on the chains. What are you doing? In the chains, the man looked at the former's actions and said seriously, These Een thunder will keep regenerating. It can't be erased. Ning Chin did not answer. He continued to urge the immortal sword to devour the power of the Een thunder. After an hour, the Een thunder in the green cauldron had reached its limit. The immortal sword's red light flashed, bobbing up and down in the green cauldron. A powerful devouring force spread, restraining the eruption of the Een thunder. His goal was achieved. Behind Ning Chin, a phoenix appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed the green cauldron. In the chains, the man's eyes darkened when he saw this. He said, The immortal trapping sword and the immortal cauldron are both damaged. They can't suppress the Een thunder for too long. Once the Een thunder goes out of control, the power of the backlash is not something you can withstand. Senior, thank you for your reminder. This junior will be careful. Ning Chin said softly. He looked at the man in front of him and said, Senior, how can I save you? If one day you can withstand the Een thunder and find a peerless divine weapon like the immortal slaying sword or the immortal slaying sword, you may be able to save me. In the crisscrossing chains, the man said with a tired face. Ning Chin nodded and said seriously, This junior understands. Senior, you have suffered. After this junior gets out, I will do my best to find a way to save you. However, this junior's talent is lacking. It may take a long time before I can come back again." When the man heard this, a light flashed in his tired eyes. He raised his head and looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him. He said, "Wait, I have something to give you." As soon as he said this, the man shouted. His purple-black eyes shone brightly. A majestic power awakened, shocking people. At the same time, thunder exploded on the chains that locked the man's body. Terrifying thunder penetrated the man's body, preventing him from using his true essence. The man groaned in pain. He endured the pain all over his body. A drop of purple-black blood flew out from between his eyebrows and entered the former's body. After the soul blood left his body, the man's face quickly withered. He looked at the young man in front of him and said with extreme exhaustion, "This contains my comprehension when I broke through to the fourth realm. I hope it can help you." "Thank you, Senior." Ningchen bowed and respectfully bowed. This junior will remember Senior's kindness in his heart. In the future, this junior will do his best to repay Senior. After saying this, Ningchen didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the mountain. The moment he walked out of the mountain, Ning Chen's expression returned to normal. He looked back at the man in the mountain behind him. The depths of his eyes were as calm as water without any ripples. Sometimes it was really difficult to distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 961. In the spirit void, the flames of war raged across the sky. The army of the Demon Palace advanced all the way to the east. With the three pinnacle cultivators of the Demon Palace working together, their attacks were unstoppable. In front of each life star, demonic chi surged as dozens of demon soldiers marched forward, heading to the next life star. In front of the army, Jun Wentian, who was wearing the water cloud battle suit, was standing on top of a war chariot. Demonic energy was surging around his body, and he looked like a peerless expert whose might had shocked the major star fields. In the short span of 100 days, the sects of the spirit void realm had lost a few more life stars. The attacks of the Demon Palace were becoming more and more difficult to resist. Ji family's sacred hall. On the main seat, Ji Wechu looked at the battle reports that came in one after another, his face becoming more and more gloomy. If this continued, they would completely lose the chance to counterattack. However, that demon master had not made a move yet, so they did not dare to rashly launch a large-scale counterattack. The current situation could be said to be a dead end, and there was no way to resolve it. Sacred Master! Below him, the Ji family grand elders all had anxious expressions. Half of the spirit void territory had been lost. If the demon army advanced further, they would not be far from the Ji family. On the main seat, thoughts flashed through Ji Yuechu's eyes. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Go and invite Prince Qi. Prepare to counterattack with all your might." Yes. One of the supreme elders stood up and respectfully accepted the order. In front of the royal palace in Fengming City, Lin Yuzhen looked at the battle report from the front line with a solemn expression. The combat power of the Devil Army was really shocking. If this continued, the entire Spirit Void Star region would be devoured by the Devil Palace. "Your Highness, the Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder requests an audience." Right at this moment, a guard stepped forward and said respectfully, "Please." Lin Yuzhen said as she collected her thoughts. Yes, the guard accepted the order and turned to leave. Not long after, the 9th Grand Elder of the Ji family walked over quickly. Looking at the Phoenix Cry King, he bowed politely and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." 9th Elder, you don't have to be so courteous. What brings you here? Lin Yuzhen asked directly. The Saint Lord invites Your Highness to discuss the counterattack. The Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder said seriously. Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes and nodded. "Please wait a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen clenched her right hand and a ray of light flew out from the imperial palace behind her. The divine weapon of Beiki had reappeared in its peerless glory. "Let's go." Lin Yuzhen gripped her sword and stepped forward. After a few breaths of time, the two figures disappeared and sped off into the distance. Just as Beiki and the Ji family were preparing to counterattack in the Red Phoenix Star Zone between the three divine suns, three kings of hell stood in the air. In the middle, Yin whose eyes were closed, looked nervous as if she was facing a great enemy. "Yin there's no need to be nervous. Just display your strength." Outside the battlefield, Mu Qingxue looked at the girl among the three Yama kings and said. Yin nodded, and her tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky became chaotic, and an unusually strong pressure came from all directions. In the battle, Mu Qianshang, Ai Ran, and Luo Shen revealed strange expressions. Was this the power of a heaven speaker? It was truly astonishing. "Luo Shen," said Aaron Ming. "N." Luo Shen nodded and raised his right hand. Immediately, the wind and clouds in the sky dispersed. The power of a god was strong enough to shake the power of the gods. Outside the battle, Nu Chang looked at the battle with a solemn expression. This battle is going to be difficult. Luo Shen has the body of a deity, so his suppression of Yin is the most obvious. Now that they have joined forces, Yin is going to suffer. Even if she chose this path, she can't be afraid of suffering. Mu Qingxue's expression was calm. Now that her master is not here, there's no one to protect her. She must learn how to protect herself. As the two spoke, the three Yama kings moved together. A purplish-red figure flashed past, and the green moth's sword was drawn. Yin-er's eyes narrowed, and she dodged the sword light that came close to her. She raised her hand, and the sky and clouds were swept away. Too slow, Yi Xuanmiao slashed the wind and clouds with his sword. His sword momentum did not stop, and every move was merciless. The cold sword pressed down, and Yin-er's figure kept retreating. Unexpectedly, the Buddha energy behind her was like a wave, and they joined forces to attack her. Her palm landed on Yin-er's left shoulder, and Ai Ran immediately withdrew 90% of her strength and retreated. 3 moves. Outside the battle, Mu Qingxue's expression turned cold. Again, in the battle, Ai Ran, Luoshan, and Yi Xuanmiao sighed in their hearts. When this woman of Desolation City became ruthless, it was truly impressive. Mu Qingxue usually doted on her, but today she was like a completely different person, completely cold and heartless. Among the 3, Yin-er's eyes were filled with grievance, but she still endured the pain on her shoulder and focused on the next round of battle. Ai Ran Ming moved first, and the golden Buddha light was dazzling. The vast power broke through the sky and clouds and swept over again. Yin raised her hand to block the palm, and a rumbling sound was heard. Between the 2, waves of air rolled, and the sky and earth trembled. Green Moth Neon. The moment their palms met, the green moth Neon arrived again, and the sword whistled, drawing a dazzling sword light, and broke through the sky. Sensing danger, Yin raised her left hand, and thunder surged and blocked the sword light. Using 2 palms to block the attack, the aftershock shook. Yin, who controlled the power of heaven and earth, swept the wind and clouds, protecting her body, and nothing could break through. Finally, it's a little interesting. Outside the battle, Ai Ran's eyes flashed with gratification. It was not easy to nurture an expert, and Yin had excellent aptitude and foundation, but her battle experience and comprehension of martial arts were too far apart. If she did not work hard, it would be difficult for her to achieve anything. Silent Samsara. In the battle, the moment the 3 were in a stalemate, Luoshan raised her hand, and Samsara descended. Instantly, a huge space vortex appeared in the battle and swallowed the 3. In the vortex, Ai Ran and Yi Xuanmiao's figures disappeared, and they were sent out of Samsara. Yin-er's expression changed slightly, and she activated her vital essence, using the power of heaven and earth to protect her body, resisting the devouring power of samsara. Heavenly punishment. Samsara was difficult to break. Shouted, commanding heaven and earth, and heavenly punishment appeared for the first time. In an instant, the sky changed and dark clouds rolled, and endless lightning fell, drowning the battle. In the battle, the 3 Yama kings were surprised, and their figures flashed, avoiding the layers of lightning. Not bad. Under the lightning, Luo Shen said softly, and with a flip of her delicate hand, divine power appeared again. Heavenly punishment, borrowing sword from the heavens. In an instant between heaven and earth, thousands of sword lights gathered, condensing into one, and turned into a huge sword that pierced through the air. Divine power and heavenly might. The 2 extreme forces collided, and violent aftershocks spread out, and the battle was immediately separated, and the 4 of them retreated dozens of feet. At the same time, outside the divine restriction, a plain-clothed figure appeared, looking at the battle in front, and a gratified expression appeared on his face. It seemed that his choice was correct. Only by leaving his wings could this girl truly grow up, just like when he left Zhang Xuan's wings. Also needed to grow up independently. Jiming, quickly come to Xiao Yu Chang, and there is something important to discuss. At this moment, a solemn voice resounded from within the chaos scroll. It was a voice transmission. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious, and he did not stay any longer. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the distant Red Phoenix Star region. Chapter 962. Red Phoenix Star Zone, Jinxi City. On the 2nd floor of Don Moon Chang, and the master of Don Moon Tower stood in front of the window with a serious expression, waiting for Jiming to arrive. Not long after, a phoenix flew across the sky above Jinxi City and arrived in front of the restaurant in an instant. She walked forward and came to the 2nd floor of Don Moon Restaurant in one step. She was so fast that no one on the 1st floor noticed that someone had just passed by. On the 2nd floor, in the bright room, the master of Don Moon Tower looked at Jiming and said, "Sit." Ning Chen nodded and sat down at the table. He looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, "What's the matter that made me rush here?" "There's a deal that will be worthless after some time. It depends on whether Brother Ning is interested." The master of Don Moon Tower looked serious and said. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "What's the price?" Jun Wintian's 3rd demonic eye. The master of Don Moon Tower said calmly. Ning Chen was stunned. After a while he said seriously, "Master, this price is quite high." "Information is priceless." "This price is reasonable," the master of Don Moon Tower said. "Sure." Ning Chen nodded and said, "As long as the information is worth this price, I will not refuse." Brother Ning's credibility. This house lord still believes in it. The master of Don Moon Tower nodded and looked at the young man in front of her. She said slowly, "The demon lord is injured, and his injuries are not light." Ning Chen heard this, and his eyes narrowed. He said in a low voice, "Master, this is not a joke. With the strength of the demon lord, no one in this world could hurt him, let alone seriously injure him. When have I ever joked with Brother Ning?" The Don Moon House master said calmly, "Not long ago, there was a great battle in the demon domain. More than half of the demon domain was destroyed, and the demon lord also suffered serious injuries. Although the Saint Arbiter deliberately concealed it, it is not that difficult to find out about such a big matter." Ning Chen's face became serious. If this was the case, then this information was really priceless. "Master, you have now joined the Demon Palace. Why are you telling me this information?" Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the former. "Position and business do not affect each other. I am a businessman. How can I waste such a good business opportunity?" The Don Moon brothel master said calmly. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I will send over the reward as soon as possible." "Time is of the essence," so I will take my leave first." "I'm sure we'll meet again," said the waning moon brothel master. "Until we meet again." Ning Chin responded and didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. An instant later, her figure flashed and vanished. Not long after Ning Chin left, Hong Wan walked into the room. Looking at the figure standing by the window, she softly asked, "Tower Master, have you really sided with the Devil Palace?" "Why do you ask?" The waning moon house mistress retracted her gaze and looked at the woman beside her with a smile. Hong Wan feels that Tower Master isn't someone who can't distinguish right from wrong and won't help the evildoer. Hong Wan said seriously, "Huh." The waning moon house mistress faintly smiled and said, "Who can truly distinguish right from wrong? How can there be so much right from wrong in this world? What truly decides right from wrong is always success or failure. History is ultimately written by the victors. Based on the current situation, the Devil Palace is very likely to become the final victor." Hearing this, Hong Wan turned silent. She couldn't refute the Tower Master's words, but her intuition told her that the Tower Master was certainly planning something and wasn't sincerely siding with the Devil Palace. Spirit Void Star Region, Ji Family's Sacred Palace. Lin Yuzhen and the Ji family's sacred master had a long discussion about the counterattack. Just as the discussion was about to end, a streak of light streaked across the sky above the Ji family. Before they could react, it had already arrived in the sacred palace. Inside the sacred palace, the Ji family's grand elders' expressions turned serious. Just as they were about to stand up and make a move, they suppressed their auras after seeing the person who had arrived. "Mr. Ning, isn't it impolite to barge in without greeting us?" A Ji family's grand elder revealed a displeased expression. "Apologies." Ning Chen bowed apologetically and said, "This matter is urgent. I hope the sacred master and elders can forgive me." "Mr. Ning, why did you come in such a hurry?" On the main seat, Ji Wechu looked at the young man in the hall with a puzzled expression. "Sacred master, are we preparing to counterattack next?" Ning Chen looked at the Ji family's sacred master and asked seriously. Ji Wechu nodded and said, "In the current situation, we have no way to retreat. We must counterattack to have a chance. This one is willing to lend a hand to the sacred master." Ning Chen bowed and said. On the main seat, a strange expression flashed across Ji Wechu's face, and he said, "If Mr. Ning is willing to help, we naturally welcome him." On the main seat, Lin Yuzhen, who hadn't spoken, looked at the man in the hall with doubt in her eyes. Why would he suddenly make such a decision? It was really strange. "Sacred Master, since we've decided to counterattack, it's better to do it as soon as possible. As the saying goes, speed is the most important thing in war. I hope the Sacred Master can dispatch troops as soon as possible," Ning Qin reminded. On the main seat, Ji Wechu frowned slightly. Why was Mr. Ning even more anxious than them? "Sacred Master, Brother Ning's words are reasonable." Lin Yuzhen said, "If we can counterattack before the Devil Palace's army arrives, we might be able to achieve unexpected results." Ji Wechu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Please don't worry. I will arrange it as soon as possible and won't waste any time." Ning Qin nodded and said, "This one still has some matters to arrange, so I won't stay any longer. When the Sacred Master dispatches troops, I will come on time." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flashed in the hall and he instantly disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. In the hall, everyone was puzzled. What did this Mr. Ning want to do? He was too impatient. On the main seat, Ji Wechu looked at Prince Qi with an inquiring expression. Seeing the former's gaze, Lin Yuzhen gently shook her head and said, "This king doesn't know what happened, but this king trusts him." Ji Wechu nodded and didn't ask anything else. In the Ziwei galaxy between the 3 divine suns, the 10 halls of the underworld stood on the primitive Great Star. Outside the Great Star, The divine restriction sealed all auras and obstructed any heavenly secrets. At this moment, in front of the divine restriction, a plain-clothed figure appeared and silently walked into the divine restriction. Under the cover of the Chaos Scroll, Ning Chen's figure flitted past and rushed downwards. In front of the King Yama Palace, Yin-Er, who was comprehending the power of heaven and earth, suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, thunder from the 9 heavens descended from the sky. With a loud rumble, the thunder drowned the void. The earth-shaking tremors immediately attracted the attention of the kings of hell. In the various halls, figures flashed and arrived outside the King Yama Palace, looking at the distant King Yama Palace. A plain-clothed figure walked out from the thunder. He looked at the girl in front of him and said helplessly, "Yin-Er, how can you welcome your master back like this?" When Yin-Er heard this, there was no joy on her face. She raised her right hand, and in an instant, thunder roared from the 9 heavens and came crashing down.